The most common question I get in the comments on these bookshelf tour videos is this: how many of these books has the owner actually read? My guest today, Dr. Chris Eagle, is a retired professor and novelist who recently finished a 10-year reading project stretching from 2016 through 2026, in which each month, for 120 months, he photographed the stack of books he read and shared them in a private Facebook photo gallery. The goal of the gallery was to help him maintain the same intense reading pace he had kept as a graduate student in his 20s into his 40s, while also turning each monthly photo into a place for comments, questions, and conversation with old friends and Facebook acquaintances who would often end up posting their own book stacks in the comments as well. Dr. Eagle earned his PhD in English literature from UC Berkeley, where he also taught, and later taught at Caltech, Western Sydney University, DePaul University, Loyola Chicago, and Emory University before retiring from academia in 2024. He is best known academically for his work in medical humanities and for helping found the field of disfluency studies, which looks at speech disorders and interrupted or stigmatized forms of speech, including stuttering, aphasia, Tourette syndrome, mutism, and lisping. His early career involved modernist literary studies and the philosophy of language, especially deep scholarly work on Joyce and Proust, as well as Heidegger, Milton, and questions about perfect language, broken language, naming, and speech. He was also awarded 3 prestigious competitive honors: a Fulbright Scholarship, a Chateaubriand Scholarship, and a Mellon Scholarship. During his Chateaubriand year in Paris at l'École Normale, he joined ITEM, Institute of Texts and Modern Manuscripts, a center of genetic criticism, which is the study of how literary works come into being through drafts, sketches, manuscripts, revisions, and proofs. His own work there focused on Joyce, including Daniel Farrer's Joyce team and the Buffalo Notebooks, where he helped decipher Joyce's handwriting and study the making of Finnegan's Wake. Later on in the tour, you'll see images of Joyce's manuscript and typescript revision pages from Dr. Eagle's time there, working with ITEM. Later on in the tour, you'll see images of Joyce manuscript and typescript revision pages and hear Dr. Eagle explain how he interprets them. Dr. Eagle also participated in UC Berkeley's famous and famously intense summer Latin workshop, and I asked him detailed questions about what it's actually like: 9 to 5 Latin, homework after class, international students, and the unique appeal of a 10-week ancient language summer camp for adults. The theme of language runs through the entire tour. Dr. Eagle talks about reading Latin, Greek, German, French, and Italian, about learning languages for particular writers, and about what it means to read Joyce, Proust, Flaubert, Virgil, Dante, Heidegger, and other authors in their original languages. His French collection is one of the highlights of the tour. We talk about his time in France, his years of French reading, his Pléiade editions, his copies of Proust, Flaubert, Mallarmé, Baudelaire, Huysmans, and many other French writers, and what it means to build a library across decades and countries. He also gives us a sense of Paris as a reading city, les bouquinistes, or the booksellers, who sell books out of stalls along the banks of the Seine River that flows through the heart of Paris, or flânerie, the Parisian art of walking with no plan and letting the city guide you. Dr. Eagle is also the author of Dwell Here and Prosper, a novel heavily informed by his father's experiences in assisted living near Philadelphia, and he's now working on a short story collection rooted in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. He also gives us a detailed tour of his writing room, including his shelves of short stories, French literature, poetry, notebooks, and the postcard system he used to write his novel. We also get to hear him read poetry aloud, including works by Wordsworth and Shakespeare, and he explains how poetry, rereading, and reading aloud have trained his ear as a prose writer. This is one of the longest bookshelf tours I've ever recorded, with more than 20 hours of raw conversation across a wide array of subjects. So make sure to check out the timestamps down in the description and in the pinned comment, and make sure you're subscribed with notifications on so you're notified when I release the second part of this tour. Before we get started, just a quick note that there's some bonus resources that go along with this bookshelf tour in the first link in the description. You can download all the high-resolution photos of Dr. Eagle's library. Plus, you'll get my Classics Resources spreadsheet, which collects in one place all the key details of the major facing page translation book sets, like the Loeb Classical Library from Harvard University Press. You'll also get a free book where I gathered all the best advice about how to manage your library and how to improve your reading from the 55 plus hours of bookshelf tours I've conducted over the past couple of years. Just click the first link in the description to get all of these free bonuses. Also, if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email timothy@timothykenny.com. Lastly, a big thank you to all of my students for your continued support that makes these long-form bookshelf tours possible. There are 2 courses and 1 program that I teach that may interest you and are most relevant to the subjects we cover in this tour. The first item is the Renaissance program, my guide to building an encyclopedic mind through the classics, the great books, and the best of modern knowledge. We live in a world that rewards specialization, so it can feel almost impossible to recover the kind of broad, well-rounded education earlier eras took for granted. This program gives you a lifelong framework for organizing your learning across history, geography, ideas, facts, literature, human nature, society, and the transcendent, so you can understand the major branches of knowledge, see how they fit together, and develop unique creative insights that are only possible with this kind of broad base of learning. Please click the second link in the description to learn more about the Renaissance program. The second item is my self-directed learner course, which will help you build all the skills required to pursue lifelong education through all the key steps, like learning project organization, skill investing, research, reading and annotating, note-taking, memorizing, and putting your learning into action directly or through a program of deliberate practice. Please click the third link in the description for more on the self-directed learner course. The third item is the Polyglot course, and it's designed to help you learn multiple languages in parallel so you can read classical works and important academic books and papers in their original languages. In this course, I share my unique methodology for language learning that solves all the major problems that cause so many people to give up on a language after a few weeks or months of study. Please click the fourth link in the description to learn about the 12 languages included in this one-of-a-kind course. If you'd like to learn more about my other courses, programs, and learning tracks, and how you can support the production of these bookshelf tours, please click the fifth link in the description, where you can view my complete course catalog. And now, let's get into the bookshelf tour with Dr. Chris Eagle. Okay, so Chris, thanks a lot for agreeing to show us your library. And I'd like to get started by just, if you could say a little bit about your background and how you built and organized your collection.
Great, thank you. Well, first of all, thanks for having me on the channel. I was very excited when you reached out. I've been a fan of what you're doing on here for several months now. So about myself, I'll proceed, I guess, in intellectual chronological order. From Philadelphia area originally. I went to Villanova University for undergrad, where I studied philosophy and literature. I then went on to do a PhD ostensibly in English literature at UC Berkeley. However, my dissertation ended up being on Plato, Heidegger, Marcel, Proust, and James Joyce, but we had a very flexible English department there, and they didn't really care what you were working on as long as it was interesting work. From there, I hit the academic job market at the ideal time, 2008, the peak of the GFC. And so there was no academic job market to speak of, and that meant that I ended up doing a sort of academic world tour just to keep myself solvent. I did a postdoc for 1 year at Caltech in Pasadena, where I taught a few classes there to literal astrophysicists. That was a very exciting, unusual experience that I'm sure will come up later. From there, I took a job in Australia, university in the Sydney area, Western Sydney University, and taught there for 3 years. Did a lot of hiking and managed not to get, eaten alive or bit by a snake or anything. And I figured 3 years was kind of my limit on that. So I moved back to the States where I took a job at DePaul University in Chicago. I also taught at Loyola, moonlighted at Loyola in Chicago as well. And then in, what is it now, 2026, in 2017, 18, I think it was 2018, I took the academic position that I held for the longest at Emory University. And that was a very unusual job and a great opportunity that I taught at for 7 years, where I wasn't actually in a humanities department for the first time. I was in a human health department, and I was teaching in the field that eventually became my main field. I've worn many academic hats over the years, but what I'm probably best known for these days is the field of medical humanities. So I was teaching the humanities to health students, future nurses, future doctors, physiotherapists, that sort of thing, which was quite an experience. And there's a whole one of these bookcases that you're scrolling through. Um, is my medical humanities bookcase. So I'm sure we'll spend a lot of time on that subject here in this conversation. 2 years ago now, I retired finally from academia and from teaching, quite happily. And now I'm pursuing my main passion, my other passion, which is creative writing. I'm a fiction writer. Came out with my first novel a couple years ago, and now I'm currently working on a book of short stories set in the Philadelphia area. So that's my story in a nutshell.
And do you want to talk about how that translates to how you've built your collection and maybe when you started reading or started building a library?
Absolutely. I mean, most of these books are college onwards. I didn't come from a very bookish family, honestly. Neither my mother nor my father were big readers when I was growing up. There weren't a lot of books in the house. That changed later on when my dad retired. He turned sort of dramatically into a voracious reader. And I'm sure that'll come up at some point later in the conversation. So almost all of these books, especially what we're looking at right now, are my college philosophy studies onward. Most of them I've probably acquired over the last 10 years or so. I've managed to do, I think, more reading in my 40s than I did in my 30s and 20s. And I mean, one of the ways that we got in touch is because I have this tradition I've been doing for 10 years now on Facebook of taking a picture of every book I read each month. I've done that religiously for 10 years now. So I've been able to document exactly what I've read throughout my 40s, now on the cusp of turning 50. Um, so yeah, I mean, these books are from various periods of my life, mostly, but there's only, when I scan through them here, there's only a mere handful that I owned before I went to college, honestly. Um, yeah. And
Okay.
the vast majority of them, sorry, one last point, will made the trip in a cargo container to Australia and back. A lot of these books have moved many, many times over the years. I mean, part of the reason I laundry listed all the places I've been over the years is because there's been a lot of over 30-year career of traveling around the world through academia. There's been a lot of boxing and an unboxing of these books over and over and over again.
Just ballpark, how much does that cost to ship? Like was it a 20-foot shipping container?
Uh, I think it was it's pretty reasonable when you think about it. I think it was in the vicinity of a couple $1,000s.
Yeah.
Uh, when I took the job in Australia, they handled it all for me, so I never even saw a bill. They were great about that. On the way back, I was paying my own way, so yeah, I think it was a couple grand. You'd be surprised how much you can fit into a partial container.
Mm.
And it's just, the trade-off is that it's not. express mail, you're waiting months, and then going and picking them up at the dock or that sort of thing. But it was actually fairly reasonable, all things considered.
So where were you when you left for Australia?
There I left from the Caltech position, so I was living in Pasadena. Yeah, I was living in
So it's gone across the Pacific.
yeah, yeah. And then when they came back, they landed in Philadelphia.
So these books have basically circumnavigated the globe.
Literally, yes. Yes, they have.
All right, so let's jump into this first shelf here.
Great.
I think, I mean, obviously we have the Loebs here. It's hard to ignore them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe we dive right in with them. This bookcase, just to orient your viewers, it's in my living room. It's the only bookcase in the house that I would say is arranged more aesthetically than thematically. So it's just a lot of pretty covers that I like, and it'll be very much a hodgepodge way to start off the conversation, but you can't go wrong starting off with the Loebs, I guess. Um, there, I see it already, and this is maybe a point where I'll show a book that I'm holding, this very Loeb by Plato, the Cratylus. This has been a huge part of my academic work. My dissertation was on this dialogue. It's lesser known, so I think your viewers might be unfamiliar with it. It's Plato's main dialogue about language, where he talks about Socrates and two interlocutors talk about the nature of linguistic signs. The two interlocutors are named Cratylus and Hermogenes, and they've come to be associated in linguistics and semiotics. They've come to be associated with two stances on the nature of a linguistic sign, and has to do with whether the sign is arbitrary or not. So we take a word like cat. Is there anything particularly right or imitative of a cat's nature in that word, for instance? Cratylus argues that it is the case that our signs for our linguistic signs for things are motivated, necessary, that they in some sense imitate the things that they describe. And Hermogenes takes the position that we would associate today with the linguist Ferdinand de Saussure, the idea that linguistic signs are entirely arbitrary. They're just agreed upon by convention. We all just sort of socially, collectively agree to use certain words for certain things, and that there's nothing particularly relevant or inherent about any word for any particular thing. And so Socrates goes through this dialogue and takes a kind of middle position where he ultimately argues that language is a little bit imitative, a little bit what we call mimetic, and a little bit arbitrary. But it's just a wonderful deep dive into etymology, folk etymology, things like that, where Socrates and his two interlocutors end up debating the rightness or wrongness of lots of different words for different things.
And that also, there's the realists versus the nominalists in medieval debates on that same issue.
Yeah, yeah, and that has a lot to do with whether names. This will come up, and when we get to the philosophy shelf for sure. But whether names, in some sense, make a thing come to be, or whether the names are just sort of appendages that we tack onto things afterwards.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you have anything else on that book, or did you want to move on to the next one here?
Yeah, I suppose we could move on. I mean, I won't say anything too much about the other Greek globes there. If you could scroll a little bit to the left, I don't see there's a great edition that your audience may or may not be familiar with of Virgil on the far left. So this is, I believe it goes back to the 30s or 40s. Pharr's Virgil's Aeneid. It covers books 1 to 6. At the moment, one of the joys of retirement is I get to study whatever the hell I want, and spending this year finally learning how to read Latin, primarily to read Virgil and Ovid in the original, which has always been a dream of mine. And this is an amazing edition for doing that. So when I get my Latin a little more up to speed, this is the first thing I'm going to dive into. It's got about 4 or 5 lines of poetry. It only covers books 1 through 6. That's the only downside of it, but it's got about 4 or 5 lines of verse per page. Below that, you get a vocabulary gloss that helps you with all the harder words. And then below that, so there's 3 tiers on every page. Below that, you get editorial notes from Mr. Pharr there, who put it together. The copy right next to it of the Georgics. This is Virgil's bucolic poem, his that followed the eclogues. So he only wrote what 3 main works: the eclogues, um, the Georgics, and then the Aeneid, for which he's best known. That is the Georgics. I highly, highly recommend to anybody who has any interest in the classics in general or Virgil in particular. It's a series of 4 odes to basically husbandry, farming, whereas the eclogues is more about the life of shepherds. This is more about husbandry and farming. And I know that's probably not the best way to introduce a poem if you want to rave about it, but it's absolutely stunning. It's got this beautiful description of, in I think book 4, of bees and the life of bees and the way they contribute to our crops. That edition in particular, in my opinion, I've read a few versions of it over the years, is the best translation. And fun fact, this edition here was translated by Cecil Day-Lewis, who you can probably already guess is the father of the actor Daniel Day-Lewis. He was a British poet in the mid 20th century, and he did editions. He did a translation of the Aeneid, I believe, as well. And I think he read these aloud on the BBC back in the day, back in headier times, I guess, when they would read things like that over the air. But that's just a wonderful edition. Highly recommend it. Let me get my bearings here. So you see there's more Roman than Greek in my Loeb collection, my humble little Loeb collection. The last 3 I just added recently. So we've got Virgil, Horace, and Cratylus. They take me back to my early days at Berkeley. I did the about 20 years ago, would have been about summer 2003 or so. I did the dreaded, notorious summer Latin workshop at Berkeley. As far as I know, it's still going on. As far as I know, there's only 2 programs like it in the country. I think NYU does one as well. And it's 10 straight weeks of 9 to 5 Latin, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. So it's the equivalent, they like to boast, of 2 or 3 semesters of Latin in a matter of 10 weeks. And it absolutely kicked my ass. I mean, it's one of the, intellectually speaking, one of the hardest things I've ever done. But we read a lot of Horace and Catullus in that class back in the day. The last 3 are recent acquisitions, aspirational, to finally read Lucretius, Juvenal, and hopefully Augustine, and many more in the original in the coming years here once I get my Latin a little more solid.
I'd love if you could actually say a little bit more about that Berkeley program, because
Yeah.
I actually have a friend who I met through the original bookshelf tour with Greg, and he was heavily considering doing that summer program. And I looked into it a little bit, but I've never actually met somebody who went through it. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that want to know kind of the inside scoop. Maybe you could tell us what like an average day and an average week was like, what it was like, going and actually doing it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm perhaps it's changed in 20 years, but from what I've heard through acquaintances who are still at Berkeley, it probably hasn't changed all that much. It's it's very old school. It's very rote memorization, as opposed to the natural method, I think it's called, where you just read really elementary Latin and kind of work your way up. This was
Comprehensible input, it's also called.
Thank you, thank you. So yeah, for instance, if you're familiar with I believe it's called the Lipsy series in Latin, where you do that comprehensible input method. I'm finding, as I'm using that now, I'm finding that I'm making progress a little better and faster. I need to start.
Spell that, you said the ellipses.
It's just an acronym it's called It's the Familia Romana series.
Oh yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think people just colloquially refer to it as the Lipsy series of Latin textbooks. But I mean, I remember, like I said, weeks of having declensions drummed into our heads to where you're dreaming hick high cock in your sleep. And it was about 6 weeks of that, and then they sort of throw you in the deep end, maybe a little prematurely, to where you start already working on line translations of Ovid and Virgil. I think
Are
they
you
do it.
doing that out loud where they say stuff, you respond, or is it like when you say rote memorization, what are the actual techniques that they're using?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time, but definitely a lot of call and repetition. Yeah, a lot of that.
That is very old school, like very.
Yeah, it was. I was surprised even for 2003 how old school it was. You need that, and I guess they think that it's the only way to get the crash course to work quick enough that you realistically can have some purchase over a translation, within 10 weeks, which is the goal. I don't know how realistic it is, but I would recommend it if your friend or others want to take it. I would just recommend get some Latin under your belt before you take it, because if you just really go in there completely cold, you'll spend a couple weeks just scratching your head at what does a declension even mean, that sort of thing. Whereas if you at least understand the basics, I bet you progress a lot better. In hindsight, I wish I had done it a little more that way.
You were gonna say something about like after 6 weeks, then it transit. Could you just say again what the first 6 week versus after?
Well, I mean, then they start to, like I said, throw you into the deep end where you're translating very short excerpts of the real deal. Horace, Catullus, Virgil, Ovid. And it's funny because you see how Ovid heavy this, or sorry, how Virgil heavy this is now. I've become very obsessed with him in the past few years. He's one of my favorite writers now, but the Latin workshop initially put me off him. I think because it was just simply too difficult. And so he came off very differently in trying to translate him compared to how I can appreciate him already now. Yeah.
And then what happens after 5 p.m.? Does everybody go drink together? They go do homework? Is there homework?
Yeah, though there was homework, so it was really more like 9 to 9, Monday to Friday. Um, Constant homework, constant bonding. I remember, I wasn't a very big party goer while I was doing my PhD, because who has the time? But, at the end of at the end of the 10 weeks, my roommate was doing the equivalent workshop in Greek, and we held a party at our apartment, where we brought the 2 classes together, and let's just say it put the bacchanalia in bacchanal. I mean, we really we really let it rip because it was two packs of incredibly burnout nerds, who had just spent the last 10 weeks doing linguistic boot camp and really needed to let loose, and that was probably one of the wildest parties I've ever attended. I'm sure it rivaled at all the frat houses at Berkeley at the time for sure.
What was the rough kind of breakdown of men versus women in those two classes, the Greek versus like the Latin?
I think it was actually fairly equal.
Well,
I mean, I know the classics nowadays have this reputation as like a masculinist endeavor, in a way, which in some senses I suppose they are. But I remember it being actually fairly egalitarian. But I would bet, because philosophy skews Greek, that it was probably skewed male in the Greek and a little bit female in the Latin. But
hmm.
um, overall, I'm going to remember it being actually kind of net equal.
And so it was residential where you would have a roommate and you would be in the dorms for the 10
Yeah,
weeks?
I was living at Berkeley at the time, but a lot of students would come from around the world. They just needed to get up to speed in their language quickly for whatever reason, maybe because they were about to start a dissertation or what have you. So a lot of students came from all around the world to do this, and they lived in a lot of them lived in a dormitory at Berkeley, which is pretty famous. It's called the International House. I lived there myself for 3 years. It was a wonderful community. It was one of the highlights of grad school for me, actually, was living in this building where you had scholars from practically every country. We used to say every time you walked into the cafeteria, it was like the start of a bad joke, like an African, an Asian, and and a European sit down at a table, and you would just have the most lovely conversations. You learn something there every night. So yeah, a lot of the participants live there.
Uh, my understanding is you can be any age and go. Is that right?
I think so. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Because my
No,
friend was like,
never too late.
he's like in his 70s or 80s.
Mhm.
So, um, and then what would you do on the weekends?
Flashcards and relax, basically.
Hmm,
Flashcards and hop the bus over to San Francisco to hit a bar or something.
nice.
Yeah.
All right. So I think that um, you're saying some of these are aspirational and
Yeah, and partly your fault from watching your channel. I mean, it makes people buy Loebs. It's the best advertisement for the Loeb library. So those last 3, if you notice how brand new they look, it's because I was watching your episode with Greg, and I just went right onto Amazon. I couldn't resist.
wow.
Um,
How did you pick these?
Lucretius, I'm just, like, kind of scandalously long overdue on never having read it. I've read excerpts of it, and I think we translated a little bit of it in the Latin class 20 years ago. Juvenal, he's someone that, my favorite writer of all, who will certainly come up many times here, Flaubert. He, was an admirer of Juvenal, so I've always wanted to try him. I've read a few in English, so far. He was a satirist in the Roman times who would write these, poetic rants about how irritating he found, kind of like the writing scene, if you will, in ancient Rome. So he's talking about going to parties and just meeting one annoying person after another. I mean, he almost sounds like Woody Allen of the ancient Roman period, just complaining about stuffy, pretentious people. It's surprisingly modern. And then Augustine, well, as I said at the outset, I went to Villanova, which is an Augustinian institution. Like many recently, I've been extremely excited and I'm a Catholic and kind of rejuvenated in my faith a little bit by the election of a not only American Pope, but a Villanovan Pope. As you may know, Pope Leo went to Villanova way, way back. And so it's just kind of struck up an interest for me again in going back to reading Augustine's Confessions, which any Villanovan will tell you is the one and only book that every student is required to read if they go to Villanova. You must take at least one class that features Augustine's Confessions. When I went to Villanova 30 years ago, I was at that point more of a closer to a Satanist, I guess, than a Catholic. I was, more interested in things like Nietzsche and getting as far away from the church as I could at that point in my life. But, as I'm getting older, I guess, Pascal's wager is kicking in, and it's making me have a renewed interest in some of these books that I don't think I fully appreciated in my 20s as I should have.
So, what are the most common required courses that you would take at Villanova to get that, check that box?
I took a class, called Ancient Thought. They have a shorter version of a Western Civ class, a great books class, where you do ancient thought and you do modern thought. And I took that class with a professor who I'm sure also will come up a couple times in this conversation, named Walter Brogan. He was an institution at Villanova for decades, a wonderful, wonderful teacher, and now a good friend who he retired just a few years ago. And he did a class where we started with Plato's Republic, did the Confessions. God, what else did we do in that class? Basically, it gets you up to Shakespeare, Cervantes, Shakespeare, things like that. Probably some Machiavelli in there, those sorts of things. So, just a great books class in which that was one of many. I remember, if you can permit me one more digression on this. So you're familiar with the famous pear tree incident, in Augustine's Confessions. It's early in the book. I think it's book 2 or book 3. It's pretty early in the thing, where he tells the story of being a child and writing, and stealing a neighbor's pear, and he uses this to describe the nature of sin, how sin is just innate in us, original sin that we need to sort of wash out of ourselves. I remember writing a seminar paper on that for Walter. This was 30 years ago, but where I described the experience of being, this will be very random, I'm sorry, but the experience of being in a mosh pit and letting your aggression out. And I used Augustine to explain this as, to explain the innate urges that someone, because I used to be big into the punk rock scene back in the day. So the way someone would get their aggression out through moshing as akin to what Augustine had to say about sin. And Walter, God bless him, I've never seen a mosh pit in his life, but I remember him getting a big kick out of this paper and asking me 100 questions about this subculture that he knew nothing about. In my opinion, all the best teachers are usually people who remain curious learners, and he was definitely someone like that.
So why did you go to Villanova if you were in this very different headspace?
Um, uh, Mainly because it was the best place I got in. I wasn't. I was a good high school student, but I wasn't academically inclined initially. I sort of had I think my academic light bulb turn on around the time I was 15, 16. And the high school I went to tended to have fairly limited horizons in terms of where it wanted to send its students. It was usually you go to Penn State or one of the local state schools. And so I didn't get a lot of good guidance on that at the time. And so, I applied to Columbia, places like that, but my SATs were absolutely terrible. I've never been good at standardized tests. Um, and so Villanova was the place that took me, but, ironically, knowing my interest in hindsight, it ended up being the absolute perfect place. I mean, these things have a way of working out for the best. And what I would have had no idea at the time was that my interests were really gonna lie not just in philosophy in general, but in what's called continental philosophy, as opposed to, the other main school of, philosophical thought, which usually gets called analytic philosophy or Anglo-American philosophy, which interested me much, much less. And if I'd gone to a school like Columbia, I would have probably never become a philosophy major because the philosophical approaches at schools like that tend to be more analytic, more scientific, more mathematical. Whereas continental philosophy, for those who aren't familiar with the distinction, in a nutshell, tends to lean more towards literary approaches, linguistic approaches, and it just suited me much, much better. So I really thrived in the Villanova philosophy department. I have nothing but good things to say about it.
Hmm. Were you more leaning toward, because you do have this mathematical side with some of the economics and finance stuff we'll get to later, versus, you have an interesting mix of both worlds. Like a lot of people are either more humanities or more math science.
So sorry, what was your question again?
Just like when you were in high school, did you lean more in one direction or the other?
Definitely towards words. I think, again, we will talk stocks and finance and stuff and why I went in such a deep rabbit hole of reading that stuff later, but I'm by no means mathematically inclined. I think I'm a quick calculator. I'm good at, I mean, it's why I'm pretty good chess player for the same reason. But my math background is practically non-existent. I stopped at calculus and haven't taken a math class since.
So maybe you could say a little bit about this Oxford edition because I think it's the older ones that have the Latin.
Mhm. Have they changed that since?
I could be wrong about that, but I'm doing a tour with somebody else who has very old books, and we sort of tracked. He has like some that have the Latin on the spines, and it's also this extremely small text.
Mhm.
And then at a certain point, it switches over to being in English. And I think it maybe even it's the Oxford classical text, and it's like there's that long 4-word phrase for it, and now it's just called Oxford classical text.
Okay. I mean, that edition, start to finish, is every word is in Latin except the copyright page. The preface is in Latin. All the supplementary materials are in Latin. So that's just a complete edition of Ovid's Metamorphoses, again, that I've picked up over the years, but never really studied intensively. I'm looking forward. Maybe in about a year I'll be ready, I hope, at the rate I'm going. Be ready to finally tackle that cover to cover. Can't wait.
And I think before we started recording, you were telling me about one of these.
Hmm. Yeah, so that set is known as the Pléiades, and I'll show one if you like.
Yeah.
So they come in this handy carrying case here. And these French editions, known as it's from what's called the Bibliothèque de la Pléiade, the Library of the Pléiades. And these are, I would say, essentially for France, the equivalent of what the Library of America series does here in the States. They cover all of the major French authors. I was curious. So before we got on the call, I looked it up, and apparently the first Pléiade was in 1931, I want to say. It was the complete works of the French poet Charles Baudelaire. The copy that I'm holding up here is one of my favorite French poets, Stéphane Mallarmé. This is from his 2-volume complete works. So you have all of his poetry in here and some of his correspondence. And then what's great about the Pléiades, they're incredibly thorough in terms of like variants. I'll just hold up a page at random here, but they're incredibly thorough as far as notes, variants, drafts, sketches. Here's a notes and variants page in case people are curious. So they go into painstaking depth on a writer's not just final editions, but on the writer's process along the way, which I find really cool. Yeah, so I have, if you want to transition back to the shelf, I can show you. I have only 3 Pléiades here.
I thought maybe you could show the other sides of the box so people can get a full, and I don't know if you showed the back of the book itself, but
Yeah.
I just like to show all the angles, or at least the spine in the front and the back for each item.
So let me take it out of the dust jacket. It'll probably look
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
Could have thought of that.
Because I was actually going to say, like, most of the stuff on this first shelf is not in a dust jacket, I think.
Mm.
Or a good portion of them don't have a dust jacket. So, I mean, they are kind of like the Loebs. I mean, it's hard not to.
I think they're probably, as far as the binding and whatnot, they're actually a little higher quality, and
That's noticeable.
they're more expensive than the Loebs for that same reason. And then you get these boxes that they come in.
Is there end paper? Did you show any of the, is like a green end paper?
Is that this?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I was just gonna say like that having a double ribbon and having the green on top. I can't remember ever seeing that anywhere else. I mean, Bibles usually have 2 ribbons.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I didn't even appreciate that until you pointed it out. But yes, I suppose that is.
So if you got like an Old Testament, New Testament, you want to.
Is that what the double tends to be for?
Well, the other one, I don't know if you could pull the other one that looks like it's red instead of green.
Which one is it?
The Proust one.
Do you want me to go grab it?
Yeah, if you could, because
All right. Yeah, I'll grab it. 1 second. Okay. So this one's pretty green too, um, but it's also brown. So, well, I don't know how you plan to edit some of these transitions out, but I can also say a little bit about Proust here if you'd like.
yeah, please do.
Okay. So here's another, more recent. This is volume 4, all of Proust, who will come up whenever we get to the world literature bookcase.
And could you pronounce that title?
Sure, happy to. So this is volume 4, one of 4 of Proust's À la recherche du temps perdu, excuse me, In Search of Lost Time, or Remembrance of Things Past. It's alternately been translated in English. And here's just a look on the inside. This is the last volume. I bought only this one because I was working, when I was writing about Proust years ago, I was working on the final volume of the book, which is called Time Regained, Le Temps Retrouvé. So here's some of the pages of This is sketches. And just to give you a sense, you have 625 pages of actual text. And then you see how much is left in end matter here. Sketches. Wow. A few hundred pages of sketches. Then you get notes and variants. What goes on for several hundred pages. So the Pléiades, as you can see, are incredibly thorough. And from what I understand, in France, it's quite an honor to be chosen as the editor for the Pléiade of Proust or the Pléiade of Flaubert, or whoever the case may be. They really only bring in like the very best expert on that author. This one, if you're curious, looks like it has a double yellow ribbon this time.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're quite beautiful. I think they're about, I don't know, $60, $70 a pop. So I don't buy them very often, but just if I'm really interested in a writer and spending a lot of time with them. Okay, so we have Walden's Thoreau. That's a copy I bought recently. It includes some of his other essays. Uh, Probably one of the two original writers that turned me into a reader and a lifelong writer. I just this past year went and revisited Walden for the first time in also about 30 years. I went around the end of college, and I just went this past fall and visited Walden again, and so I thought it would be a good time to reread it. Uh, Read a biography on him while I was doing it, which not that I'm surprised based on reading Walden, but showed me what a voracious reader Thoreau himself was. His readings was incredibly vast for his time. Constantly raiding Harvard's library, Emerson's personal library, other friends like that, and he read in so many subjects. If we could go back in time, you should do an episode about him, because his reading habits were just incredible. Knew the classics, the entirety of the Loeb series, knew it backwards and forwards, but was also like equally well read in botany and other scientific fields as well.
You had told me before we started recording that you had an earlier edition of this Walden. I don't know if you want to show that now.
I can. I'm pretty sure the oldest book I have in the house. I have it handy here. As I was saying, nobody in my family. I'll hold it up carefully here. Try to block myself out. Is that better?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, so it's just a Bobo Signet Classic edition, the kind you would probably be able to get for 50 cents in a Goodwill these days. But I'm very sentimentally attached to it because I think it's the oldest book of mine that I still own. I bought it. You're taking 10th grade English or 9th grade English or something, and you read a little excerpt of something, and I thought, from what I read of Thoreau, this guy had some interesting ideas. I went to the local mall and bought this in a bookstore there, and have held on to it ever since. And so it just has a lot of sentimental attachment in that regard. It's been read many, many, many times over the years and is falling apart, but I can't seem to part with it.
Have you ever thought about doing an experiment like that, or have you ever done something like that?
What kind of experiment do you mean?
Just sort of, I mean, he has that phrase, sort of do an experiment in living.
Oh,
And
sorry, of course. Yeah, many times. I mean, closest I probably ever came was 2020 during the pandemic. I'm slightly immunocompromised, so I completely hunkered down for that year. I had all my groceries delivered, and my only companion that year was living in Georgia at the time, in Decatur. And my main companion that year was this squirrel who got so used to me reading out on my patio that he would just come keep me company every day and just got used to sitting around me without any fear. Probably because he thought I was dead. I never moved from my reading chair for hours at a time. So yeah, I would say that's probably the closest I've come to, as Thoreau put it, living deliberately in the woods, right?
yeah, I want to read the quote. I just pulled it up with the AI here.
Please.
Um, I'm also a big fan of Walden and like visiting there. It's in Concord, and so that's right outside Boston. It's on you sort of go on Route 2,
Hmm.
and uh, So let me read this. I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, and see if I could not learn what it had to teach, and not, when I came to die, discovered that I had not lived. I wanted to live deep and suck out all the marrow of life, to live so sturdily and Spartan-like as to put rout to all that was not life.
Mm.
I haven't read that in a while. It's a good reminder.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and it's important to keep in mind that for him, because it sounds so adventurous and outdoorsy, but it's important to keep in mind, especially on a channel like this, that for Thoreau, that for the large part meant reading as carefully as one can, as voraciously as one can, you know. He wouldn't have thought of reading as the antithesis of living, quite the contrary.
We've got modern painters here.
Yeah. All right, so now we're in the Ruskin section. Ruskin, for those who aren't familiar with him, it was a literary critic, an art critic, wrote about a variety of things, especially painting and architecture. He's best known for his books, Stones of Venice, which is a history of Gothic architecture, especially in Italy. But he runs the gamut in that book. And then this 5-volume, um, I think that's an Everyman's Library early 20th century series. This 5-volume Modern Painters collection that he wrote. I want to say, I'd be afraid to guess. This might be something you want to pull up in the AI, but I would think he wrote that in the 1870s. Um, and it's a long history of painting that kind of culminates famously in volumes 4 and 5 in a long analysis of why J.M. Turner is the greatest painter of his age. I mean, that was, I think, in large part the point of the book was to prove that his adoration of Turner was so well deserved. I've been chipping away at this Modern Painter series for a while. I almost wish there was some edition of it that was on YouTube or something with illustrated paintings, because he drops so many references to works of art. And if you aren't familiar with them and can't call them up in your mind, it's sort of hard to follow the thread of what he's describing. But Ruskin, is just, I read a lot of Ruskin. I really appreciate him because of his prose style. He's um, known for his long, windy sentences. One little bit of historical trivia here is that Marcel Proust, that we just talked about a moment ago, translated Ruskin into French. He was a big admirer of him as well. And a lot of critics like to say that Proust got his prose style from translating Ruskin. That's where he learned to write these robust, long sentences that he's so famous for. Ruskin was also the teacher at Oxford University. His most famous pupil was Oscar Wilde. Fun fact there. The book to the left of Modern Painters is another one. I promise I won't keep dragging up editions here, but this is another one I would like to single out, if I may. Ruskin's Mornings in Florence. So I'll just show this copy quickly.
Mhm.
So this is an edition that comes with a story as well. I took this copy with me and used it on my very first trip to Florence, Italy. It's actually a pretty great travel guide if you're spending any time in Florence. The book is divided into 7 mornings. He assumes that the average British tourist in his day would want to spend their morning looking at art, and then, unfortunately, in his opinion, then go off and spend the rest of the day eating and shopping and what have you. Um, and so he highlights what he thinks are the 7 most important works of art in the city of Florence. Um, I took this copy with me to look at one painting in particular that I'll single out. I gave you a photo of it if you want to bring that up on the screen. It'll be in the miscellaneous photos folder. Painting in the church Santa Maria Novella, there's a certain chapel called the Spanish Chapel, which has all the walls covered in frescoes, as like the one you see here on the screen. This is, I want to say, about 40 feet tall, 50 feet tall. I mean, it was a pretty capacious room. And Ruskin goes through this painting meticulously, figure by figure. What you're looking at here, front and center, is St. Thomas Aquinas, enthroned, holding up what, if memory serves, isn't the Bible. It's probably he's holding up a copy of his Summa Theologica. And this painting is meant to depict basically the entire system of Western education. So if you want to zoom out and go maybe to the bottom right, it starts with these first 7 figures here. Perfect. These first 7 figures here represent what was called the trivium and the quadrivium. Anyone who has studied medieval ideas of education and pedagogy will know about this already. But for those who don't, the trivium and the quadrivium are the foundation for the modern liberal arts. So these are the 7 liberal arts represented in painting, essentially. You have grammar, rhetoric, logic. Hold on, I'm going to bring this up so I don't mess it up. Grammar, rhetoric, logic, music, astronomy, geometry, and arithmetic. And what the painter here, I believe it was Andrea de Firenze painted this. What the painter here has depicted is the 7 muses of these liberal arts personified as goddesses. And you see each one's holding, I know it's a little hard to make out, but each one's holding some representative object of their field. And then below them, 7 earthly stewards, if you will, of those fields. So you have a checklist handy. You have Christian, the early grammarian, Cicero for rhetoric, Aristotle for logic. I'm going right to left here. Sorry, I should have said that already. Tubal-Cain for music, Zoroaster for astronomy, Euclid for geometry, and Pythagoras for arithmetic. And if you squint a little bit, as far as you can zoom in on the far right corner there are 3 young children. You could kind of barely see them above the man in yellow, Priscian the grammarian. There are 3 little children, 2 boys and a girl, who are starting to learn grammar. And grammar is holding a gate by her right hand, and she's going to use the learning of grammar, the learning of language, as the entryway for these children to then embark on essentially all human knowledge. And now if you zoom completely out, I can give you a little bit of an overview. So that will mean going from right to left. That will mean going through the triv and quad, as I just said, the arts of language and the arts of numbers. And then the 7 to their left are the 7 forms of theology. And so you have on that, I could go all the way through that if you find it interesting.
Yep, I'd love that.
So there you have civil law, represented by the Emperor Justinian, canon law, represented by Pope Clement, practical theology, again, I'm going right to left here, practical theology by Peter Lombard, contemplative theology by Dionysius the Areopagite, mystic theology by no, sorry, I skipped one. I skipped an important one. Dogmatic theology with Boethius, mystic theology with St. John Damascene, and polemic theology with St. Augustine, who's turned catty corner there. I took this book with me to look at this painting, which then, if you want to zoom out again, takes you through the triv, the quad, the 7 forms of theology, up to the level where Aquinas is enthroned with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 apostles, including, I think, the 4 evangelists are in there. And it's common in this genre of painting. These are called triumph paintings, the triumph of dogmatic theology over other faiths or heresies. And I forget offhand who those 3 men cowering below Aquinas are, but I can assure you they're meant to be 3 heretics who have either blasphemed or put forward some false theology that he's towering over. And then above that, you have the 7 virtues, 7 cardinal virtues. And I don't think you can see it in this photo, but is that the very top?
Yeah.
Above this in the ceiling panel, yeah, it doesn't show here. Above this in the ceiling panel, there's a painting of the Pentecost. So the idea here is that you can inventory with this one fresco all of human knowledge, all theology, all revelation that comes through prophecy, angelic virtues, all the way up to the ultimate moment of human enlightenment, if you will, the Pentecost, and that it's all being encapsulated with Aquinas at the center. Now, I took this copy and I read it in that room, and it took me so long reading Ruskin's piece by piece analysis of the painting that I remember. This was also about 20 years ago, but I remember the security guard in the painting feeling so bad for me that she brought her chair over and just sat it down on the ground and gesticulated in a very Italian way that I should just use the seat. I was clearly going to be here for hours. So Ruskin, in that regard, as I said, is if you ever make a trip to Florence, the travel guide, the one and only travel guide, in my opinion, that one needs.
Could you remind me what this fresco is called?
The Triumph of St. Thomas Aquinas, the Triunfo. And there's a couple others. I think there's one in the Louvre as well. I mean, as I said, it's a sort of minor genre. I think there are ones where you see Augustine as well in the position of triumph over heretics. So I like to call this, it's to me it looks like a faculty group photo of Western education. And I love how they're all just sitting forward, male stewards, female goddesses representing the discipline that they embody. It's a really beautiful painting to see in person, and a little bit off the tourist track too. It's less crowded than the Uffizi and other places in Florence one might visit.
There's so much important symbolism.
Mm-hmm. So why don't we use that as an excuse to wrap up the Ruskin section?
Yeah.
Maybe move to shelf 2. So, here, like I said, just a hodgepodge. Cervantes, Chaucer. The Chaucer is triggering me, to use the common term nowadays, because that's a replacement for a copy that got ruined when our basement flooded a couple years ago. And if we hadn't noticed in time, let's just put it this way, I'm sure this will give a chill to all the bibliophiles in your channel, who watch your channel. If we hadn't realized that the basement had flooded in time, let's just say I wouldn't be doing this video right now, because all my books were in the basement when it happened. And one of the dozen or so that got waterlogged in this disaster, before I could rush them all upstairs, was my Riverside Chaucer. So my wife bought me that to make up for it, for this disaster.
Actually, I got an email just earlier this week, actually, saying the guy had to postpone his bookshelf tour because he's gotten some flooding in his basement, and he's got a basement, really very cool basement library.
Oh God.
So hopefully it wasn't too bad.
Oh God. My heart goes out to him. And my wife's gonna kill me for even mentioning this story in this video, but she forgot to, when we got our new washer, she forgot to hook the washer into the sink, and so water ran all over the basement floor.
Oh,
Yeah. And luckily, one of us needed to run downstairs just to grab something else, or the books would have just been sitting in 2 inches of water for God knows how long. Let's just move on. Okay, Dante, we just have greatest hits here. Dante, Darwin, was this also Everyman's Library? The Casanova is a lot of fun. Might stop on this one for a second. I mean, it is what it sounds like, a series of bragging stories about Casanova's many conquests as a lover, in was he 17th century, 18th century? I'm not sure. 18th century, I think.
see if we can find that.
Yeah, please. I'm blanking on how far back he goes, but there's one story in there that I think is fascinating, where he's trying to seduce someone who is disguised enough that he's not 100% sure if she's a man or a woman. And I think that sometimes gets read in gender theory and queer theory and whatnot as like an early example possibly of a trans type of story that's pretty interesting, and where Casanova's just interrogating them, doing, every trick in the book to try to get out of them whether they're a man or a woman, and they simply won't divulge it. And um, I believe that character in the story is a violin player or something like that. I forget, but they're a lot of fun. I read that one now and then in pieces. I haven't ever read it cover to cover. The next one is Ruskin's biography, Praeterita. He wrote that late in his life when I think he was starting to undergo dementia. But you don't really see signs of that in the book so much. But it's just a beautiful reflection on, also sort of proto-Proustian reflection on his childhood. I think that must be one that Proust probably studied pretty carefully before he wrote his book. Yeah.
I was going to give the dates for Casanova. He's 1725 to 1798. And there was actually another set of dates I was going to mention earlier, I think. I don't know. It's not here. Okay. So then we have this great collection of short stories.
That was a gift from my brother-in-law. I've been chipping away at that one slowly. Collier series. I don't know anything about the series offhand. I think it was probably, from the look of it, 1940s, maybe a little earlier. And it's just a greatest hits. Looks like Tolstoy's the most modern in there. That's another one that I just read one at a time and slowly working through it. The Pits, actually, that one to the left of it, is actually a fun read. I'll explain that one real briefly. It has maybe the funniest subtitle if you scroll down a little bit for any novel I've ever seen. The Epic of the Wheat. So Frank Norris was a journalist, I think, in the old muckraking days, Depression era journalist, and he planned to write a trilogy. I don't think he lived long enough to write all three, but he wanted to write a sort of neo-naturalist series that explores one particular topic. In this case, it was grain and how it can impact people in all walks of life, how it's traded, how it's produced, how it's shipped, how it's used. And so this one, might be the only one he wrote, I'm not sure, but this one is about a man in Chicago, late 1800s, I suppose, who tries to corner the wheat market. That's where you buy up enough of the wheat contracts, to use the parlance from, enough of the wheat futures, to basically have a monopoly on wheat sales at any given time, in which case you can charge whatever you want. And this guy gets sent by the market a very harsh lesson by trying to corner it, and eventually costs him everything. But it's a really entertaining read and a kind of fascinating glimpse into that world of the Chicago Board of Trade back in the day. Highly
So like a
recommend.
futures contract, if you a few weeks ago, before the price of gas went up, if you had bought a bunch of futures saying, oh, let's, buy, if you could have a month ago bought gas at what it cost last month and said, well, I'll pay that much a month from now, 2 months, 3 months from now, you could, and a lot of companies like McDonald's will say, hey, we need all these fries and beef. We're going to buy futures years in advance, so we have a reliable price we're paying, and we're not going to be experiencing all these shocks from like if beef doubles in price or, there's
Exactly.
a potato blight.
Exactly. So if you knew, and it sounds, not to turn political here, but it sounds like a few in the administration did, that crude oil price might have a reason to jump up 50% overnight in price, then yes, you could make a killing that way.
Hmm.
Yes.
So
We'll get to that later, though, I'm sure.
I remembered something you were talking about with the Casanova, and I was able to find it with the AI. So just to read a little piece here. I was thinking of the castrati. So these were singers, and it was sort of the end of that. It was near the end of that era of castrati, but in one passage, he says, let me read this whole piece. So Casanova treats them as part of the ordinary musical and theatrical world of 18th century Italy, famous for its opera, especially in places like Rome, where castrati could sing leading female roles on stage. In one passage, he says he assumed a youthful prima donna performer was a castrato, as in the custom in Rome, which shows that for him this was a recognizable feature of Roman performance culture rather
Mhm.
than an oddity. Second, he used castrati as part of his broader interest in sexual ambiguity, social masks, and erotic misrecognition. The best known case is Bellino, a singer
Mhm.
whom
Yeah.
Casanova initially takes to be a castrato. Bellino becomes one of the memoir's most famous examples of uncertainty about sex, gender presentation, and desire.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. And it it reminds me of the great film about this era, Farinelli, I think it's called. Have you ever seen that?
I don't think so.
Mm.
Okay.
So keep moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Decameron, um, that Balzac, if you zoom in a little bit there, is wonderful. Right next to the Decameron. That's the La Recherche de l'Absolu, The Search for the Absolute by Balzac. One of his lesser known novels, but it's, I think, my favorite of his. I've read quite a few over the years. And it's about a man who tries to become an alchemist and takes his family's fortune, I think money he inherits through his wife, and throws it all into this cause of figuring out the problem of alchemy, um, and of course fails. But it's just a beautiful portrait of a mad scientist, set during the Napoleonic Wars, I want to say. And so there's a little bit of an allegory going on about, great men who try to do impossible deeds. So as Napoleon is finally getting defeated at Waterloo, this guy's trying to turn coal into gold, and neither are succeeding. One of his lesser known works, but one of his best for sure. Then we have Flaubert's Salammbô. Um, probably, admittedly, my least favorite Flaubert. I think it's his least successful project, but for all the antiquarians who watch your channel, it's set in the heyday of Carthage. Flaubert was obsessed with the Near East and did a couple famous trips to do the research for this novel, which was quite meticulous, and set this story in the Roman period in Carthage. So, it's a good read for people who are looking for historical fiction.
What is the Near East?
I think that's just a kind of old-fashioned term for um, North Africa, Mesopotamia, that area. So not the Far East, but the Near East. So essentially the Middle East, what we would more readily call it today. What do we have here? Nabokov, Abakov. Yeah. I took a class at Berkeley just on him that was wonderful. Where we read all of his American works. He wrote quite a few in Russian before he moved to the States and switched to English. So this would be everything in those two volumes from what was his first American? I forget now. It's been a long time, but Lolita, Ada, so many great books in there. Another lesser known one that I highly recommend that people don't read enough is called Pnin. It's Pnin. It's just a portrait of a university professor who feels very lost on campus. I think one of the best academic novels I've ever written, and it never gets mentioned in lists of those. Um,
The AI is saying the first one is the real life of Sebastian Knight.
yeah, Sebastian Knight,
Okay.
his novel. Yeah. What else do we have here? I'll maybe skip over these last three. James Cain will have a lot more to say about when we get to American literature, and the other two I haven't read much of yet. I'm gonna go with shelf. We have The Golden Bough, Fraser on the left. That's his great work of what do you call it? Comparative anthropology, I believe would be the term. Studying primitive rites and folklore and customs across a variety of cultures. I won't say too much about that. You will see probably more than one dictionary of names as we go through my shelves. I at least own two, maybe more. Um, as a fiction writer myself, I have always felt that I can't make any progress with a character until I at least give them a provisional name. That name might change if I stumble upon a better one, but I can't think about a character if they don't have a first name at the very least. And so I'm always flipping through these name dictionaries, just looking for suggestions. This one, I think, from what I recall, though, is fairly useless because it's a lot of historical, kind of obscure names that I can't get away with using for people in 21st century Pennsylvania, which is where all of my creative writing is set. What else do we have here? Neil Simon's plays, Steinbeck's short novels. The Rabbit series from Updike is a lot of fun. I haven't read them all four yet, but the first one's what is it? They're all called. They all have rabbit in the title, and now I'm mixing them all up in my head. So I forget what the first one is, but it's a wonderful novel about a man going essentially through a midlife identity crisis. Arrowsmith is a great novel about a pandemic, a bubonic plague outbreak in the early 20th century, and the doctor who goes to treat it. Elmer Gantry, so many books here that I'm seeing that I realize I have bought because I saw the movie first. Elmer Gantry is about a con artist, traveling revival preacher, played beautifully by, I believe, Burt Lancaster in the classic film. Let's see, what do we have?
I
It's
looked
like
up the four Rabbit
Mhm.
novels. So the first one is Rabbit Run, then Rabbit Redux, then Rabbit is Rich, and then Rabbit at Rest.
Yeah. And the first one opens with this amazing scene of a guy, I think he's just quit his job or lost his job, I forget, but he's coming home and he sees, he's probably about 30 and he sees a bunch of boys playing basketball and he just joins them in a pickup game, even though he's 3 times their age. And it's just a wonderful opening symbol of a guy who wants to recreate his youth in some way. Um, fellow Pennsylvania writer, Updike. John O'Hara, I'll probably say more about him when we get to his short stories. Henry James, I'll also save for the American shelf. The next ones are excerpted collection of Samuel Pepys's diaries. I don't know if those have come up on your channel before, but I'm sure your viewers would be interested to hear a little bit about them.
Yeah.
So
We actually talked about them in Jason Johnston's
okay.
the 36-hour Pastors Tour. We spent a little bit of time on these.
Okay, so I won't belabor it, but 17th century diarist, the great diarist of all of human history, essentially. What else do we have here? Christ in Concrete. That one's worth a second. That is one of the great early 20th century American novels that very few people read or know about, by Pietro di Donato, which is not the most traditionally American sounding name you've ever heard for a novelist, but he wrote this incredibly beautiful story about a family and how they're affected by the death of the father during a construction accident in the early 20th century when they're throwing up all these skyscrapers and they're not exactly following, what is it called, OSHA codes of safety or anything like that. And so this man dies in an accident where his scaffolding implodes on him and he gets essentially crucified in concrete. And the rest of the novel is about the fallout for his family as they're struggling to survive without their breadwinner. It's written in a really unique voice. I would say it reminds me a little bit of James Joyce or John Dos Passos, some of those early 20th century modernists. It's a little experimental. I wouldn't say highly experimental, but where he combines a kind of lyrical voice with Italian American dialect in really unusual, interesting ways. Highly, highly recommend that novel. What else do we have here? Marx and Engels, Wealth of Nations. I told you the shelf's an utter hodgepodge. Sir Walter Scott's classic novel about what is that? The Norman invasion. That one, I believe. It's been a long time since I've read that. Saints and Strangers is a history of Plymouth Rock. A lot of this stuff here I've either acquired, planning to read more in the future, or towards a book that I'm thinking about writing after I finish my current one. So that's what some of this historical fiction is here for.
Can you give us a little teaser on what the next book is?
Yeah, when we get to the Pennsylvania history shelf, I'll say more, but it's set. It would be set in the 1760s, and it would be essentially Pennsylvania's answer to Blood Meridian. It would have a lot to do with the Indian Wars and how some of that shook out in the founding of Pennsylvania as a state. That Norton Shakespeare I used as my teaching copy when I was a TA for a Shakespeare class at Berkeley. So that has fond memories from my early days while I was trying to figure out what it meant to be a teacher. The Milton is from a class I took at Berkeley with Kevis Goodman, the amazing Milton scholar there. A fantastic class. And then I have
But didn't you say you got did you say you got your degree in philosophy?
my undergrad degree was in philosophy, but my PhD was in English.
Okay, so I was just wondering like how you made that transition and what caused that to
Yeah.
happen.
I it was essentially a coin flip. I mean, I always studied philosophy and literature alongside one another, and I was one of those philosophy students who was really interested in like questions of whether there were things that philosophy couldn't do that it needed literature to do for it, like where the limits of philosophy met the limits of literature. And so, I was always reading philosophers who had similar questions in mind, like Nietzsche and Heidegger, for instance, who would talk about what poetic language can do that ordinary language can't, things like that. So I was always interdisciplinary in that regard.
And continental philosophy lends itself more towards that than analytical.
Exactly, by a mile. And so when it came time when I finished undergrad and I started putting graduate applications together, I just kind of flipped a coin and figured I knew I wanted to eventually become a creative writer, so maybe I should go lean a little more literary studies and specialize. But then the philosophy always stuck with me. And like I said, at Berkeley, my dissertation ended up being heavily on Plato and Heidegger anyway. So I've always been interdisciplinary in that regard. I don't know the backstory on these folio Oscar Wildes, but there should be a third edition in there. It was one of the books that got ruined in the great basement flood of 2024. But luckily, it was the one with his fiction in it, and I have that in many other copies in the house anyway. Whereas these two, the essays and letters and plays and poems, are the only copies I have. I don't know the
Bizarre
history.
2 and 2.
Yeah, yeah, and it had a case and everything. It was lovely, very Art Nouveau. Um, what do we have here? Henry James travel writings, Ben Franklin. Um, that history of Pennsylvania is outstanding, and you see the sticky tabs where I'm scheming towards a future book at the top. Theology, any theology you see, I'm not at all a specialist in theology, but again, I'm usually reading towards a character I'm working on or something like that, and I'm working on a story about a priest at the moment, and so I have picked up a few works of theology just to try to get um, the way priests both think and talk about the world a little bit into my head, if that makes sense. I know you had somebody on that, Pastor Jason, I believe was his name,
Jason Johnston.
yeah, who spoke about Edwards at length, so I'll just skip over that.
We
Um,
read his famous, we read a little extract from his famous, basically the most famous sermon, which is called
the
just
one with the spider? The one about the spider?
It's sinners in the hands of an angry God.
Is it God? Yeah.
1741.
I
First
think
Great Awakening.
I think he has a metaphor.
Oh yeah, I
Spider.
found the quote.
Yeah.
It's let me see if I can get the full one, but the line, the spider, it did pull that up as one of the most quoted line from it.
Mhm.
Let me read this because it's such a, I mean, it really is the most famous sermon in all of kind of American history. The God that holds you over the pit of hell, much as one holds a spider or some loathsome insect over the fire, abhors you and is dreadfully provoked. His wrath towards you burns like fire. He looks upon you as worthy of nothing else but to be cast into the fire. He has a purer eyes than to bear to have you in his sight. You are 10,000 times more abominable in his eyes than the most hateful venomous serpent is in ours. You have offended him infinitely more than even a stubborn rebel did his prince, and yet it is nothing but his hand that holds you from falling into the fire every moment. It is to be ascribed to nothing else that you did not go to hell the last night, that you was suffered to awake again in this world after you closed your eyes to sleep. And there's no other reason to be given why you have not dropped into hell since you arose in the morning, but that God's hand has held you up. There's no other reason to be given why you have not gone to hell since you have sat here in the house of God, provoking his pure eyes by your sinful, wicked manner of attending his solemn worship. Yea, there is nothing else that is to be given as a reason why you do not this very moment drop down into hell.
Words to live by.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, if we keep moving, the Vulgate Bible, there's 2 copies of that are also your fault, because you introduced me to the Dumbarton Oaks series, which is just amazing. I'm really blown away. So I'm looking forward to getting more by them. I love the layout of them. I mean, I'm not going to talk a lot about the tactility of books, I guess, during this as much as the content, but they're wonderfully laid out, easy to use. It's the best Bible I've ever looked at.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
The one next to it, I don't know if you've featured any of these yet, but that's cool. That's a facsimile reproduction of the original 1611 King James Version. So, with all the S's looking like F's and all of the original orthography. It takes a magnifying glass to read that one, but it's fun.
Nice.
Hmm.
Okay.
All
So
right.
that wraps up
One bookcase there.
one bookcase here. And so now we've got the one right next to it here. Okay, so did you want to say something first about the poster up top? Or not poster, what would you call it?
Well, it's it's funny. It's a nice symbol of what turned me into a reader in the first place. I think one of the main things that made me bookish as a teenager was my obsession with Morrissey and the Smiths. And I would read Morrissey's interviews, as many as I could get my hands on back then, and he was constantly name dropping favorite writers. Above all, Oscar Wilde. He's the person who introduced me to Oscar Wilde. Dickens, poets, various English novelists and poets. And so this is a collection of his records. He's famous for designing his album covers, that I've collected over the years that I had framed, many years ago. So that's the story there.
Okay.
So this is the philosophy shelf, bookcase, I should say. It is very much reflective of a Villanova education. It is thoroughly continental. There were only a couple exceptions. Maybe I'll hop around with highlights more than go book by book. I mean, we have all of our Plato's and Aristotle's, of course, to start off. Where's a good place to start here? I mean, one thing I'll say, the one once you get past Aristotle, we get into the Stoics, and I've started to read those recently. I don't know who did that translation of Marcus Aurelius, but it's what turned me into a fan of Marcus Aurelius. It's a really beautiful translation, whereas others I'd read in the past kind of left me cold. But I've been reading a lot of Stoics lately. Seneca, Epicurus qualifies to an extent, Epictetus, that scuffed copy below him. And these are something, speaking as a professor here for a second, I've never understood why philosophy departments don't offer classes in Stoicism. They almost always seem to avoid it, despite it being the most applicable for 20-year-olds, the most direct to their life experience. And Stoic values, I think, have kind of gotten lost in modern culture, contemporary culture, I should say. We could all do with a bit of a Stoic revival. So I've really been enjoying these now in my late 40s and wishing that I had had a chance to study them a little more formally back in college.
Could you say a few words about this evolution of medieval thought?
Yeah, and there's another professor attached to that. So that one and the several above it were all part of a class I took at Villanova, a medieval philosophy requirement. But the professor allowed a few of us students who were in the honors program there at the time to do a separate small seminar, and that was one of the core texts for it. So it's just a wonderful overview of medieval philosophy. It covers everything from the nominalist realist debates that you alluded to earlier to ethics, aesthetics, ontology, metaphysics. It covers all of the bases. It's a really great overview of medieval philosophy.
Is there
So that was
anything there on us aesthetics that you would connect to your interest in art, like we were talking earlier with Ruskin?
if you can just scoot up the photo just a tiny bit, that book that you can't quite see, that once said Art and Beauty of the Middle Ages, I believe it's called. It's by Umberto Eco, and it is the perfect survey introduction to medieval art and medieval philosophies of aesthetics.
Well,
He covers. It's a wonderful little book. And that was actually in this class that I'm referring to, taught by a wonderful professor named Father McCartney, who really just kind of sat back and allowed each of the students in that class to teach one of the books that you're seeing here. I taught the Umberto Eco because I was so interested in theories of art and beauty at the time. And it covers things like, what do they call it? There's this sort of trinity of medieval theories of beauty, that beauty must possess claritas, so clarity or light. It's been a long time, so bear with me. Integritas, I think, is the second quality, so it has to have some sort of wholeness. And then I think the third one is consonantia, something like that. It has to have, I believe that has the sense of proportionality. So beauty is something that's infused with light, whole, and arranged in a proportionally pleasing way. It's a bit of a mouthful, but yeah, that's a really great book if you're curious about medieval aesthetics.
yeah, that, I mean, this one right next to it also, Summa of the Summa.
It's basically Aquinas's greatest hits. It's just selections from the Summa for those of us who, aren't going to live for 1,000 years and don't have time to read. I don't know how many volumes the Summa runs to, but
We have a guy in the comments who almost every video, he's like, I hope your guest lives 1,000 years so they can read all the books in their library.
the one above it by Baldwin is a little book on scholastic culture. That's fantastic.
I was
Goes
going to
into
ask you about this one.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It goes into the early history of, like, the first university in Paris at so I guess it was Cluny originally at the Sorbonne. Um what's the city in Italy? Maybe it's Bologna that had an equivalent
Yeah.
university early on. And by early on I'm talking 1100s. And so it just goes into the early roots of education, monasticism, and does a deep dive into like the history of what I was talking about earlier in the video about the trivium and quadrivium and how that worked as the basis for all of Western education.
Let me give some dates for that because I just put that into AI. University of Bologna around 1088, University of Oxford 1096, University of Paris 1150, University of Cambridge 1209,
Wow.
University of Salamanca is 1218,
Hmm.
University of Padua 1222, and there are some earlier proto-universities in the Islamic world. University of Al-Qarawiyyin,
Mm.
859. Al-Azhar University, 970.
Wow.
And Nalanda University, 5th century, Buddhist monastic, destroyed 12th century.
Mm.
Um, yeah, the world of those universities was so interesting, of like the traveling professor and
Mhm.
just sort of a bit of a Wild West kind of vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's funny when you do a little bit of reading into this. There's a few books that have gotten lost over the years on this that I wouldn't remember the titles of offhand, but that I learned about early university culture from. And it's funny how many parallels there are to like the equivalent of a grad student today, just barely getting by on a stipend would have been in the 1100s, would have been the assistant to the teacher who was, maybe just getting offered a meal plan and a room to crash in the monastery. It's funny how, in that sense, university culture hasn't really changed all that much in 1,000 years.
Mhm. The cell, the monastery and the cell.
Monastic cell, exactly. The next one, have you had anybody speak about Vico on your channel?
No, I'd love to hear.
Yeah, he's great. Giambattista Vico, 1600s, I want to say. The New Science. So he's a weird thinker. I got onto him via James Joyce. One book that'll certainly come up later in our conversations is Finnegan's Wake. Joyce was which was a big part of my academic career. Probably unfortunately, I should say. Um, but Joyce was obsessed with Vico and used Vico's idea of that human history moves in like a quadripartite set of cycles. It's four main cycles. Used that to build the structure of Finnegan's Wake, his last great, very mysterious sort of masterpiece. Um, and the cycles are God, it's been a long time. There's like a kind of age of God, age of men, where you're progressively moving from primitive forms of imaginative wisdom to up to more what we would call modern rationality. And Vico thought that human history moves in these cycles where we sort of circle back to the beginning again and get like re-primitive, if you will. And he has this idea in the book that I really like called calls it poetic wisdom. He says that early man, especially lacking the kind of resources necessary to have full-fledged rationality, would understand the world in poetic terms. So all of your ancient mythologies are obviously the most salient example of this. Seeing gods in the sky where there are stars, things like that. And it's just a very productive idea, I think, for, thinking about ancient ways of relating to the universe and the world around you to understand it poetically. Um, he also has a lot of books that we'll see in the shelf will have to do with the origin of language, where language initially comes from. And Vico's take on that was that the first act of language would have been in response to the fear caused by thunder above, that it would be an imitation of thunder sounds that primitive or man was hearing and just kind of reacting to in fear, that he thinks that's where all language came from. Joyce takes that idea in Finnegan's Wake and uses it to create these 100-letter thunder words. Maybe I can say more about that when we get to Finnegan's Wake, but these very long onomatopoeic attempts to recreate the sound of thunder in language, and it's one of his many tributes to Vico in that book.
Does that connect at all to the microcosm and macrocosm?
In what sense?
Just in terms of maybe poetry being sort of micro and prose being macro.
Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. I've never heard it. I've never heard it put in those terms, but I think that would fit.
Okay.
So what do we have here? Our Descartes, all of our Enlightenment. We have rationalists, we have empiricists, we have extreme idealists like Bishop Berkeley. Bishop Berkeley being the one who thought that the material world was just a product of our mind and not actually real at all. To which, do you know the story about Samuel Johnson's reaction to reading Bishop Berkeley for the first time? Have you heard this story before?
Not sure. Maybe not.
So he reads, I believe it's Samuel Johnson. He reads this book by Berkeley, and the famous line is that he walked out of his house and he kicked a rock, the biggest rock he could find in his yard, and he said, "Thus I refute Berkeley." That was his reaction to the book. So yeah, I mean, this is all stuff I studied in college, not extremely closely, but various forms of epistemology, the study of how we know what we know. You could probably scroll through to Kant in that regard, and we can breeze through these, I think. Kant being the last of the critical philosophy, stressing the limits of human reason. Then we have some stuff on Schiller. Let's see, Schiller's Aesthetics.
Yeah,
And
just say a few words about this one.
I mean, these are letters he wrote. I forget to whom. I'm very rusty on Schiller, but he's uh, early romantic, so writing various ideas about poetic beauty, artistic beauty, in a highly romantic way. So there's a lot of, what do they call it in German, Sturm und Drang in those letters, like storm and stress. They're very quintessentially romantic. Let's put it that way. But it's all about developing that idea of Bildung, as they call it in German. How do we aesthetically educate ourselves? How do we get cultivated to be someone who can appreciate beauty? I'm sorry, I'm very rusty on Schiller. It's been a long time since I've read him, but the Rousseau at the very top, another interesting take on language. Um, Rousseau, I don't know Herder as well, but the Rousseau I've read and taught once or twice, and I used to teach a class before I made the switch to medical humanities. I used to teach just a class on language in general, where I would incorporate those ideas I was talking about earlier from the Cratylus about the nature of signs, linguistic signs, whether they're arbitrary or not. Um, and then we would discuss various theories of the origin of language. Rousseau thinks language comes more from an expression of emotion, expression of pain, the witnessing of pain, reactions to that. So again, it marks him a little bit as a romantic linguist of sorts. And Rousseau's interesting too, in that he thinks language is very tied to our environment. So one speaks Italian in Italy because Italian is a natural expression of the terrain, of the territory, the environment, the weather, etc. You go further north, you're going to get colder Nordic sounding languages like Anglo-Saxon. So he was a big proponent of the idea that languages vary because of, the environments in which we live.
Did you ever get into the Sapir-Whorf theory?
I did. I did. I don't know if I have any other books around, but it's something I've taught several times over the years. The idea that, and I know it's debated scientifically, but I'm probably a big adherent of the theory that, in a nutshell, that we can only think in the languages we know. That languages are essentially categories of thought. And so if you don't have a word for something, you literally can't think it. If you don't have a syntax or a way of phrasing the world in a certain way, you can't think along those lines. And And like I said, I know it's been debated for 100 years now, but I tend to think it has a lot of common sense veracity to it.
So, we didn't talk about the languages you've studied besides we talked about Latin. Maybe we could
Mhm.
spend a few moments if there's any other languages you've studied over the
Mhm.
years.
Sure. I'm fluent in French, albeit rusty these days because I don't use it like I used to. But I lived in France for many years and was lucky enough to be an exchange student in high school, which got that base in my brain that I've held on to for the rest of my life. I studied a lot of German and when I was doing my dissertation, but that was really like a crash course. I got some reading facility, but my spoken German was terrible. I didn't really develop that. I just was working on Heidegger, and so I knew I needed at least a little bit of German under my belt to appreciate it, especially because I was looking at his ideas on the German language, among other things. So I needed at least some mastery. And that's it, really. I mean, I did a little bit of Greek just so that when you're looking on the left side of a Loeb instead of the right, you can see which keywords are being used, if you know what I mean, for the Cratylus and things like that, but that's it.
So, do you read anything in French?
Oh, yeah, yeah. We have, that's the shelf over my shoulder that I guess we'll get to later on, but, anytime I'm reading a French writer, I'm reading them in French, though lately that's been changing a little bit now that when I'm writing something, I wanna be reading only in English because I wanna be exposed to as many English words I might feel like using myself, but when I was studying French literature, I was always reading that in French, yeah.
To what extent do you think being fluent in French uh, affects your thinking? You're sort of thinking in categories when you're still thinking in English. You're like, to what extent, um, do you have to be in French in order to use the French ontology or category system versus do you have access to it in English also?
Yeah, I mean, French and English, like, syntactically speaking, aren't so different that I feel like I'm switching ontologies, going one from the other, as you put it, whereas, I don't know, I mean, because I know you're asking a kind of a Sapir-Whorf question. There are things like middle voice in Greek, or um, there's ways of nominalizing verbs in Chinese, or what's the example? There's a tense example that you always hear about with this theory. I think it's in Navajo or something, where you hear a way of doing language and you say, that is completely and utterly alien to me to structure language that way. I don't feel like French and English are so vastly different that I've ever
Come
gotten.
across in some translations of Foucault where it's like kind of important how you translate. So I guess I'm talking more about like in terms of philosophy and
Mhm.
literary theory, um, when you're translating a word from
No, yeah.
French into, and if you just use the cognate term, that's not necessarily going to capture the connotation in French. Or you
Yeah,
just
yeah. No, please continue.
just that was it. Like, and Foucault will use words in sort of new ways also. So there's kind of just these layers of translation that need to happen, and just getting a handle on the categories he or other
Yeah.
philosophers or critics are using is sometimes difficult.
Yeah, when you put it that way, it's a lot clearer to me. I mean, 'cause what you're ultimately talking about is connotation, right? You can have a cognate and it's denotatively, it'll be the same word, but connotatively, it'll have such a different feel, from one
Well,
language.
sometimes the denotation can also be different.
Sure, sure. Do you familiar with Walter Benjamin's writings on this question?
No.
So he has an essay called "The Task of the Translator." It's in his book Illuminations, and That's an essay also used to teach in that language class I alluded to earlier. He talks about, he says, translation is helpful to us to help us realize that the real meaning we're trying to get to most likely exists between languages. It's not that we're trying to get the English sense of bread. He uses the word bread as his main example, and turn that into pain in French or brought in German or whatever it is. He says there's some between of all these languages, and that's always what we're really trying to get at when we talk. And he refers to that as like the reine Sprache, like the pure language.
Mm.
It's meant to be this, not I wouldn't call it mystical language exactly, but it's meant to be this like primordial expression that can't really be captured in any natural human language, and that's because he was very interested in biblical studies as well. I think he always has in mind the language of Adam in the Garden of Eden, this like original language that's purer than any fallen human language that we would use today.
It's interesting you should bring that up because I remember that's like in the history of linguistics, that was like a big deal during a certain period of time is like, well, what was I think maybe in philology, like what was
Yep.
the language of Adam? And if you think about like Proto-Indo-European and how you sometimes think about that versus like, did all the languages come out of one language?
Yeah.
There's sort of a prehistory to that in the
Yeah.
language of Adam.
Would you mind hopping down a shelf and to the
Yeah.
top a little bit? Because it'll directly continue with what we're talking about here. We can always go back.
Yeah.
Uh, so those two books right there, Mimologics by Gerard Genet, and also Umberto Eco's The Search for the Perfect Language, are the two best books, period, on these questions that you're raising, in my opinion. These two were my Bibles in grad school when I was doing my dissertation on Plato's The Cratylus. I'll just say a little bit about both. The Umberto Eco book is very interested in, well, let me do it in the other order, actually. The Genet book is all about that question that I raised at the outset about the nature of linguistic signs. Is language, excuse me, arbitrary or not? Is it possible to create a language that's more necessary and non-arbitrary? What would that look like? And so Genet goes through the history from Plato's Cratylus basically to Esperanto of attempts to address that question. He handles a lot of figures along the way. John Wilkins is a really important figure in this. In the Renaissance, he tried to create a new philosophical language that would solve this problem. There's so many figures I could name, but I won't bore you with too many details. But he just traces that trajectory of this, what he calls this dream of a perfect language, a language where word and thing really match each other perfectly. Umberto Eco does the same thing, but with more emphasis on questions of the origin of language. When did we start speaking and why? And then questions about whether that language, that early form of language was purer, better, whatever the case may be. And so when he's talking, for instance, about Adam in the Garden of Eden, there's this idea that that runs through medieval theology, Renaissance linguistics, all the way to modern literary criticism of like what would it's called, the term for it is prelapsarian language. What would a language look like before the fall, right? The fall of man due to sin out of the Garden of Eden. And did we once therefore have a language that was perfect where there would be no miscommunication, no ambiguity, no ability to lie? It would be some kind of pure, perfect, clear language that really reveals the nature of whatever you're speaking about perfectly, versus are the fallen languages that we speak with now that are shot through with all kinds of linguistic vices, if you will. So things like polysemy, how you can have many meanings for one word, or redundancy, you could have many words for the same thing, or ambiguity, so on and so forth. And I
Is that the first one?
with polysemy, that one.
Oh yeah.
Polysemy.
Multiple meaning.
Well,
I was going to say, it made me think of two books, Principia Mathematica by Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead, and then Leibniz's Characteristica Universalis.
I'm gonna write that second one down.
Yeah, the
Right.
AI pulled that one.
Characteristica.
A universal symbolic language for all thought combined with a calculus.
So Jeanette has, I'm not super strong on Leibniz, but Jeanette has a chapter on Leibniz in Mimologics, where from what I recall, he does refer to Leibniz as being in this history of Cratylism. He's someone who does therefore, meaning strive to either create a new language that would be perfect, or to revive an old one. And if memory serves, the idea is that in in a phrase, Leibniz basically tries to turn language into math. He sees math as the perfect, clear expression of meaning.
Hmm.
Yeah. So should we jump back to wherever we were?
Yeah.
Okay, shelf 2 here. Great. Um, well, I won't say much about Hegel. I mean, I've never studied him formally. I've never even taken a class on him. I enjoy his aesthetics lectures quite a lot. I've done one read of the Phenomenology of Spirit on my own, and won't pretend that I mastered that. Sure, Schopenhauer either. Why don't we jump to Nietzsche if that's all right?
Yeah.
And I have another book here that if you want to unshare screen again, another sentimental favorite. So my copy of The Birth of Tragedy that I studied in 1996 with a professor who has become almost a second father to me. Professor named Kevin Miles taught a class at Villanova University in the 90s on The Birth of Tragedy, Nietzsche's very first book. I believe it was essentially his doctoral dissertation. And this was a tiny seminar. There were like 6 or 7 students, many of us, weirdly, who went on to get PhDs. We were this little cohort at Villanova who were all very eager to soak up as much of this stuff as we could, and we all just sort of fed off of each other. Um, the reason I want to highlight this book in particular is because this book, or at least studying this book with Kevin Miles 30 years ago, I think taught me more about what it means to read closely and to read well than any other book I've ever studied. The Birth of Tragedy isn't particularly long. It's 100 some odd pages. It's an essay about many things, a lot to do with art and beauty. And it famously, it's the book in which Nietzsche describes these two impulses, these artistic impulses that he says were what gave birth to Greek art, especially Greek tragedy. Those two artistic forces are the Apollinian and the Dionysian, named after their respective gods. The Apollinian is more pictorial, visual, whereas the Dionysian is more musical, orgiastic, violent. I'm just speaking in very broad brushstrokes here, but I'm sure a lot of your viewers are well familiar with these concepts. I don't want to belabor them. But the beauty of this class and studying this book in particular with Kevin Miles is, a 16-week seminar, a 100-page book. We've moved very slowly. And I think we finished The Birth of Tragedy about 4 weeks into the class. And we were wrapping up, whatever, it was like a last seminar of the week kind of thing. And we're wrapping up, and Kevin said, all right, well, I'll see you all on Monday. And we thought he was just having a senior moment or something because he hadn't told us what we were going to do. We finished the book. What was there left to do? And so one of us asked him, well, all right, Professor Miles, what do we read on Monday? And he said, what do you mean? Chapter 1. We'll start it again. And we did that 4 times in a row in that class. We read nothing. There were a few secondary materials, of course, but we only had one text. It was only about 100 pages long, and we read it 4 times in a row in that seminar. And that really taught me the value of the importance of rereading. I mean, as your audience is listening to me here, I'm sure you'll notice sometimes I remember books extremely well. Sometimes I just remember a thumbnail sketch of them. And that's usually the difference between whether I've read something 2 or 3 times or only read it once. And, it was that class in particular that really taught me the value of that the most important thing to make time for isn't reading more and buying more and more books and just infinitely branching out. I mean, I think it's important to identify those, I don't know, 100 books or so that you wanna make sure you're constantly rereading throughout your life.
Um, are you annotating when you read?
Oh, always, yeah. That's another reason why I don't buy a lot of expensive editions. You saw all my fanciest books were on that first bookcase, but, I buy books with the intent of, tearing them to shreds, yeah.
And like what I do is I use a different colored pen for each reread. So I do blue pen for my first read,
Mhm.
and then red for my second read, and then green for my third, and purple for my fourth.
Smart. I might try that actually, I like that idea. I've developed I have a lot of code words that I've used, um, off like two-letter acronyms for author names or concepts and things like that, so my margins are full of a code. I always do a squiggly line in the margins anytime something makes me laugh, so my books are just full of squiggly little lines along the margins everywhere. Um, and then I tend to do topics at the top, especially if I'm teaching a book. Can I show another one since we
Yep.
brought this is one we'll talk about later, but, it's a good one. I have a teaching book handy here. It's Susan Sontag's Illness as Metaphor. Let's save this for when we get to, um, medical humanities because this is the Bible of that, but, you know, a legal book ends up looking something like that when I'm teaching something especially.
Wow.
Um, yeah.
There's something I think about philosophy where aren't there like you see the brackets, and there are some in philosophy like semi-standardized symbols, logical symbols, and
Yeah. Yeah, I've never taken formal logic like that. Again, more analytic philosophy than continental. I don't think Villanova even offered a logic class when I was there. Um, so I just developed my own code instead. So yeah, we have so much good. I mean, I have pretty much everything by Nietzsche here. There's Zarathustra and the Portable, the Gay Science, Will to Power. I've only taught a few things by Nietzsche over the years. Some genealogy and morals I've taught.
could you
Uh,
connect this? You're talking about your satanic era.
yeah. Um, you have, I mean, what the well, if we're going to talk Nietzsche and Satanism, I guess you have to bring up the Antichrist. But um, that book, he ends up going after Socrates, as I recall, more than Jesus. I mean, I was very compelled in the, like every young Catholic, I guess I was sort of turned off by the authoritarianism of the church in my teens and 20s and rebelled against it. And so I was, very drawn to Nietzsche's critique of, what would he call it? Herd values, I suppose, is the term he would use for it. And the need to like break out of obedient forms of conformism. So books like Beyond Good and Evil, the Antichrist, and the Portable Nietzsche, and the Will to Power, I guess, meant a lot to me back then. Yeah, in my 20s. And I remember I used to have these, a lot of the professors at Villanova, at least back then, I don't think this is true today, but would lean a little more traditional and a little more conservative. And there was one professor named Anthony Godziba, a brilliant theology professor that I would butt heads with like all day, every day. I would bring the Nietzschean perspective. He would bring the more like biblical hermeneutical perspective. And we had so many great conversations. Seeing eye to eye, at least in those days, on absolutely nothing, but I think now that I'm his age, I probably agree with more of what he said back then um, than what I used to say to him.
What do you
Uh,
think made you kind of change?
um, yeah, great question. More than anything, a sense of like gratitude and respect for tradition. Um, by which I mean, you can read someone as iconoclastic as Nietzsche, but never forget that Nietzsche read his Plato in Greek for breakfast. He knew the whole tradition. He always knew that if he wanted to, what does he call it? Philosophize with a hammer. If he wanted to destroy things, he had to know them, as well as the author that he was trying to destroy. So if he was, trying to overcome Western metaphysics or Christianity or Platonism, and replace them with his ideas, he needed to know them extremely well. And I think that's probably what's made me drift back to a little bit more conservative way of being an intellectual, that I'm you don't get a book collection like I have if you're not a kind of Harold Bloomian defender of the Western canon. You just don't even bother to collect the kind of books I've collected unless you think that regardless of whether I want to agree with what's in these books or not. I can think of a great example that's coming up in a second. Regardless of whether I want to agree with these books or not, I need to grapple with them. I need to take them seriously. He says, as you scroll to Mein Kampf at the top of the page here. So why do I have these two near Nietzsche? Nordau, Hitler's Mein Kampf. Maybe I'll say more about the third one above that in a second if you want.
Yeah.
These two thinkers.
Actually, I don't know if it makes sense, but I do want to ask you about this book also, Life is Literature. So wherever that
Yeah.
gets lost.
No, please. Well, let me jump back and then I'll get to the other point. That is my favorite book on Nietzsche. I have almost no secondary sources in this shelf, but I have so much respect for that book by Alexander Nehamas. I assume I've lost track of him, but I assume he's long retired by now. But he came to one of our classes in that Birth of Tragedy seminar I was talking about, and presented to us his work on Nietzsche, and that is just a wonderful book. It has a lot to do with ideas, as the subtitle implies, ideas of one's life as a like an artistic creation. So it's very in line with Oscar Wilde's ideas of what it meant to live an artistic life. Um, so there's a lot of that in there. It gives the best account, the clearest account of what's called perspectivism, Nietzsche's idea that there are no truths, there are only interpretations, and that the closest we'll ever come to a truth with a capital T is to collect all the various interpretations of something and kind of accumulate them or synthesize them or something like that. It's just a wonderful, wonderful book on Nietzsche, and he was a real charmer. Nehamas, I really liked him the time I met him. I remember that copy's autographed, and his thing was when he autographed his book, he asked you your name. He then went to the title page. He crossed out his own name and wrote yours in its place. And I don't remember what exactly that meant to him, but it was a nice gesture. So should we get to Nordau and Hitler?
Yeah.
So Nordau, he's another like fascinating, fascinating figure in intellectual history. I don't know if you've heard of him before. He's not super well known.
No.
Uh, he was a Hungarian doctor in the 1800s, and he wrote this book, Degeneration, despite him being a Jewish Hungarian doctor, his book went on to very much influence the Nazis 40 years later. The gist of the book is this. He's what's called, Max Nordau is what's called a cultural diagnostician. So he doesn't just study culture, he brings that medical background that he had in his life to bear, and he, in a sense, diagnoses cultures as either healthy or sick. Now, this was a very big popular attitude to take towards the end of the 19th century, what they call fin de siècle thinking, end of the century thinking, where the 1800s were coming to an end. And a lot of people were looking around and seeing signs of decline, degeneration, de-evolution, and very worried about the future. And sadly, in a lot of ways, I guess they turned out to be right. So Nordau goes around and he analyzes various forms of art, painting, music, especially literature and philosophy. He has chapters in that book on one of my favorite novelists that we'll talk about later, Huysmans, a French novelist. He has chapters on Nietzsche, Ibsen, I think Wagner, and he he looks at all of these arts and he says, the fact that these appeal are signs that our culture is sick and that we're developing various forms of what he called degeneration. And then he starts to use that to look at social types that were prevalent at the time. This is the heyday of diseases like neurasthenia and hysteria in France was gaining more attention. And so he's looking around and he's saying, look at the art scene, look at culture today. It's producing all of these nervous, hysterical young men and women, and basically, in a nutshell, we're headed to hell in a handbasket. Um, now, I I don't necessarily agree with him, and I obviously think lots of great art has been produced long after this book was written, and I find a lot of his examples plain odd. But the appeal of this book is twofold. He's first of all just a hilarious ranter. So that's 400, 500 pages of him just destroying all of these artists and identifying them as almost like causes at one and the same time, like causes and symptoms of the cultural sickness that he's, railing against. The other reason to read Nordau is because he was a really amazing predictor of the future. And so I used to teach him in my health humanities class at Emory. I would teach a couple excerpts to him, and there's this one eerily prescient quote where he says, he talks about the future and he starts predicting what it'll be like 100 years from now. And there's this passage, I'm sorry I don't have it ready to hand, but maybe we can splice it in somehow or something. But he essentially predicts Facebook. He talks about how, well, in 100 years, we'll all be in flying machines and we'll live in a world where we have 10,000 acquaintances, but no real friends, and we're constantly bombarded by new information. He predicts the information age in like scarily accurate terms. And this is one other thing, and then I'll move on, but that I admire about Nordau. He does something that Thoreau does, and that, like, even when I was a teenager, struck me as a really important point to make and to hold on to. Is he reminds us that it's not natural, normal, or healthy for the average human being to follow world news. We are not built for it, and it doesn't do us any good. Thoreau famously said, like, "Why would I read about the newspapers? It's another day, another man, another dog bit a man. Like, why would why would I constantly bombard myself with what's going on all around the world?" Nordau, as a doctor, he gives that a kind of medical sheen, that argument, and he says, it's actually profoundly unhealthy for us to have our attention constantly pulled to all four corners of the globe, be aware that there's a war going on here, there's this going on there. And so, he just reminds us, I think, in a valuable way about the dangers of information overload, basically.
I think I found the passage here. The end of the 20th century, therefore, will probably see a generation to whom it will not be injurious to read a dozen square yards of newspapers daily, to be constantly called to the telephone, to be thinking simultaneously of the 5 continents of the world, to live half their time in a railway carriage or in a flying machine, and to satisfy the demands of a circle of 10,000 acquaintances, associates, and friends. It will know how to find its ease in the midst of a city inhabited by millions, and will be able, with the nerves of gigantic vigor, to respond without haste or agitation to the almost innumerable claims of existence.
Yes, thank you so much. Isn't that an incredible quote?
Hmm.
In my health humanities class, I would always read that out to my students, and then I would just say, Instagram, the demands of 10,000 acquaintances, the constant calling to the telephone. It's just a brilliant prediction of what, 21st century life was going to look like.
Have you read Nexus by Yuval Noah Harari?
No, sorry, what is it?
It's Yuval Noah Harari, who wrote *Sapiens* and *Homo Deus*. His most recent book is *Nexus*, and he has a theory called dataism, which kind of gets at almost a post-human theory of with AI and kind of thinking about reality in terms of information and information flows and information processing, it's even biological computation and kind of how information gets passed through the body and through organisms. But it's kind of, I think it's another, I think it's he has a great description in that book of that kind of futuristic way of thinking. Um, I was just also going to say that this book, Degeneration, is 1895, and it's on Project Gutenberg. If anybody wants to take a quick peek at it.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you for providing that quote. It's fantastic. I don't know this author. I'll look them up. Um, so why do I have Hitler sitting sitting next to him? Because this is a copy I picked up for 50 cents at a yard sale one time.
I think it's the grooviest Hitler book I've ever seen.
Well, I'm flattered. Thank you. um, it's got a strange texture to it too. It's almost like denim. It has just weird, rough feel to the spine. Um, so why Mein Kampf and a shelf full of philosophy? My idea, and maybe this has been said before, I don't know, but my idea is that Mein Kampf is applied Nordau, applied to politics, and then of course applied to like the current German situation in the 30s when he wrote it. And what's so interesting, if you read Mein Kampf thoughtfully, and you are able to wade through all the vitriol and hate and everything in it. He was also a great ranter. You find like a language of like a medical metaphor of contamination, sickness, illness, contagiousness that like runs through the book. That's very in line with Nordau, and this is again is very much in line with my medical humanities training, to see the meaning in medical metaphors applied to culture. And so it's really interesting to read Mein Kampf with that sort of stuff in mind, where he's looking at like the infection, how we contain it, how we remove it, and that ends up being the terrible political project of the Holocaust. But seeing him pull these ideas from Nordau, I think, is a good reminder that people can come to absolutely terrible conclusions by like interesting means. And so we should never write off any book. We should always want to study it and try to figure out how someone came to the conclusions they came to. And I think in this case, Hitler came to his ideas about what needed to be scapegoated in German society by thinking about how cultures can degenerate and worrying about that in pathological ways.
Do you think Hitler's particularly unique, or is this almost kind of a cross-cultural pattern of scapegoating, just historically speaking, cross history?
I mean, I don't think he's totally unique. I think he's unique in that he was someone who tried to remedy it by really evil radical means. But I don't think that kind of thinking is unique at all. I mean, again, I'll save the Susan Sontag stuff for when we get to medical humanities. But um, just thinking about these ideas when COVID came around and watching how we like xenophobically vilified the Chinese initially, and again thought about the need for containment. Like we're constantly doing that thing all the time, where we see the other as sick, and dangerous and contagious, and so worrying about I mean, even thinking about like the immigration debates that are going on today, thinking about the need to control borders in order to preserve culture. Like I don't think it's unique to Hitler at all. I think it's just a very innate human concern, I guess.
Do you have any thoughts about just how more recently there isn't as much on people's bookshelves about Hitler and the uh, just maybe World War II or just the whole kind of Nazi regime?
I don't know. Is that a trend? People are. are not reading World War II history anymore.
It seems there's more of a taboo amongst younger generations about having that on your bookshelf. And
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is something, yeah, for sure I do have stronger feelings about. And I'll just say I was reading that book as a teacher at Emory, and I remember one day reading it on the quad and thinking, if I even get seen reading this, it could get me canceled, right? And so I remember sitting it in a folder while sitting on the quad and like almost looking over my shoulder, like I'm not going to get caught reading this. Why do I say that? Because uh, younger readers, so I'm going to generalize for a second, sorry, but younger readers today, I think, have been seduced by this bad idea that to read is to endorse. And so you only want to read and or purchase books that by authors that you see as virtuous. To someone of my generation, this idea is really alien and probably best described as, I don't know whether better to call it dangerous or lazy or both. And just expresses a sort of incuriousness about history. I mean, I'll read anything by anybody if I think it's going to reveal something to me about the human condition. I don't worry too much about whether the author was virtuous because I don't assume that to read their book is to agree with anything and everything they're saying. Whereas I don't know, that does seem to be a pervasive mindset. So if you were to tell me, which it sounds like you are, that younger people don't even want to have books like this in their home, I wouldn't be surprised at all because I think there's like almost a sort of shift towards like puritanical religious ways of thinking about, what books are good to have around and what books aren't good to have around for sure. Yeah.
I think the notion of contamination applies here as well, where uh, to debate a side of an issue or to read something or to platform something, there's this idea that any handling, any usage of an idea or even mention of it or even thinking of it um, does contaminate the individual and contaminates anybody who interacts with that piece of content. And so it must be sort of totally banished, totally kind of airbrushed out of everything in order that it not contaminate anybody.
Yeah, I could not agree more. And without divulging names, maybe if we could scoot down the shelf a little bit, we can start to get to Heidegger,
Hmm.
um, who has a similar reputation now. He starts up at the top of that shelf and then continues over. So Heidegger uh, occupies like a similar place right now in philosophy studies, unfortunately, because of his involvement with the Nazi Party in the Germany in the 1930s. And there have been these series of revelations that have come out over the years where new materials of his notebooks, lectures, things like that, and biographical information that does make him seem like a pretty lousy human being, even for the difficult position he was in at the time. Um, has led to things that I would have never imagined hearing from a philosophy professor before. I won't say a name, but I remember having a dinner conversation with a philosophy professor one time who used that same language of contamination you were talking about, and actually, in earnest, suggested to me that Heidegger books should be removed from libraries of universities. There was that same idea that even to come into contact with them, I mean, it's like a kind of a form of language magic belief or something, isn't it? That even to come into contact with this could not just contaminate me, but like seduce me, demonically possess me or something. Whereas if a book is that powerful and harmful, I want to make sure I'm as aware of it as possible. I don't want to avoid it. I want to make sure that I've studied it and understood it. That's just how I feel about it. But I think we're going to lose a lot in universities and in intellectual life outside of universities as well, the further we go along this line of thinking that we should only read good, safe books, if you will.
I think Repressive Tolerance by Herbert Marcuse is
Mhm.
maybe a key piece of this. which says that, just reading from AI, in advanced liberal societies, tolerance itself can function as a form of repression. And so his provocative conclusion is true liberation may require withholding tolerance from oppressive ideologies and extending tolerance preferentially to emancipatory ones. Liberating tolerance equals intolerance towards the right, tolerance towards the left.
Mm. Yeah. So I don't know, do you want to stay with Heidegger or scroll back? I
I did want to, you were going to talk about the bronze
Oh, yeah.
age mindset.
He's actually perfect to bring up in this context. He's I forget his real name, which it's finally come out, but he's like a I guess
Provocateur.
provocateur. Thank you. One needs exactly the right word to describe this guy. I find him pretty funny as a writer. But he took on this persona. I forget his real name, but I think he's Romanian. And he took on this persona of the Bronze Age pervert, and he writes this book.
And he was a Twitter guy, right? Like that's how he got big.
Twitter guy. I heard he was a grad student at Emory, maybe a little before my time there. So, I mean, he has philosophical training as well, but and he's part of the red-pilled manosphere, I suppose. Like whatever.
I
But
won't say his name, but I just put it into AI and says Politico revealed his name through investigative reporting, and he did PhD level work at Yale.
yeah. Anyway, he wrote this book, Bronze Age Mindset, which is it's almost like Nietzsche crossed with Borat. It's I mean, it's written from this funny persona. The English is intentionally broken. So it sounds very idiomatically, it sounds very Eastern European. And it's just a very Nietzschean manifesto describing the need to recover like aristocratic masculine ideals and classical culture and so
I'm
on.
getting Straussian here in the AI, and I think that's an important
Oh,
name.
okay. I don't know Strauss that well, but
I don't either.
yeah, but needless to say, suffice it to say, Bronze Age Mindset I highly recommend as a dangerous taboo book that you might want to put in the back of your shelf, but that is a really entertaining, provocative read for sure. Let's see. Husserl, maybe I'll combine Husserl with Merleau-Ponty down below. But now we're moving into late 19th, early 20th. You get a lot of existentialism at Villanova back in the day, Foucault. Maybe I'll start with Austin, actually. I don't think everyone needs a summary of each and every one of these. Um, Austin, another book I used to teach in my philosophy of language class, one of the only analytic philosophers on this entire shelf, but I love him. So he's the originator of speech act theory, and which means he studies words, utterances that actually perform an action in the world. He liked to say that any sentence that begins I hereby do X is a good example of a speech act. So if you say I do in a marriage, you're not describing a state of affairs, you're performing an action. If you say, I find you guilty as a judge, you're not talking about your feelings about the defendant, you're sentencing them to a certain fate, you're performing an official function, force behind it. And Austin, just in this book, provides all of these fascinating examples of another aspect of language. We tend to think too much of language as there just to describe our inner states or to describe the outer world around us. And we forget that language can have all of these performative functions to it as well. And these were a series, I want to say a series of lectures that he gave at Harvard that are just transcribed. It's quite an entertaining read and a very like novel take on linguistics.
I think that actually, I was thinking about speech act theory when we were talking about the contamination, because that gets into when you say something, are you advocating it, and does it sort of inherently have an effect of pollution,
Yeah.
or are you able to sort of hermetically seal an idea within quotes such
Right.
that it won't contaminate the environment, and um, sort of logical processing where everything kind of remains within its cell versus um, our non-logical intuitive thinking where ideas are invoked and there's associative thinking where your brain naturally jumps to the next kind of closest neuron and you don't have control over where that goes in this sort of psychoanalytic and primary processing and other stuff,
Yeah.
ways you can look at it.
Yeah. I mean, it also makes me think of all of the gymnastics nowadays involved in quoting taboo words when you're reading from a text. And I wonder if one could do like an Austinian account of this actually, because, if you're teaching a book that has slurs in a 21st century classroom, and trust me, this is part of the reason I retired from teaching as early as I did, because it was always so incredibly stressful. And the reason it was so stressful is because students today have a sense that quotation equals usage equals endorsement too often. And so if you're teaching teaching a class that uses a word, then even reading the word in class aloud, again, can have the effect of putting you into a state of cancellation very, very, very quickly if you're not careful. Even though your sense of it as a professor is that you're trying to honor the history, you're trying to honor the authorial intent. Um, you're trying not to presume that language has this volatile, magical power to, destroy us merely by hearing the word, like as though it were some incantation. Um, but that idea has also kind of gone out the window and been replaced with an idea that language is so powerful that it can do violence. We hear this as a cliche all the time, that language is violence. And um, again, I suppose I hadn't thought of it in these terms before, but I suppose that is just sort of bad speech act theory in a way, and it's why I've always found that idea frustrating as a teacher. Um, to quote something is not to use the word, it is to acknowledge that the word was once used by someone in some other setting.
I
Yeah.
think it's also kind of it's a sign of increasing religious diversity where in some religions that's a fundamental belief that to say something means to
Yeah.
create and to instantiate, and maybe Christianity doesn't have that as much, or
Oh,
sort of boxes it away as a form of witchcraft or something, but it's um, but some religions do consider that to be sort of a baseline um, belief that language has power and
yeah.
saying something, and so there's fundamental conflict there about what language means, and a lack of consensus on that. It means that these issues are going to be perennial problems.
Yeah. Well, that's a perfect segue into the Heidegger book right next to it, but um, I'll just point out, of course, that the I don't know why you said Christianity in particular. I'm curious, but obviously the Hebrew Bible begins with language very much as an act of creation. So at least in the Judeo-Christian tradition, there is that idea of at least divine speech can bring things to be. Why did you emphasize Christianity there in particular?
I want to say one thing first, just that I think there's a layer to Austin's work and theory, which is that sort of the history of the law is sort of the king's speech, and the king is a divinely ordained ruler, and sort of having the authority to declare comes from that divine right of kings and ultimately a theological source. And I think it's there a little bit in speech act theory, but it's not. It's mostly not explicitly said. Um, so I think a lot of the debates about free speech and like the history of free speech gets into, you have blasphemy laws, and so maybe it's a post wars of religion or 30 Years' War kind of version of Christianity. I think pre those wars, you did have those strong blasphemy laws, and you still had them afterwards to an extent, but there was a new settlement where there was going to be some acceptance of diversity of denomination, whereas prior to that, because of the so much loss of life from those wars, um, sort of forced people to accept a new level of tolerance.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So, I don't know if we want to transition to Heidegger. Um, I won't give some kind of complete overview, but just if you could scroll through them and they continue down to the next shelf, anyone looking will be able to tell that Heidegger's the most present philosopher on this shelf. He was a big influence on my work as a graduate student. And the reason I've read so much Heidegger as a literature graduate student is because I was really interested in his ideas about language, what it can do, which are very in line with the conversation we're having at the moment. Heidegger was emphatic that language should not be first and foremost thought of as a signification system that we use to like package our ideas up and ship them off back and forth to one another, to transfer ideas back and forth. That would be the classical idea of language. He wanted to revive what he thought was a more primordial sense of language. And so if you see volumes there, like that little blue one, Heidegger's Holderlin's Hymn, the Ister, or if you go back up to the top after this, books like Poetry, Language, Thought, and On the Way to Language are ones where he studies the difference between ordinary everyday talk and um, what he would call, poetic language. And he thought that there was a more primordial way that we can understand language, and that poetry, really good poetry, comes closest to that. And it's almost a way of making the world be, but it's certainly not an overstatement to say that for Heidegger, poetry had the power to disclose being to us. It would bring things, disclose them to us, reveal them to us, rather than just words standing in for things. He wanted to stress that words are in their essence all names. They name reality into being for us. I'm not putting this super well, but I think I'm getting the idea across at least. Now, when I was studying Plato's ideas on naming in the Cratylus, I started to get the sense that, and I was reading Heidegger alongside, I started to get the sense that Heidegger was kind of a Cratylist at heart. And I ended up writing an article that came out of my dissertation on that anyone who's interested can find on my website. It's uploaded to academia.edu as well. It's an essay called, it's been a long time, what is it? What is it called? It's like On Right Names or something like that, and the subtitle is Heidegger's Closet Cratylism. So the reason I read so much Heidegger at this period when I was at Berkeley is I was going around and just kind of collecting these stray remarks he makes about a word being a better or a worse word for the job, essentially. So for the most famous example would be that Heidegger, if this gets too dry or arcane, please cut me off, but um, Heidegger talks about the word for truth in Greek, aletheia, right? And he compares that to modern words, truth, Wahrheit in German, Vérité in French, Veritas in Latin. Um, and he says in every case, he does this with lots of words, and in every case, the outcome is always the same. The Greek word is better, and all of the words that came later miss the mark in some important sense. The Aletheia example is just classic Cratylism, because he even goes on to say the word has a prefix on it, and he does a kind of folk etymology of it that I think philologically probably isn't even correct, but it's an interesting misreading, if nothing else. He says that The word for truth in Greek, aletheia, means unforgetting. Alethe, right? Aletheia. And he says that gets at the negative nature of truth better than than our modern words for truth does, because what it reveals is the way that you know, human beings are sort of prone to overlook their world just to cope with it, and then periodically, for whatever reason, have the world like radically disclosed to us in its being, and so we sort of unforget what we have forgotten. This is just one example. He has dozens of these, and so I went on a long detour for a year or so in graduate school of just collecting these remarks Heidegger made about language and whether words were better or worse imitations for things, and found that really fascinating to kind of trace his as a way to trace his career and his trajectory when it came to his thinking about language. I hope that was relatively clear. I know arcane stuff here, but
What was the Plato Sophist about?
yeah, so that one and the 6 or 7 below it, all of those right there on the screen, those are all, I think every single one, yeah, those are all lecture courses that Heidegger gave, as a professor. That one's a commentary on Plato's Sophists, which is one of Plato's dialogues about knowledge. It's been a long time since I've read the Sophists, but it's about the difference between like true knowledge and false knowledge, the kind of knowledge you get from true philosophy versus the kind of pseudo knowledge you can get from sophistry. And yeah, that's just a lecture course Heidegger gave on that one. Each and every one of those is amazing. I mean, I know he has a horrible reputation, historically now in hindsight as a rector of his university, essentially the equivalent of a dean, and but it's from reading his lecture courses, you do get the sense that he was an incredible teacher, despite that. Oh boy, here we come to Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein is one of these philosophers I will upfront state I have never understood, but I love reading him. I mean, I think he's a little bit of a prankster and has a reputation for that of being willfully cryptic. But I find him fascinating, especially the philosophical investigations. I mean, the main takeaway from that one is that he tries to, I mean, he's essentially Austin's precursor and tries to, before Austin, restore a sense of language's use function. That language is a thing we use in the world like a tool. And then eventually he tries to overcome that idea at the same time. But Wittgenstein's studies is not something I'm as well versed in as Heidegger, so I won't say much more than that.
Adorno.
Um, I've read it. I've thought through it. I don't know it well at all, so I don't have much to say about that one. I'll leave that to somebody else. I'm sorry. Um, Arendt, kind of say the same thing. Merleau-Ponty, connecting with the Husserl above, you two main phenomenologists in this bookcase. Merleau-Ponty is a big figure for me, and Husserl too. I haven't read everything by Husserl, but who has? But um, he's a very Merleau-Ponty. Both of them, as phenomenologists, are very important for my field of medical humanities because they both stress the importance of lived experience and especially like embodied experience. So um, Merleau-Ponty has this distinction he makes between the body as I forget the terms for this, but the body as a kind of studyable object. Like if you go to the doctor, your body is one thing, whereas if I jump out of this chair and go to the door and walk outside, I am my body versus I have a body. It's that basic distinction, what it means to live through your body versus to be kind of weighed down with one, especially in moments when your body breaks down for you. So, Merleau-Ponty is a post-Cartesian phenomenologist who's trying to root philosophy back in embodied perception. And so, one of his famous sayings is that it shouldn't be "I think, therefore I am," that we're not, as human beings, we shouldn't think of ourselves first and foremost as some disembodied mind, a cogito, as Descartes calls it, right? But that what we are is an "I can." Um, we see the world as a set of, possibilities for us to do things in. And that's our actual starting point. And so he tries to move philosophy towards that starting point. Um, Let me not say too much on Derrida. I'll just say going to Villanova in the mid to late 90s as I did, it was the heyday of Derrida studies. There was a professor there named Jack Caputo, since retired, is one of the bigger Derrida scholars, and brought Derrida to campus a couple times, so we even got to meet him.
Wow.
And I should therefore actually, I'm realizing that I'm missing a lot of Derrida books from back in the day because while I have all of his language books here, I've actually at Villanova and back in the 90s, we were all studying what was called postmodern ethics. So Derridian and Levinasian ideas of ethics as opposed to more traditional ideas of, justice and law and rights and responsibilities. Postmodern ethics was striving to be more what they call an ethics of particularity. Um, and just looking at the particularity of each and every case rather than applying some sort of cookie cutter sense of the law, instead trying to strive for justice. And these ideas were coming out of Derrida's books like The Gift of Death, Given Time, a few others that he wrote in the mid 90s. And it was just a really exciting time to be at Villanova, therefore, and be introduced to all this kind of cutting edge stuff, whatever cutting edge means in philosophy. We've done the next two already, and this is a perfect way to wrap up the philosophy bookcase. I would actually like to say a fair bit about the next three, if that's all right.
Definitely.
So, let me take a sip first. Mythologies is one of the funnest books of semiotics one could read. I highly, highly recommend it. Um, I don't love everything Roland Barthes ever did, but this book I adore, and I've taught it many times. This I also used to teach in my philosophy of language class. It's a book in two parts. There's a long semiotic, dense essay at the end, but the meat of the book is a series of articles that Roland Barthes wrote. I think for a French magazine or maybe a newspaper. I forget. That might be something you could Google real quick if you don't mind.
Yep.
There are these witty little essays on pop culture. I was first introduced to this book and this kind of deconstructive approach to reading things like advertisements, um, cinema, like scenes in films, iconography, all kinds of popular forms of pop culture that would involve the use of semiotic signs, pictures, words, what have you. And I was introduced to this first when I was an exchange student in France in that would have been about 1993. And I ended up at this small school in the middle of nowhere, France, in the countryside. And there was this teacher there named Monsieur Piloget. Really funny man, but my French wasn't quite good enough yet to understand him all the time. And he would occasionally, if he could tell we were bored or acting up, he would just tell the students to take out a magazine and then hand it to him, and he would open it up to one of these full-page glitzy ads that they used to do back in the days of magazines, and he would just do like a semiotic breakdown of the thing. Here are all the embedded messages in it. Here are the kind of ideological suppositions that are baked into this. Here's all the things that it's implying, suggesting, stating. And, like I said, my French wasn't good enough quite yet to follow him all the way, but I could tell this guy was up to something really cool, whatever it was. And so I asked him why he did this, and he mentioned this book to me, which then I, later on in college made sure I read. It has essays on things like toys. There's a great essay on toys in there where he shows that toys are really tools that society uses to prepare kids to look at adult ways of life as natural and normal and necessary and not to question any of them. So, like the way that toys always imitate adult functions, little girls get given kitchen sets and little boys get handed, toy machine guns and so on and so forth. And, toys are even made out of materials that society wants us to get used to thinking of as natural. Think of all the ways that kids are prepared for like a life of plastics, just by the toys that they use as children. And so, yeah, it's just a series of little witty essays that, one can read kind of one at a time. Even if you never read the essay at the end, you can get a lot of enjoyment out of that book.
I
Uh,
wasn't sure what you wanted me to Google earlier.
just who Roland Barthes wrote the mythology essays for.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't really matter if it doesn't come up, but um, I think he wrote them for as a serial publication for a magazine, and then he collected them into this book, but I might be wrong.
Okay, I'll bring that back if I find something.
Right. Well, in the meantime, I'll move on to Lakoff and Johnson. I absolutely love this book. It's a study of metaphor, but in a very different sense than what someone would expect. It's nothing to do with poetic metaphors, figurative uses of language. It's all about what Lakoff and Johnson call structural metaphors or conceptual metaphors, and these are ideas that are like baked into very ordinary ways of talking on a day-to-day basis that structure the way we think about the world and then the way we act in that world because of what we think. I'll give two simple examples. They're both pretty quick. The idea that debates are a battle that one would win or lose is a perfect example of what Lakoff and Johnson call a structural metaphor. And every time election season rolls around and we start having political debates televised, you hear 100 examples a day of whether a politician won or lost a point, um, whether they won the battle of ideas, so on and so forth. There are all of these idioms we use that have metaphors kind of snuck into them that make us think of conversation or, political discussion as something that is more, um, what shall I say, conflicted and um, uncooperative than maybe we need to think of it as, right? And so Lakoff and Johnson are constantly trying to remind us that while these expressions force us to think about the world along certain paths, they're not the only or natural or necessary way that we could think about the world. We could also talk about things like debate and argument. They give the example of as dance. We could say that a political debate was like two people engaging in a dance that was cooperative and interactive and productive and so on and so forth. And if we lived in a world that talked like that, we would get a very different experience of political debate because, as I said, it's a sort of three-part system. We talk a certain way, we understand the world according to that way of talking, and then we act accordingly. An even better example, real quick, is that all of the expressions that go around the phrase "time is money." Um, think about, we were talking about how long would this take to do these interviews, for instance, right? That implies that time is a limited resource, they say, and a valuable commodity. And Lakoff and Johnson lay out all the ways that we structure, things like labor, which becomes a contract of time for money or money for time in exchange. Um, the way we think about relationships is impacted by this idea. The way we think about everything, the way we think about our lives is impacted by the time is money metaphor. Now, that little digression we were having on political speech is super interesting. Lakoff was watching this Republican word guru, Republican pollster by the name of Frank Luntz, craft all of these expressions for political topics that are highly contested. And Luntz had the power, I don't think he still does, but in his heyday, he had the power to, he would do these studies, he would use polling groups and do all these studies of different terms for different things, and he would try to identify what he called the words that work. That was terminology that framed an issue in a certain way that was favorable to his party. Lakoff has tried over the years to offer a kind of liberal democratic alternative to that and try to get through to the Democrats on the importance of what he calls linguistic framing. That once you talk about an issue in a certain way, a lot of times you've already kind of won or lost the political argument just by getting your language to be the language that's used. And the best example of this is the what used to be called the estate tax, which was any tax on goods or money or property that are received from someone who dies and you inherit it, right? An inheritance tax or an estate tax. And Frank Luntz notoriously had the Republicans start to only refer to this as, do you know this, Timothy? Do you know what they
Yep.
changed? What?
Death tax.
Correct. To the death tax. And Luntz lays out these memos. He writes these memos where he argues for why Republicans, he even has it in 2 columns. And he says, always say this, never say that. And then he lays out the implications of the 2 terminologies and shows why if we call something an estate tax, what that frames the issue as is a tax on estates. So if you inherited an estate, to continue with this example, you're being taxed for inheriting something. If you call that same exact tax a death tax, it sounds like the person you're taxing is the poor bastard who just died, that you're taxing someone for dying. And the data on this little bit of linguistic sleight of hand is incredible. You had high favorability, even in a society like America's, high favorability for inheritance taxes to sort of redistribute wealth before, when we called it the estate tax, Republicans started calling it the death tax, and it was very quick thereafter that they were able to repeal it and scale it way back because suddenly favorability on it changed simply based on what we called it. Same exact tax, 2 things you can call it. One skews public opinion one way, the other skews it the other. I mean, I could go through 100 examples of this, but watching Lakoff.
Abortion is a good one.
What's the main dividing term for that?
Right to life versus right to choice.
Right, thank you. Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, my favorite's always been, because people don't realize this, but the reason we say climate change nowadays is because of Frank Luntz. He did a memo for the Republicans on environmental policy, and this was one of his main things. He said, never use the phrase global warming. It sounds menacing. It sounds scary. He said, shift the topic to climate change and call it that, because he put it something like, it's climate change sounds almost pleasant. It's like going on a trip from Pennsylvania to Florida. It has a non menacing connotation to it. And so he got the Republicans to actually, first of all, start saying that one term, but also to shift the topic in the process away from basic pollution issues to this more nebulous debate over whether climate change is real or not. And I'm sorry this is such a long political digression, but it's been very effective for them politically.
I think going back to what we talked about earlier with contamination, part of the problem with linguistics is that for something to be understandable, it must fit within a frame, and frame semantics kind of gets into that, and framing, like you talked about with ones, the decision about what frame to use to understand a given piece of speech is not really a rationally decided thing. It's invoked based on the sort of non-rational associative kind of stuff we've talked about, as well as kind of a combination of also some logical kind of implicature. But because there's that fundamental kind of battle over which framing will be invoked, contaminating a conversation by invoking one frame versus another, even mentioning certain ideas, certain words, that will cause people to tend to frame things in a certain way as opposed to another way. And then you've sort of contaminated the container in which the rest of the conversation will happen.
Totally, totally, very well said. I mean, and some of these frames are relatively benign, like, how much does it matter if you call ground beef at the supermarket 75% lean or 25% fat, right? But that's framing, right? And there is a psychology in to whether people are more or less likely to purchase based on that. There's two ways of framing something, but if you call someone an illegal alien versus a economic migrant, there's very much a lot at stake. Whatever your politics, whatever your thoughts, at least it's important. I think this is what's great about teaching Lakoff is to realize even if you don't agree with his baseline democratic politics, it's important to be aware that of the language that you're using and whether it even aligns with your own positions on an issue. Sometimes just buying into a frame without questioning it can, like I said, make you lose an argument before you've even started it.
And I'm not sure if he talked about this in this book or where exactly the line of it, but the idea that language is fundamentally, every single word is metaphorical, and it's sometimes difficult to trace back what the original concrete source is that then somehow got converted into the word that we use now. But um, the way I look at it is that language is inherently metaphorical, and it's
Mhm.
only that sometimes there's been we're so many steps removed from the original concrete connection of sort of pointing, uh, that we've lost touch with how it started out with that
Yeah.
kind of concrete source.
Yeah. I mean, that makes me think of his account, and I keep saying his, but I should say they. Theirs. Mark Johnson too often gets left out of the equation. Um, their account of orientational metaphors, which is where I think they start to get kind of the bedrock of the whole theory. Like, why do we associate up with positivity and down with negativity? And if there isn't somewhere in there something really, like I said, bedrock and fundamental about the way humans, even before you could use language, had to understand the world. That to be because they talk about saying, all the positive associations we have with upwardness, going up, versus all the negative connotations we have with going down, and so it almost becomes the ultimate metaphor is just being upright and alive. The original metaphor is being upright, alive, and then laying down, you're dead. And so our conceptual understanding of like going upwards versus downwards there isn't like just mere linguistic convention, but is actually rooted in brute fact. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
Yeah.
uh, it's interesting. Yeah. So should we do Ray Tallis now?
Yeah. I'm not too familiar with this one.
I love this guy. I had the honor of meeting him at a conference in Manchester about 5 years ago. Um, Again, I'm gonna have to dip another toe into medical humanities here, but I'm sure he'll come up later. He is a former neurosurgeon. Um, I would say one of the 10 smartest people I have ever met in my life. He had a long career as a neurosurgeon, and then he switched to writing philosophy, and I believe he writes poetry too, though I've never read any of his poetry. Um, his big thing is he is an anti-reductionist. So despite being a hardcore scientist, like I said, a lifelong, very successful neurosurgeon, he is extremely critical of the way, especially in contemporary thought, we increasingly reduce ourselves to mere biological things. His main shtick in this book is what he would call neuroreductionism. So, any kind of version of the thought, we are our brains or we are our neurochemistry, would fall under this heading of neuroreductionism. And he goes after that, what he finds silly idea with a hammer in this book in really funny, witty ways. He's a very clever Brit from Liverpool, and writes with a lot of brio, and was equally witty in person when I got to meet him. So he's been. I'm trying to think of a couple examples. I mean, it's incredible when you go through the litany of them, and all the books that he shows, all the disciplines he shows that have been infected, to use that language of contamination again, infected by the idea that all there really is to say at the end of the day about why we do what we do, think what we think, feel what we feel, act the way we act, is a byproduct of our brain chemistry. All of this is, of course, another way of describing determinism. The idea that we don't have free will, and that we're actually under the control of our biology at all times, predominantly. And therefore, the best thing we can do is just admit that to ourselves and arrange the world accordingly. So he'll look at fields like, for instance, this new discipline that's becoming in vogue and is actually really terrifying in Orwellian ways, called neurolaw. Have you heard of this before?
Might have, but I don't really remember.
So neurolaw is an attempt to apply cutting-edge neuroscience to jurisprudence, and to use brain scans and neuroscientific reports to revamp the criminal justice system. Now, the biggest proponent of this is a guy at Stanford named David Eagleman, that I have to admit I think is an utter fool. He's a real diehard believer in this stuff, and he thinks it's going to be salvific and fix all the problems in our criminal justice system. But the more you study it, the more you realize that it's just going to create way more problems than it solves, because the neurochemistry, first of all, the neuroscience isn't there yet, first of all, even if it ever could be, to identify or pinpoint, like, this lesion is why you stole that candy bar, right? Um, this neuron firing is why you slapped your wife, or hit your kid, or whatever the case may be. And the goal of neurolaw is to understand any such act, any such criminal act, as a byproduct of neurochemistry. Well, if you go along that path, you're very quickly going to end up in one of two worlds, and probably both. You're going to end up in a world where all you can do is medically treat the untreatable. You can't give people brain transplants if they're criminals, right? So when you can't treat them, what are you going to start doing? Well, you're going to start identifying brains that are predisposed to crime, and you're going to start enforcing what's the movie Minority Report. You're going to live in a world where you start needing departments of pre-crime, where people are subjected to brain scans that can make sure that they don't have psychopathic traits or violent traits, or insufficiently developed frontal lobes that'll control their behavior. And of course, politically, this idea is, I mean, besides all of the human rights issues that it raises, politically, this idea is so naive. To act like a poor kid who steals a candy bar is suffering from a brain problem rather than an economic problem of poverty or something, of course, does a lot of covering over of the issue. So yeah, Ray's book is about exploring all of these ways in which people are sent the message through pseudoscientific discourse that they just fall in love because of their brain chemistry. They're just depressed because of their brain chemistry. They just commit crimes because of their brain chemistry, and just trying to critique that idea very, very systematically. It's a very, very sharp book. I recommend it highly.
There's a pretty new book, I guess it's 2023, called Determined by Robert M. Sapolsky. He's a Stanford neuroscientist, primatologist,
Yeah,
and
he's
he was.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think I'm looking at his picture right now. I think your beard is actually a little bit larger than his, but he's known for
Yeah.
his viral videos in the early days of the internet and early kind of open access courseware. He had some of the most popular videos, and I was just looking at them. He keeps on coming up in these different bookshelf tours,
Yeah.
um,
He's,
and each of his millions of views each.
yeah, he's extremely popular, like the other one I referenced, David Eagleman. I had both at Stanford, I believe, and both what Ray Tallis would call neuromaniacs, meaning extremely reductive neuroscientists who are trying to turn the insights of neuroscience essentially into like a whole new metaphysics of human being, to use it to explain everything that we do, why we do what we do. And it's funny because their arguments are always kind of imploding on themselves. I mean, Eagleman I know better than Sapolsky, and he'll say, like, we're completely determined by our brain chemistry. We have no free will. He will say this in no uncertain terms, and then he'll follow it up with, therefore, we should decide to arrange the criminal justice system with that, using that knowledge. Well, which is it, Mr. Eagleman? No relation. Which is it? Or do we have the free will to consciously plan and guide our societies, or are we all just at the whims of our brain chemistry? So you see, there's just this ultimately this kind of nihilism at the core of these reductionist philosophers, that everything they say at the end of the day they have to contradict, because it would require believing that we have absolutely no free will whatsoever, and we're just essentially um, you know people who confuse themselves with personalities and selves and wills and so on, when really we're just kind of at the mercy of whatever our brains have us do on any given day.
It's funny, the bookshelf tour that I published yesterday with the left libertarian, um, I went into the OED to look up the history of the term libertarian and its original coinage, and it was being used in these sort of theological, philosophical conversations around free will versus determinism. And libertarian was, to sort of oversimplify that, um, that there is an element of free will, even if there's kind of pressures like stealing the candy as a poor child, but also, or the famous one of the parent stealing the bread to feed their child.
Yep.
Um, and then the necessitarian says that really it's really deterministic. And the way this intersected with Christian theology in an interesting way is that these ideas of predestination and God's grace, and to what extent does man have control over his salvation versus it's something where God just sort of determines, we don't really know why, but he determines certain people are going to be saved, certain ones aren't. And then to what extent, if God just doesn't decide to save that particular person, they become a criminal instead. Is that their fault that that God determined that they shouldn't be saved? There's the idea that people don't deserve to be saved, and it's purely through God's sort of grace or higher wisdom. So we don't know why certain people are saved or not. And Jonathan Edwards, we were talking about that earlier. He kind of talked about in that quote that passage I read. So there's a long kind of, there's a really rich theological problem here of, why certain people are saved or not, and how that intersects with free will.
That's super interesting. And the term you used, I'm not familiar with, a necessitarian. They would think that the child stealing the candy bar does have free will or doesn't.
It doesn't.
Okay. I
And,
mean,
and I think both of them sort of believe that it's not like, to define full free will would almost imply that, like, somebody with total abundance and total choice, and like there's no pressures um pushing them or incentivizing them. And in reality, both schools of thought accept that people do operate under pressures, and sometimes really severe pressures. And yet, in that more constrained sense, the libertarian, my understanding is they would say, well, you still do have some wiggle room there, and you can still do the thing that's hard to do of resisting stealing the candy. or, allow yourself to die or your child to die rather than steal. It's the ethical thing is just starve to death. So that's that one school, and then the other school would say, no, it's purely like you just do whatever it's like Warren Buffett says, uh, show me the incentives, I'll show you the behavior.
Right, right. I mean, yeah, that's really interesting. I guess I fall somehow dead in the middle on this, where I think either of those arguments are absurd. I think deterministic, by any kind of biological determinism, I reject on the one hand, but that's not to say I'm some naive believer in total free will and autonomy either. And so I would agree with the necessitarian. I guess if I'm understanding it right, I would agree that there. No, sorry, I would agree with the libertarian that there is still some residue of free will, choice, and responsibility, even when one is faced with like a set of Hobson's choices, right? A set of bad available choices. There's still free will and responsibility. And then on the other hand, of course, it's absurd to say, that people fall in love because of waist to hip ratios, or that people steal candy bars because a neuron misfires. I mean, I think each of those extremes to me are equally ridiculous.
Mhm.
Yeah. So should we end bookcase 2 on that note?
Yeah. So could you just say a little bit about this at the top?
Yeah, so this sculpture that you're seeing is known affectionately in my family as Creepy Jesus. It was an heirloom I inherited from my grandmother, who was devoutly Catholic. I lived with her all through high school and college, and you can't tell in the photo, but the sculpture, whatever you want to call it, is concave, and it produces this optical illusion where if you watch it as you walk around the room, it looks like Jesus's eyes are following you wherever you go, which makes it a little too creepy to put in bedrooms or bathrooms. So I like it here in the living room as I'm coming and going, feeling like the eyes of Christ are always on me. Um, so it's nothing to do with the bookcase in particular that we're about to delve into. I just like where it sits in the house because I see it all the time. What we've got coming up here next, I'm pretty proud of this bookcase, I have to say. It is nothing but short stories, short fiction from all around the world. It's pretty American heavy, of course, but everywhere is represented. I won't. I won't go I'll go more by group, and then I'll occasionally stop and say a lot about maybe one writer that I know particularly well. It starts, as you see, I'm gonna try to go back to the origins of the story, so it starts with the Arabian Nights, Aesop's Fables, Ovid's Metamorphoses, the Decameron, great fairy tales by Grimm and Andersen, Balzac's Droll Stories. This initial section you're seeing here is just because, and I should have said at the outset, sorry to interrupt myself, but I'm currently writing a book of short stories set here in my hometown in the suburbs of Philadelphia. Probably best described as my version of James Joyce's Dubliners. It's really a book about a place more than, it's about any particular character in the book. So, towards that project for years now, I've been reading short fiction, teaching short fiction, teaching the writing and the reading of short fiction, and collecting this bookcase full of nothing but short stories. And at a certain point, I just wanted to, I guess, clarify to myself what the essence, the heart of a short story is. And so that's why I try to go back to these folk tales and fairy tales whenever possible, and myths, fables, to try to just get at what the essence of short storytelling is. You can go ahead and scroll on if you'd like.
Well, I just wanted to ask you, and like the Decameron is a good example of, and Canterbury Tales, like a frame narrative
Yeah.
that contains a bunch of what you could call short stories. And like,
Yeah.
does that complicate our understanding of short stories, or where does that fit in?
I don't know if complicate is the word I'd use, but it definitely situates it. I mean, it's the campfire genre, right? It's the short, digestible tale when people are trying to fill time, convivially together, whether because they're on a pilgrimage or they're hiding from the plague, whatever the case may be. For me, that's what it's about. I love books that are structured like that. Um, I hadn't thought of that. That's a great point. And I would say that's what it's about most for me, for sure.
I mean, even like Dante's Divine Comedy, um, some of these epic works have like this episodic nature to them, or almost like each element of it is to some extent more or less self-contained, and like there's maybe a sliding scale to what extent that piece of the story and like even the story, I think some studies of Homer maybe where it's like
Mhm.
or the cycle of Britain or whatever it's called, or some of these cycles. Um, there's some theories that they were originally separate stories, and then bards kind of found a way to stitch them together into a larger thing.
I mean, I think when we get to novels, the couple bookcases full of novels in this house of has several, I'll maybe push back on that a little bit. I feel like there are some writers who are essentially, and I would put myself on this list. I think my novel qualifies as very episodic, and another word for it is picaresque, a series of isolatable adventures that can be stitched together into a larger narrative. And then there are maybe other novelists for whom I think they're doing something fundamentally different than a short story writer, and that's why I make sure when I'm reading short story sorry, when I'm writing short stories, I make sure that I'm always reading a lot and not just reading novels, because I think then if you're just reading novels when you're writing short stories, your sense of scale gets blown a little out of proportion, and you tend to be more long-winded about the things in a story that don't matter as much. If you're just trying to execute something, short and pithy and a slice of life kind of story, if you will.
I mean, I
Uh,
think of what I was actually thinking of subconsciously was I was reading about your book, Dwell Here and Prosper, and I think you wrote somewhere, I don't know, I forget where exactly I read this, but like that there's actually multiple people at that um, care facility or whatever, and you kind of combined multiple men's experiences into one narrative.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what you call creating a composite character. I think that's usually the term creative writing teachers will use for that. Um, I do that personally all the time. I don't think I've ever written a main character in a story where I definitely just said, "Ah, that's me," or "Oh, that's so and so." It's always like, "That's so and so if he had this bad habit of mine and unfortunately lived like this third guy I knew." It's always kind of stitching together to get to create some sort of type of a person rather than any one individual, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so, let's just sort of scroll through here. Balzac's droll stories, I've been reading a lot of those recently, they're wonderful. So he wrote in the early 1800s, but the droll stories are set, um, for the most part in the medieval period, and he's trying to create, that mood of Chaucerian, tales of like bawdy tales of chivalry and damsels in distress and that sort of thing. There's a lot of stories about inappropriate nuns and priests. I don't know how he actually got away with some of these stories when he wrote them, but they're quite entertaining, quite funny. And if you like medieval literature, things like Sir Gawain or Mallory's Arthur stories, or the Canterbury Tales, especially, I think you would love droll stories by Balzac. There's a couple of these I haven't even gotten to yet, like the Jack London. I have a love-hate relationship with Poe. I've been reading him almost 40 years,
What's
he's
the
a
one from?
well, I'm just not a gothic person in general. I don't generally read horror, but he's so much more than that and so much more interesting than that. I mean, when I look at Poe, I think I think I'm so glad I got exposed to him at a young age because he's great for building a vocabulary. His writing is so um, his diction is so Latinate that you're just constantly, when you read him in high school or younger, you're constantly getting new words. Um, I have a funny story with that big edition of Edgar Allan Poe that I'll share real quick, and because it's a very Poe-esque story, I was reading his story, The Black Cat, when I was living in an apartment in Berkeley, and I had a cat at the time, and I had just moved into this apartment, and because it was the Bay Area, the weather was always perfect, so I always left my windows wide open. And as I was reading that story, The Black Cat, I swear this really happened. A black cat jumped in my window while I was reading this Post story and attacked my cat. It turned out to be the neighbor's cat, and I had to separate them. And it was first floor apartment, but I had to toss the cat out the window. It wasn't hurt. It had to be done. And then I just turned and looked back at the book, and it was almost like the book was laughing at me. It was uncanny. Um, Sorry for the personal.
So, oh,
It's so, oh, exactly. That's all that needed to be said. Um, wild short stories I love. Um, I mean, we talked a little bit about, Morrissey introduced to me to Oscar Wilde. And I think Oscar Wilde, more than anybody, is the author that turned me into a lifelong reader. Just being spellbound by these fairy tales that he wrote that are sort of simultaneously for adults, but they were written originally for his children. They were bedtime stories that he would tell to his children. Stories like The Birthday of the Infanta or The Happy Prince or The Selfish Giant. I mean, they're all wonderful because they work as classic fairy tales and they're as good as any that were ever written in the genre. But they always have this like um allegorical element to them where they're commenting philosophically about art and beauty and a lot of other themes. They're fantastic. Let's see what next. We have the Russians. I've taught Death of Ivan Ilyich twice a year for the last 10 years. I know that story extremely well, and I'm not a huge Tolstoy guy in general, but I think that's probably the single best story about illness, death, and dying that was ever written. Not that that's a very original thing to say, but it's a wonderful story. I've been reading a lot of Maupassant at the moment. Have you read any of him before? Guy de Maupassant?
no.
So he's one of these writers that I'm trying to figure out how to emulate a little bit more, who will put a kind of finishing twist on his story that you didn't quite see coming, and even if it's a highly ironic twist, it still works extremely well. And that's something I've always struggled with my short stories is endings. I tend to lean more towards quiet endings. And so I've been reading a lot of him at the moment to try to figure out how he pulls off what he pulls off. But he was a student of Flaubert's, disciple, I should say, not technically a student, and a wonderful writer in his own right. O. Henry, I have read, but I don't admire very much. This guy churned stories out by the dozen. They have Henry James. This is stuff I studied at Berkeley for the most part. Dubliners, here we're getting to the good stuff. I mean, Dubliners, Joyce wrote it at an extremely young age. I think he was 25, and it's for maybe when he finished it, about 25 when he finished it, and it's completely stunning from start to finish. I've been rereading regularly lately, again, because I'm trying, along with the one that you see at the top of the picture at the moment, Winesburg, Ohio. These are probably the two greatest portraits of a place, a series of stories ostensibly about people, but really about the place they come from and trying to get at the essence of the place. And that's what I'm trying to do with my book now, which is set in this area of Pennsylvania referred to as Delco, which most people outside of this area will know from, it's gotten a little bit of notoriety in recent years because of what's it called, Mayor of Easttown, and I forget the other TV show that came up recently with Mark Ruffalo that is set here as well. So we've been getting a little bit of attention lately and smelling ourselves a bit. And I'm trying to write some equivalent book to Dubliners or Weinsberg that really gets at the heart of this wacky place that I come from. Mm. Let's see. So we have Thomas Mann, Kafka. I'll say more about Thomas Mann's novels if that's all right.
Yeah.
Kafka's. Let me stop with him for a second. I've been teaching because I know you wanted me to share teaching stories as well sometimes. I've been teaching the Metamorphosis also for 10 years, twice a year. I would teach Ivan Ilyich and Kafka's Metamorphosis in my health humanities class, and I taught them both as illness narratives. And the second one, the first one's obvious. It's a story about a bourgeois man in Russia dying of cancer. But teaching this book about a man who wakes up one day as an insect, as an illness narrative, is a bit of a curveball. And the reason it dawned on me that Kafka's Metamorphosis is really, more than anything, an allegory about illness and disability was because I recommended this story to my father after he had had a stroke. He retired suddenly due to health problems, and this was when I was in college, and I just started giving him everything I was reading because he'd never been a reader younger in his life, but he suddenly had all this free time on his hands and was recovering from his illness and needed something to fill the time, so he just started reading and almost in parallel to me took a college education that he never got to do when he was younger, child of the Depression and all. And so I just gave him everything that I was reading as I finished it, and I gave him the Metamorphosis, and he read it, and he slid it back to me when he was done, and he said, "Yeah, maybe don't give me anything like this again for a while." And it just hit me like a ton of bricks, an epiphany about, and I felt terrible about it for days afterwards, but that what he was reacting to viscerally there was that this is the story of Gregor Samsa is really a story about a guy who's supporting his family, earning a living, living an ordinary life, doing everything the right way, fulfilling his duties. And then one day he wakes up on his back and he can't get out of bed and he can't explain it. And then suddenly everybody in his family has to pick up the slack and change the way they're living their lives. And so it had just a lot of relevance to what me and my dad were going through when he was recovering from his illness and I was taking care of him. And yeah, it just hit, I guess, for him a little too close to home at the moment, which was totally understandable. But it was a very teachable moment for me where I realized that a story can seem like it's about one thing and actually be about something else entirely when you really get to the root of it. Yeah.
Do you have a theory of, or I don't know if you're partial to this kind of theorizing, but like, why did Kafka write it and what kind of inspired him to write it? Like, did he have a certain intent or genesis of the story?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super well versed on his biography, but and I know that the old party line, and this is totally valid as a reading too, of course, is that he was just trying to get at early 20th century alienation, right? And that it's the great allegory of alienation, and these two things don't need to be mutually exclusive, of course. The other thing that I know, just from doing a little bit of research on him to teach him, is that he had an extremely domineering father. He famously wrote a 50-page letter to his father trying to get him off his back, which you can buy as a separate book. It's called like Kafka's Letter to His Father. Makes a great Father's Day gift. And it's it's really in that relationship between does he have a name in the story? It's been a couple years now since I taught it. I'm blanking. But Mr. Samsa and Gregor Samsa. I think Franz Kafka was really trying to get at that crippling feeling that his father was giving him by domineering him so much in their lives. So I think there's a lot of that in there as well for him. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, you want to hop to the second shelf? So that's your classic tales up to about the early 20th century. Um, Now here we're getting into some of the great stuff. Hemingway, I mean, cliche, but it's true that, well, first, a hot take. Hemingway is one of these authors that I think should have never written a novel. He should have only written short stories. Um, I think he was very much like Raymond Carver in that regard, that he was born, put on this earth to write short stories, and his novels always just sort of fall apart for me in that regard. They don't hold together, whereas his short fiction is usually perfect from start to finish. There isn't a wasted word. Um, I think the second thing I wanted to say for any creative writers who might be watching this episode is that there's no better person to learn dialogue from than Hemingway. And so, I've learned a lot, in particular from two stories of his, Hills Like White Elephants, um, which is the best example I think there is in literature of how one can use dialogue to create subtext, and have two characters talk around a subject that's weighing on them both rather than ever actually explicitly bring the subject up. I mean, I look at a lot of fiction in draft forms, having taught creative writing for several years and also living with a literary agent. My wife is always dealing with manuscripts that are works in progress. And the biggest mistake I always see people writing um, when it comes to dialogue is being too direct and expository, whereas Hemingway's great at showing you that you can talk about a subject for 7 pages and never actually name the subject if you're doing your job right. I also love he has several stories that are sort of proto noir fiction. When we get to the American literature bookcase, I have a pretty big collection of crime writers. And, he's, I think, their most important precursor in that regard. He wrote short stories like The Boxer or The Killers is an even better example that ended up being turned into outstanding film noirs that are just nothing but minimal description mixed with lots of really tight, bantery dialogue back and forth, where you almost um, don't even need to adapt it to the screenplay. It's already ready for that. Can we zoom out a little bit just so I can see where we are? I see some Anais Nin, lover of Henry Miller. I don't think they were ever married, were they?
Not sure.
A diarist, but I've never read her diaries, but she's a wonderful short story writer, and I don't read a lot of erotica, but she's the best I think that I've ever seen in that form. John O'Hara is a Pennsylvania writer. I have a book of his below, so I'll bring him up again when we get to that. Wow, so much good stuff here. Weldon Keys is interesting. Better known as a poet. But a fun fact about Weldon Keys, they think he faked his own death. He left his car at Golden Gate Bridge and was never seen again, so he either jumped or vanished. But he's an interesting, mysterious figure if someone wants to go on a literary detective hunt, he's worth exploring. Um, oh, Shirley Jackson, yeah. So everybody knows The Lottery, of course. Have you read that one by her? It's like a famous dystopian short story. Um, she's great for yeah, let's pause here if that's all right for a second. She's great for just lightly dreamlike fiction, like not quite as surreal as Kafka or something, but stories that always feel like a little bit more like they're a dream than reality. William Carlos Williams, practicing physician his whole life, in addition to being a poet. And these are just various stories he wrote about funny encounters with patients and so on. I've actually used those in a medical ethics class I used to teach sometimes. They're great for teaching texts. Um, oh, God, there's so much good stuff here. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. But Borges, have you tried Borges before? little bit. Argentinian writer. I love his stories, but the coolest thing I think he ever wrote, it's included in this edition, is a short little essay called Kafka and His Precursors. Have you read that one?
No.
It's like, it's very brief, but it's brilliant. It's a kind of account of how literary tradition works and how authors, we tend to think like influence works in one direction, right? That Shakespeare influenced Milton, who influenced Dryden, who influenced, actually went out of order there chronologically, didn't I? But you get the point. Who influenced Wordsworth and so on and so forth. But Kafka says, Borges in this essay says that great writers create their own precursors. And so there will be these like strands in literary history that where we don't connect the dots until so and so appears. And I won't remember some of his examples off the top of my head, but if you imagine some great writer appears on the scene and you look at him and you say, wait a minute, he's like X crossed with Y crossed with Z. And all of a sudden you see that X, Y, and Z have something in common that you couldn't have known or noted until this other author came along. And so, he talks about a way in which like literary tradition almost happens in reverse. New great writers come along and they create their own precursors in the sense that they borrow from three things that would have never been associated together otherwise.
You mentioned Bloom earlier, and it was making me think of his theory.
Yeah, exactly. It's very alike anxiety of influence for sure. Um, Camus has a great story about a writer who moves into his attic to get away from his family. Richard Yates. Richard Yates is one of the few writers that I would say should write both novels and short fiction. He's wonderful at both. There's a lot of similarities here to his novels and these short stories, but a lot of stuff about veterans returning home from World War II and struggling to readjust to civilian life again. God, there's too much good stuff in here. Wallace Stegner, California writer. I'll talk about his novel later. It's more important. Mishima, Japanese novelist I like quite a lot. I've written about him a couple times in academic settings, and he has a story in this one that is utterly gut-wrenching. It's called Patriotism. It's the best story in that collection by far, and it's about a Japanese military officer who has essentially lost face, been shamed in a situation, and so goes home to commit suicide with his wife. And before they commit suicide, they have a long, drawn out, very lovely dinner together. And from the very first line, he uses that kind of Hitchcockian technique where you don't create surprise, you create suspense. So he tells you from the outset what's going to happen, and then slowly unfolds this dinner party, where the husband and wife, recount things from their lives, share a meal, and at the end, eventually, in two sentences, end their own lives. And it's particularly poignant because Mishima, mainly a novelist, also committed suicide at the end of his life, delivered his final manuscript to his publisher, and then went off and it's a long story, but read a proclamation out at a government building, and then committed suicide on the roof of the building. So knowing that, it casts, like I said, a more poignant light on this story where you see, when you read it, you see Mishima almost preparing himself for what he had decided he was going to do to end his life. Let's see. We're getting into more good stuff now. Salinger, Perfect Day for Banana Fish, probably the best story in that collection. I've taught it many times. Also ends in a suicide, a military suicide, oddly. Cheever and Carver. Yeah, let's pause here. This is the most important stuff on this entire shelf right here. So I've always been of the opinion, if you're writing short stories in American English, whatever that means, you basically have two main registers in which you can work. You have your You have your Hemingway, Carver, extremely minimalist, stripped down, spare style, brutally realist, slice of life stories like Carver is so famous for writing. Or you have your more whimsical, what often gets called enchanted realism with John Cheever, where it's almost magical realism sometimes, but stories like, authors, I should say, like Shirley Jackson and Cheever writing more in that whimsical tradition. And I'm constantly, these two books are super important for me. I'm constantly picking up the one or the other. And if I'm being honest, trying to decide with whatever short story I'm working on at the moment, do I want this to sound more Carvery or more Cheevery? And so I really split my sense of like writing style along these two lines all the time for sure. Shortcuts is a collection that I don't know who actually put it together, but it's a series of Carver's best short stories. And it's most famous for having been adapted into a wonderful film of the same name called Shortcuts by Robert Altman, with all kinds of great actors in it. So it's obviously an ensemble film where Altman's sort of stitched these different short stories together and just kind of cuts from one to the other. Highly recommend the film. Dennis Johnson, also really important. Student slash drinking buddy slash fishing buddy of Raymond Carver. Um, Jesus' Son is his, of course, masterpiece, and it's like the book next to it by Bukowski. It's a series of stories about down and outers, addicts, perverts, weirdos of various stripes, and a couple stories from that I used to teach in my creative writing class as well. It's a really wonderful book. God, this is harder to summarize than the other shelves we've been doing. I'm sorry, but there's just so many great things.
Please take your time.
Yeah. Richard Ford, also a drinking buddy and fishing buddy of Raymond Carver, I believe. Um, writes also in that Carver vein, lots of stories set in, remote parts of the country. I won't summarize him more than that, but he's highly worth reading. Then we're getting into two Jewish American writers, Isaac Singer and Bernard Malamud. Malamud writes lots of stories, set in New York. He's wonderful, though. He's better known for his novels. I believe he's the guy who wrote The Natural. We'll come across that one later on. Isaac Singer, I've actually been reading quite a lot lately. He did all of these. He's super interesting. A good friend of mine who's also a novelist introduced me to him, and he wrote lots of almost folk tales written in Yiddish. He moved to the States. I think he continued to write in Yiddish his entire life, um, and had these translated with his assistants. The most famous story in this that's incredible, and blew my mind when I read it, is the story called Yentl, which, if you know the old musical with Barbra Streisand, I always just dismissed that as a kind of cheesy musical about it's about stories about a girl who wants to study. And the musical's cheesy, but it's a sweet theme. A girl who wants to study in a very misogynistic culture that thinks a woman's place is strictly in the home. And so when her father dies, she starts cross-dressing and pretending to be a man, and lives her life as a student of the Torah, and all kinds of problems ensue. But the story is incredible. I mean, it reminds me a lot of Kafka in its style, and just incredible. Can we zoom out a little bit so I can see what's coming up? Okay, so 1, 2, 3 in a row. We have Mary Lavin, Frank O'Connor, and William Trevor. Three outstanding Irish short story writers writing under the shadow of James Joyce, and God bless them, struggling to do so. But all outstanding in their own right. Lots of stories here about extremely small town and usually poor Irish life. Lots of stories featuring priests, Catholic priests, not surprisingly, and lots of stories featuring, disgraced young girls who fall for the wrong guy, that sort of thing. Frank O'Connor also has an incredible story dealing with the troubles in Ireland, the conflict with England and the fallout from that, called The Guests of the Nation, which is about a couple political prisoners who are waiting to be executed and having, from what I recall, it's been years since I read it, but having a series of conversations with the guards who are keeping an eye on them and getting to know them increasingly well, despite knowing that they're about to be executed. Best story in that collection by far.
What's that one
Mm.
called again?
Guests of the Nation. Yeah, it's the very first story in the book, if memory serves. Yeah. What do we have next? So this this sun-bleached one here is, I think that's J.F. Powers, Catholic American writer. Um, Lots of stories about priests. Very talented. Wrote a novel that I haven't gotten around to yet, about a priest called Mort Dorban. I'm gonna read that one this summer, I think. Richard Bausch teaches, I think, at UVA. I want to say, late 20th century, really talented. I used to teach a story of his called Equity that is about three daughters dealing with a father who is struggling with dementia. And I always thought it must be, in his mind, in Bausch's mind, a kind of retelling of King Lear. He never tips his hand with that, but the structure of it, three sisters coping with an ailing father, is too similar to be a coincidence, I would bet. He's a great writer. All right, let's keep moving. So there we go. All right, my favorite. Flannery O'Connor down there at the bottom. I think our greatest short story writer, one of my probably top 10 writers, period. Her death, premature death in her early 40s, maybe even 39, from lupus, is probably, in my opinion, the great tragedy of American literature. If she had a couple more decades, and if she'd ever had a healthy decade in her life, I don't even know what she could have accomplished. I've taught her stuff for years. It's very lightly Southern Gothic. She was also a very Catholic, devoutly Catholic writer, went to church every single morning with her mother in Milledgeville, Georgia. And her stories are wonderful because, despite being devoutly Catholic, she didn't never let that take away her sense of humor and her sort of twistedness. So her stories always have these dark undercurrents to them. And every story she wrote, somewhere in it, there's a character who's clearly a stand-in for Satan, who's just bringing the worst impulses and instincts to bear on the situation that someone could come up with. I've read a lot. I've read her biography. I've read her letters. A letter collection's called The Habit of Being. It's quite beautiful, and I've read her essays on writing, which are really revelatory. She was someone she was not a plotter. We talk about, you hear this all the time in creative writing and fiction writing circles, whether someone is a plotter or not, whether they need to know where their story is heading in order to write it. And she was very much the opposite. She has a famous story called Good Country People, where a young woman, clearly based on herself, and self-deprecatingly so. She was great at putting really brilliant young women in her stories who are too proud and stubborn for their own good, and then punishing them, and they're always clearly stand-ins for herself. So there's this story where a girl who suffered an accident when she was young and lost one of her legs and has a prosthetic leg, falls for this traveling Bible salesman, and they go off into the barn at the end, behind their farm at the end of the night, and she doesn't know what's going to happen. And I won't spoil it for those who haven't read the story yet, but the twist that Flannery O'Connor puts on the story is quite shocking. And in one of her creative writing lectures, she says, I didn't know what I was going to have happen in that barn until 2 sentences before it happened. So she was one of these writers who just let the stories take her where it needed to go rather than try to plot it in advance. Let's see. Carson McCullers, Porter, Welty, so a couple more Southern writers here. Faulkner, let me give another hot take. I've never been a big Faulkner guy. I've had to read a lot of them. But I always think his stuff is underfinished, underpolished. And the only two exceptions to that for me would be two of his short stories that are just utterly perfect. He has a story called, one that's well known, it's the short story he's most well known for, called A Rose for Emily, which is about how a community deals with the death of one of its matriarchs. And that also has a twisted spoiler at the end that I won't provide. But he has this other story called The Artist at Home that I absolutely love. It's about a writer who becomes a little too famous, moves to the country, and people just keep coming to visit him at his country estate. It's clearly based on Faulkner's mansion in Mississippi, in Oxford, Mississippi, which I visited one time. And now the writer just can't possibly get anything done, and so he finally has to flee his own house just to get any writing done. It's quite funny. Let's keep going. We're still in the Southern section here. Erskine Caldwell, I will also one of my top 10 writers, but I will save comment on him till we get to his novels. Roald Dahl, he's what, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, right? He's best known for. But his short stories are amazing. And they were turned into a television series, I think in the 80s, called Tales of the Unexpected, which Roald Dahl himself was the narrator for, so he provided a little commentary at the beginning of each episode. Those are like the Maupassant stories I was talking about earlier. Those are great for the ironic twists that he puts on the end of each and every one of them.
Yeah, I've read pretty much all of his stuff when I was a kid, and I'm curious. I've never really.
He did write Willy Wonka, right? I'm not having a stroke with that one, am I?
I'll look it up. Yeah. Yeah, so Charlie and the Chocolate Factory introduced the character Willy Wonka, 1964 novel, while he wrote the initial screenplay for the 1971 adaptation. The script was heavily revised by David Seltzer.
Gotcha. Alice Munro, rare Nobel laureate, who won her Nobel exclusively for writing short stories. I think she has maybe one novel, but her whole career has been about short fiction. She has a wonderful story that I also used to teach in my creative writing class called The Bear Came Over the Mountain. It was adapted quite wonderfully into a film called Away from Her, I think is the title. And it's about a couple also dealing with dementia. The wife of a very philandering English or literature professor is starting to lose her mind, starting to struggle to be independent at home. And so they move her into a memory care facility. And suddenly her memory comes back with a vengeance. But so much of it has to do with the things she had to put up with this husband who took advantage of her looking the other way for many, many years through affairs with students and things like that. It's quite beautiful. Let's see, what do we have next? Ron Rash, Larry Brown, Barry Hannah. I think all three Southern, all wonderful in their own way. Just a lot of, this is a section here, and just a lot of gritty Southern fiction, stories about everything from poverty to cooking meth to, I mean, everything that Southerners can get up to in the late 20th century. All fantastic. I would probably say my favorite of that bunch is Larry Brown. Here we go. Then we have Tim O'Brien. If you haven't read this one, Timothy, you must. The Things They Carried, the absolute masterpiece. Probably I'll talk about this more when we get to my academic shelf, but I taught the history of war trauma for many years as part of my medical humanities stuff. And so I've read quite a lot of war fiction, and I think it's not going out on a big limb to say that Tim O'Brien is our greatest writer of the experience of war we've ever had. The Things They Carried, the title of the story, is based on this motif that Tim O'Brien works through his book so brilliantly. It's understanding soldiers in Vietnam, primarily based on what they make room for in their rucksacks. So what things they need, whether it's comic books or the Bible or a picture of a loved one or um, condoms or whatever random thing it is, deodorant that soldiers carry along with them. And O'Brien uses that to reveal their various characters as they, try to survive in Vietnam. Tom McGuane, Northwest writer. Well, was that the Northwest? Well, writes about Montana, Idaho. He's incredible. Great naturalist description. If you like fiction that's set in the outdoors, set on ranches, that sort of thing, then he or the writer 2 books up, Annie Proulx, would be your go-to there. That's the book in which, God, what's it called? Brokeback Mountain first appeared, the short story, which is wonderful. It's a lot campier than I would have expected, very punny and smutty in some ways and compared to the film, but a wonderful short story. Phil Clay's Redeployment is probably our best book about the experience of war in Iraq and Afghanistan. Phil Clay was I believe, a captain who fought I think he was deployed in Afghanistan, but maybe both. And writes a lot about what it's like to be a veteran and come back to America and that's what the title really means, is that homecoming is like a second deployment for him, redeploying to civilian life. That's what the pun in the title refers to. Joy Williams, incredible. I've taught her as well, a couple of her stories. Utterly brilliant. Every story is strange, odd, creepy. Just, tiny little slices of life, usually about, young girls. A lot of stories about young girls coping with puberty and things like that. A lot set in the Southwest, and she's also incredible at setting desert landscapes, natural description off the charts. Lucia Berlin, probably a bit more like Dennis Johnson. She writes a lot about addiction, people that are kind of losing control of their lives, that sort of thing. Lori Moore's, I'll lump her together with a couple of writers who are below. She's your classic New Yorker story writer, for better or for worse. Where did we go here? Oh, this guy's super weird. Stream System by Gerard Murnane, Aussie writer. His stories don't make an ounce of sense, but I love reading them. A lot of stuff set in rural Australia, and the style is really unusual. Long, winding, cryptic sentences. You never quite really even know what you're reading about, but he's a beautiful stylist. Tom Jones, I haven't read a lot of those, so let me skip that one. I'm still working through that one. Oh, here we go. Speaking of canceled authors, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 Woody Allen. This is all of his great comic pieces from the 60s and 70s, when he was just starting to direct, and he would still have a lot of time to write, pieces for Esquire or Playboy or The New Yorker. They're brilliant. They're hilarious. He's got a story. My favorite probably of them all, he did a story about a guy. Oh God, is it Kugelmass? I think it's called the Kugelmass episode, where a guy finagles a time machine that allows him to enter the books he's reading, and so he ends up getting trapped with Emma Bovary for a while, and then it sort of gets even sillier from there. But these are a lot of fun. They're all collected, I believe, in that last book, The Insanity Defense, is just the previous three anthologized. Dubus, wonderful, late 20th century. Reminds me a lot of God, what's his name? The one who wrote The World According to Garp. Reminds me a lot of him. Just very like poignant scenes of family drama, that sort of thing. The next one has a personal anecdote. Let me pause here for a second. Thomas Farber. He's a former Berkeley professor. He's retired now. I didn't get to know him. I didn't get to know him while I was there, but if I can be permitted a personal anecdote again. I used to, when I was at Berkeley, I used to spend all of my free time at this sports bar called Kips, because it had a really funny cast of drunk gamblers types who were great for accumulating good material, dialogue, what have you, and just a lot of fun to hang out with, and way less pretentious than your average graduate student. So one of them was this guy named Phil, from your area, from New England, guy from Ipswich, Massachusetts. And when he heard I was a graduate student in the English department, he just kept telling me, "You got to go talk to Tom Farber. He wrote a story about me." And Phil was usually plastered when he was saying this, so I never believed him. Um, and then Phil passed away, and when I heard he did it, I just remembered that he had always told me this: "You got to go look up Tom Farber. He wrote a short story about me." So just feeling kind of sentimental about my friend passing away, I went on eBay and I found all of Tom Farber's books. And when they arrived, I hit the very first story, the very first book there, Hazards to the Human Heart, a story called Mad Dog. And Phil's nickname in the bar and in life in general was always Mad Dog Phil. And I thought, holy hell, this can't be a coincidence. I guess he wasn't lying. So I read this story and it was Phil to a T. All the craziness that came with this amazing guy that I used to know. And so I couldn't resist, and I dug up Tom Farber's email address. He still has a faculty email as an emeritus professor at Berkeley, and I dropped him a line, and I said, "Dear Professor Farber, you're either going to think I'm completely crazy or be glad to hear from me right now, but I think we have a mutual friend who just passed away, and he used to tell me blah blah blah." And Tom wrote back and he said, "Yep, I used to play basketball with him, and that story is 100% based on him." So that's all. That's that story. What have we got? One more shelf to go. Okay, two more. Two more. Okay, so I'll try to move a little bit quicker here. Um, yeah, leave that photo there for a second if you don't mind, like that. That's helpful. So if you see towards the top, you have O. Henry Prize stories, you have Best American Stories, all of these anthologies. Pretty much that entire shelf on the left-hand side, contemporary American, almost entirely. What I did when I decided I wanted to become a short story writer was just started buying every one of these Best American and O. Henry anthologies I could get my hands on. They're a wonderful way for anybody who's listening who wants to get to know short stories better as a genre. They're a wonderful way to figure out, who are some of the best writers of any given year. And, so there's a lot of duds in every one of those anthologies, don't get me wrong. But what I would do is I would just go and pick the two or three favorites, and I would order their books. That's how I found out about Tom McGuane. Why don't you zoom in now? That's how I found out about Tom Jones, all of these guys. Grace Paley, um, Jim Shepard, Tim Gautreaux. Keep scrolling if you don't mind. Angela Newman, Mary Gateskill, Pollock. Yeah, all of these. Let's stop here for a second. So, if you're interested in the short story genre and want to get to know it better, there's really no better way than to find some of these collections, figure out who your favorites are, and just build your collection from there. So that's really why this bookcase has gotten as extensive and thorough as it's gotten. Yeah, great. A Good Scent from a Strange Mountain. That's the kind of book. Can we pause there for a second? If we can afford a little bit of a rant, a soapbox rant, that's the kind of book that couldn't be written today. Robert Olin Butler, and he wrote a series of short stories about what it was like to be a Vietnamese immigrant to America. I don't know too much of his backstory. I don't know if he was in the war or anything, but that book, I'm saying, I don't know what his source of his interest and curiosity in Vietnamese culture stems from exactly. I would assume it's something like that, but um, won the Pulitzer Prize, I believe. Feel free to fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. It's the kind of book that nowadays a writer wouldn't be allowed to publish. He would get told that he's stepping too far out of his lane in trying to use fiction to imagine himself into a very different position, someone he doesn't share an identity with but wants to get to know. Um, in the 90s, you could still write books like this, but I think nowadays publishing has developed sometimes unwritten, sometimes written rules that, everybody should really write only almost entirely from their own experience, and that's not really healthy or productive for good creative fiction writing. I mean, the ultimate culmination of an argument like that is that we all just write memoirs about ourselves, right? So, I couldn't help but pause when I saw that book.
Nietzsche has something about that where all philosophy is autobiography.
Hmm. Well, maybe philosophy can afford to be, but I don't think fiction can. Um, okay, so go ahead and scroll a little more, please. Claire Keegan. I'll say more about her novellas. Yeah, I mean, all of these are great. They're all worth checking out. Michael Chabon. I'll stop there for a second. That's a really original collection. It's a series of short stories. It's not horror fiction or anything, but it's a series of short stories that all have a werewolf motif in them. And I used to teach this one in my creative writing class called Son of the Wolf Man. It's, I think, the best story in that collection. And it's about a couple who are trying to get pregnant. They've been struggling at it for years, live in California. Unfortunately, the wife is sexually assaulted by a serial rapist who lives in the town. And while they have been trying unsuccessfully to get pregnant for years, suddenly she becomes pregnant from the sexual assault. And then there's the dilemma of what they do with that. Do they have the baby? Do they not have the baby? And she ultimately decides to have the baby. And so it's this wonderful exploration of all the strains that puts on their relationship for her, for him as well. Just a wonderful short story. I actually met Michael Chabon at he lives in Berkeley, and he was out there when I lived there, and I had no idea who he was at the time. He was super nice, but I had no idea he was already a famous author, so we just engaged in a little bit of polite chit chat and then, went on about the party we were at. It was only years later that I was told who I had met, but he was very nice. Anyway,
I want to just read the Nietzsche quote because it's one of my favorites.
please.
This is from Beyond Good and Evil, Aphorism 6, in the Zimmern English translation, Helen Zimmern. It has gradually become clear to me what every great philosophy up till now has consisted of, namely the confession of its originator and a species of involuntary and unconscious autobiography.
Okay. Well, that's a tough act to follow, so I'm just gonna keep plowing through here. Let's stop there. Right in the middle, This is a name I bet you will be hearing more of in the years to come. Demery McGahey is a client of my wife's. As I said, my wife's a literary agent, and she's a young short story writer. Is working on a novel I know at the moment that sounds incredible. I think she's in her early 20s. She's quite young, but that Sympathy for Wild Girls is a hell of a collection. So I'm really looking forward to like watching her career develop in the next 20 years or so. Then from there we drift into mostly anthologies that I already alluded to. So you have Raymond Carver's curated Best American Short Stories from 1986. That's a pretty cool year to grab if someone wants to hop on eBay and just pick one edition of that collection. Yeah, that's a bit of a collector's item, I suppose, at this point. And it's always interesting, the politics behind who they have do the editing for any given year. And I'm sure there's lots of politics and cliquishness that determines who gets selected for these, but they're usually pretty damn good anthologies nonetheless. Mars Attacks, the old, it's like a trading card set that had a storyline through it. It's the basis for Tim Burton's film Mars Attacks. This is a very cool little picture book with this story about an alien invasion from Mars. And Jim Shepard, who we passed by earlier in this same shelf, he wrote a story based on these trading cards that's incredible. It's just a series of, I suppose you would call it ekphrastic. Ekphrasis is just the term for when you're describing visual art in prose, right? A series of like ekphrastic descriptions of each and every card from this series, just one by one, and they work extremely well as just as little prose poems, if you will. That's in his collection, Love and Hydrogen, which I also really recommend. It's an incredible book. And why don't we jump down to the last shelf now? So this is just all out of order, just the stuff that doesn't fit in the upper shelves. Gibbsville, PA, I really should have mentioned alongside Winesburg, Ohio, and Dubliners. John O'Hara is better known for his novels, but I prefer his short stories. These are all tales of small town Pennsylvania life. I forget if Gibbsville is his fictionalized term or not, but it would be for the Allentown, like upstate PA area, which is where he was based. And they're just amazing. A lot of Depression era stories, a lot of, ethnically rooted stories, whether it's Irish American, Polish American, that sort of thing. Early 20th century Depression era, just incredible. The next one, that should be Rupenian, right? Kind of Kristen Rupenian. The story in that one, I think it's probably the first example in American history of a short story going viral, if you will. What's it called? Cat Person. She wrote this short story, maybe appeared in the New Yorker, I forget, but it became incredibly popular, talked about. It's probably the best thing out there on all the awkwardnesses of modern dating. I mean, it's not exactly like swiping right, swiping left stuff. It's a little earlier than dating app culture, but just the way, um, let me get the generation right. Let's say like Gen Z and whatever come after them, all the awkwardnesses of how they date. That story really hits the nail on the head. I tried teaching it one time, and my students were just squirming in their seats and just glaring at me like, why, Eagle, would you do this to us? Because it just so hit the nose on the head about what it's like to be young and single right now. I would never teach that again if you paid me. Let's see here. Tennessee Williams. It's almost unfair that he's as good a short story writer as he is alongside dramatist. I was shocked at how good those are. Cheever, I've already covered. That's just a second copy. Do you have a lot of those, I forget what they're called, but those book boxes that people put up in front of their houses? Do you have a lot of those in your town?
Yeah, Free Little Library.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I haunt them. When I lived in Chicago, there were tons, and I would actually plan my daily walk to make sure I hit as many as possible. There aren't quite as many where I live here, but that was just a score I found in the one down the street for me. And even though I had a copy, I thought, "What the hell? It's worth having around."
I
Uh,
find that some people do sort of use them as a junk drawer, and so I guess I don't know. I haven't come across many that really had anything that interested me in them.
mm. I don't know. I guess it depends where you're living, but I've gotten some pretty good scores. That Dennis Johnson above Jesus' Son was a book box find. Like, it's actually quite a lot over the years that I've grabbed, and so I always try, because my wife's constantly getting what are they called, arcs, advanced reading copies for her authors that she represents, and then eventually where the house is filled with duplicates of her author's books, and so we're always sneaking those into there to um, return the favor. I really love that tradition. I keep meaning to build one myself.
Do you think there's any patterns to where the better ones are located, or what might indicate a better free little library versus one that's not as likely to be have good stuff?
I don't know. I feel like any way I answer that, I'm going to end up sounding elitist, but it probably can't be avoided. I mean, I do notice that if there's a college nearby, there are better books in the lending libraries for sure. Whereas if there isn't, they tend to get stuffed with things like old copies of books by Bill O'Reilly and Ann Coulter, like that kind of thing, or a lot of children's books, like people just retiring the books that their kids read, which is awesome too. But if there's stuff that's going to appeal to me, it's usually because I don't live very far from Swarthmore College, and if I veer over towards there, the book boxes get a lot more highbrow, let's say. For
That makes a
sure.
lot of sense.
Yeah. Some more Updike that used to say on the spine which years that's from, but that bleached away too. Um, Patricia Highsmith, those are incredible. So she's obviously the author of Strangers on a Train, the Talented Mr. Ripley series, and I love their novels. But her short stories are incredible too. She gets that like almost Hitchcockian twistedness sneaks it into so many of them. Some feature a murder, but they never quite feel like genre crime fiction. They always are a little more literary. And yeah, she's brilliant. She's absolutely brilliant. And then I think this will ride us out just with Best Americans from here on out. So you can get a sense. Tom Perrotta will come up when we get to American fiction. I love his writing. Stephen King.
Oops.
There, that was about it anyway. Well, that shelf was a little harder to go through than I think the first two. I hope that was interesting. Because it's so hard to.
Maybe just say a couple words about this prize, like the significance of it.
I don't know a whole lot about it, honestly. I mean, the PEN America Foundation, I don't even remember offhand what the PEN part stands for. I think it's an acronym, but um, they do a bunch of prizes. I know that, and in different categories, and I think that's just their short story of the year prize. And I believe I may be off on this, but I believe that all the stories included in any given one of those editions is the finalists for that year. And then I don't know if they all technically have won the prize or if there's a couple that win the prize and the rest are runners up. I'm not sure, but um, the Best American is just people who all the literary magazines submit the stories that they want to be nominated. I think the literary magazines submit them themselves as nominations, and then the editor plus a team kind of select their favorites, and then I think the editor has final say once they get a list of finalists down for the year. I love that series. Obviously, I own about 20 of them, but it is at the end of the day probably, even in my opinion, half duds that I don't ever need to read again, and half stories that introduced me to some author who I then end up going and buying their collected stories, and I'm so glad that I was introduced to them. So I'm a big fan of that series overall.
So where would you like to get started? Maybe with the Buddha here?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So now we are in room 2, also known as my wife's office, where we house our pretty extensive collection of American fiction. So the next 2 bookcases in their entirety will be American fiction only. No more short stories either. So I think it's entirely 2 bookcases full of American novels. This is a Buddha that I was given as a gift. It's a Buddha from Vietnam, that I just find incredibly peaceful. I think it's the most beautiful Buddha I've ever seen. I really love it. So that's all that there is there.
Great detail. Is it wood or is it?
Wood, yeah. And I don't know how they get that veneer to it. I don't know what's applied to it, but it's got a wonderful shine to it in person. This will be, I don't know how exactly we'll proceed here, but this will be a little easier, I think, logistically, because it's quite chronological. At least this bookcase is. I mean, I'm just kind of starting with the origins of the American novel, Huck Finn, Moby Dick, right? And that's where you start. Um, I reread Moby Dick a couple years ago. That's one of these ones. I feel like I should start stressing this more because it's such a. I know I brought it up once earlier, but the importance of rereading for me um, is so paramount. And so this is one of these books that I try to read every 5 years or so, if I can. And one thing I've noticed, I don't know what this says about me. I hope only good things, but I find Moby Dick funnier every time I read it. I mean, I see it as practically as a comic novel at this point. I think it's hilarious. And yeah, I seem to like it more each time I read it as well.
No, I was a little bit curious why you start with Huck Finn, just in terms of the date. It's published in 1884.
Yeah, I have a habit of, I'm sure there's a term for this, but I have a habit of putting the tallest copy to the left because I find it irks me if their taller book is sticking out in the middle of a bookshelf. So there's nothing more to it than that, I'm afraid. Confidence Man, Taipei. I don't love those two. I'm really more preferential to Moby Dick and to Billy Budd. I've taught Billy Budd. I have a chapter at some point. My academic book will come up. I wrote a history of speech pathology and speech disorders, and I have in especially as they appear in literature, and I have a chapter in that book on Billy Budd. He is the what's the term I'm looking for? He's the ultimate original stutterer in fiction. Maybe the only exception you could put to that is Moses in the Bible, I suppose. But Billy Budd is like the quintessential literary depiction of stuttering. A guy who is sexually restrained, nervous, shy, um, self-effacing, and ultimately, because he can't speak up for himself, lashes out with physical violence. And so when he kills Claggart on the ship with his fist, the logic of the story is that he did with his fists what he couldn't do with his tongue. He couldn't get the words out to stick up for himself, and so he sort of lashes out impulsively. And that's a pattern that you see throughout depictions of stuttering. As more appear in the bookcases, I'll be happy to point them out. We have a lot of Henry James here. Europeans point, and my favorite. Pause there for a second because you have your distinction between early James and late James, and that's exactly the dividing point. These aren't exactly in chronological order or anything, but basically from the Europeans to Portrait of a Lady, you have a Henry James who's still writing a fairly readable style. And for me, the best book of that early period of his is The Spoils of Point. And it's a book about people who get too obsessed with interior decorating and obsessing over objects. It's a kind of wonderful lesson in what Marx would call commodity fetishism. And it has a lot to do with it. It came out of his reaction to books like Oscar Wilde's Picture of Dorian Gray, the arts and crafts movement, and James's like slightly moral reservations about how certain people tend to get too obsessed with home decor. It's a wonderfully written, beautiful, beautiful book. As James advanced in his career, you see those big three at the top. Yeah, God, these are all out of order. But the big three at the top are in the correct order. Those James scholars will refer to those as the big three: Ambassadors, Wings of the Dove, and Golden Bowl. Pretty sure they're the last three novels he wrote. You notice they're humongous compared to most of the others. So they're three epic novels. And the style in those gets a lot more experimental. The sentences get very contorted and very vague, and they're very hard to read. I've tried going back to those. I admired them a lot when I was younger, reading them as a young PhD student. But anytime I've tried to go back to them, they've just kind of kicked me out. The style just doesn't appeal to me the way it used to. All three wonderful movies, adaptations as well, though. And the Ambassadors, excuse me, fun fact is the basis for the plot of Talented Mr. Ripley as well. It's a story about a patriarch who's worried that their child is being corrupted by moving to Europe, and sends an ambassador, quote unquote, over to check on them and hopefully bring them back. So, like so much of James's fiction, is about this confrontation between American values and European values, and the Ambassadors is wonderful for that. There's actually Patricia Highsmith gives the book a little tip of the cap at the beginning of Talented Mr. Ripley. There's somebody reading a copy of The Ambassadors in the beginning of that novel, because she really had it in mind when she was rewriting this character, Mr. Ripley, as a twisted, dark version of this someone who goes to, quote unquote, save somebody from the temptations of decadent Europe. So yeah, pretty common theme in American fiction, actually. The old world versus the new world. Edith Wharton, Age of Innocence is absolutely wonderful period piece set in early 20th century New York. I'm probably gonna keep mentioning adaptations. I'm sorry, but wonderfully adapted by, of all people, Martin Scorsese adapted that, and it's a outstanding adaptation. Then we're into Gertrude Stein. So a lot of my work at Berkeley, a lot of my studies at Berkeley were on modernist literature, and whenever we get to Finnegan's Wake, I'll have a lot to say about that. I was very intrigued by experimental modernist writing as a grad student. And so I did a bit of a deep dive into Gertrude Stein, whose sentences, if you've never read her before, are almost pathologically repetitive. Her most famous saying from one of her poems is, "A rose is a rose is a rose is a rose." It's supposed to be this circular, tautological kind of sentence that just could run endlessly if you wanted it to. So much of her poetry and her prose writing is like that. And I was trying to figure out, what the hell did she think she was doing? So I was studying, as I told you, I studied speech disorders, speech pathology, and I kept noticing that when I would read transcripts of people who had been affected by aphasia, which is the language condition, the language impairment you get if you suffer a stroke, where you struggle to form words either at all or you struggle to form them correctly. And as I was reading these transcripts of conditions like palilalia, it's called, or logorrhea, I was noticing that all of these transcripts from patients sounded like Gertrude Stein. So I decided to send a little a sample of Gertrude Stein to a prominent aphasiologist, whose name's escaping me at the moment, and ask him. It was Hugh Buckingham, I think was his name. And just ask him, "Hey, could you diagnose this for me? This is a bit of a experiment I'm trying to prove." And he said, "Yeah, this is all textbook aphasia," and he gave me a full report of the symptoms that he was seeing in the language, and I've never quite known what to do with that, where to file that. Um, Bottom line is that a lot of these modernist writers were experimenting with language in ways that rubbed elbows with pathologies of speech. And so, I think both what they both have in common is some kind of sense of the breakdown of language, the ways in which language can break down and fall apart, and cease to mean anything and become nonsense. And yeah, that's in Stein. That's a really interesting area of study.
I meant to ask you how you got into that whole speech disorder field.
Sure, sure. So, I mentioned earlier that my dad, when I was in college, suffered a stroke, and it really all came from that because for a few months he couldn't speak at all, and he started to, after a little bit of recovery, he started to speak in this kind of mumbly whisper that, because I was spending so much time at the hospital and the rehab facilities and whatnot, I was the only one who could understand him. So I started becoming this like translator when other relatives would come to visit for a while. And luckily, because he was a hilarious man, luckily his speech came back and his sense of humor never left him. But this was about maybe 6 months to a year or so where we both were given a lesson, a very intense lesson on the like fragility of language, that it's not just always there for us when we need it to be. And that really stuck with me all through college and after. And so when I got into grad school, I just started exploring all of the stuff was talking about earlier with the origin of language and Cratylism and this other stuff later on where I was researching the breakdown of language and speech pathology. I feel like it's kind of just two sides of the same coin, just different ways of asking, like, what is language? How do we have it? How do we lose it? Was kind of the common denominator of all of that stuff. All right, so shall I keep moving? So Hemingway, yeah. I mean, hot take alert and all, but I'm sorry. Every one of these novels I try to love. I try so hard to love, and I don't think they hold up over the long haul. Um, you know, The Sun Also Rises is maybe an exception, but it's also something that could have been half as long and would have been a tighter, better book if it had been. I just think there's so much pressure, like both artistically and commercially, for writers to churn out novels that I think they're just sort of pressured into doing so. And his real forte was the short story, and so I read these and I appreciate them, but I wish they were all much shorter, tighter books.
I'm kind of surprised you didn't like A Farewell to Arms.
I just don't think that it's purely I guess a question of taste, but I don't think you can sustain that spare of a style that is that dialogue heavy for 200, 300 pages. I just don't think that works. Whenever I'm imitating Hemingway, it's a page of dialogue and then get the hell out of the way and switch it up again. Whereas these novels are hundreds of pages of staccato dialogue. And for me, I just at a certain point I get bored, I have to admit. Um, Even if I love the setting and the tone and the execution, I just think there's not enough variation for it to sustain itself, if that makes sense.
You might be too smart for it.
I don't know about that, but but yeah, thank you for saying. So even if it's not true. All right, so again, I'm a writer and a literary critic. I'm not a literary historian, so I doubt these are in perfect chronological order, but I do my best. Um, Ripley. There's another one who needed an even stronger editor, Thomas Wolfe. Beautiful, soaring prose, but I wish it would be reined in a little bit more. Fitzgerald, Nathaniel West. A lot of these, wow, a lot of these right here, I'm realizing I saw the movie, I had to read the book. Like, for me, that might sound a little Philistine to say on a channel like this, but so many of the American novels I've uncovered over the years was just by paying attention during the opening credits of a classic movie on TCM and saying, adapted by a novel from Truman Capote or from Booth Tarkington or Nathaniel West or so on, or B. Traven, Treasure of the Sierra Nevada is one of the greatest American movies ever made. And I've loved every one of these books, but in every case, for what it's worth, I saw the movie first and read the book in the light of the film rather than the other way around. So reverse adaptation, I guess. Mm. Let's see here. Okay, so one, two, three, four, five war writers in a row. A lot of people don't know this, but J.D. Salinger was on one of the very first waves to take France on D-Day. Thank God survived, and in his rucksack was an early manuscript of Catcher in the Rye. He was We don't think of him as a war writer, but we should. He was profoundly affected. He was also one of the first people to open the death camps in Germany and in Poland, and was profoundly affected by that for the rest of his life. It's small surprise that he became such a hermit afterwards. But every one of these is a writer who was deeply marked by war. James Jones in Korea, Vonnegut in World War II, Mailer in World War II as well, Joseph Heller. Yeah, I've read a lot of war fiction, and like I said, I'll say more about that later when we start talking about, and then there you go again, Tim O'Brien, yeah. This is Combat Alley here, this section. Going after Cacciato, let's stop there for a second if we may. I love everything Tim O'Brien's ever wrote, but that is a wild, fun book. It's about a guy who just gets fed up fighting in Vietnam and says, "To hell with it. I'm walking to France. I'm walking to Paris." And he just leaves his platoon, goes AWOL, and just starts walking west from Vietnam. And his platoon doesn't know what to do, so they just try to track him down and they follow him. And it goes on this like really zany, I mean, talk about a picaresque novel. They go on this long zany journey through all of Asia and across. I think they cross through Turkey and a bunch of places, trying to weave their way to Paris to track this soldier down. It's a really fun take on the war novel and on the idea of homecoming after a war. So it's just a sort of funny parody of the Odyssey, almost, if you will. Cheever, I know I've said this a couple times, that writers can write in any identity lane they see fit, as far as I'm concerned, but they ought to know what genre they're best at. I know I've stressed that a couple times already. I don't know if I feel that way with Cheever. I think he's actually a pretty damn good novelist as well. Falconer is incredible. A novel set in a prison. That would probably be the best of the three there, and just full of his wonderful turns of phrases. All three of them. The style's really beautiful.
Can you say a little bit more about the plot?
Of Falconer.
Yeah.
I don't remember it super well. I just remember it being a lot about bonds, like, of friendship and also sexual bonds. I mean, I know his sexuality is a hot topic in literary history, but I've always just understood him as bisexual because he was very hedonistic and promiscuous in general with both sexes, and so there's a lot of like very tender, if you will, queer sexuality in the novel, as well as Just a lot of like conflict and violence among the different prisoners. I forget though why the central character ends up in prison in the first place. I mean, that's the key plot point that's just escaping me right now. But um, also very dreamlike. It just kind of travels cell to cell a lot in that novel. So I mean, the one last thing I'll say about it is I really love books with unity of place. Um, my novel is set in an assisted living facility where the characters never leave the complex, the couple buildings in the yard in between the couple buildings. And so I have a habit of getting my hands on any book that I can that has unity of place in it, especially before I wrote my novel when I was trying to figure out it's quite a puzzle. You can have movement over time, but if you don't allow your characters to really travel very far, it's a pretty daunting challenge, trust me, to sustain interest in the story. And so this was one of these books that anytime I'd hear a book was just set in an institutional confined setting, I would snatch it up and make a point of reading it. So I definitely got a lot of pointers from this one in that regard.
It's not super related, but I've always been interested in Foucault's and other works on total institutions.
Yeah, no, totally. The panopticon, and it's what I think Irving Goffman who coined the term total institution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He famously went undercover sort of in a
Is that in an asylum? Yeah, yeah. Um, Richard Yates, another I heard of the book through the movie. The adaptation with DiCaprio and Kate Winslet is incredible, and the book is just heartbreaking. It's a beautiful read. All of his stuff is incredible. Let's see. Okay, so here's another hot take moment. John Kennedy Toole's best book is The Neon Bible, not A Confederacy of Dunces. I know how popular the latter is, but I've never been a big fan. I didn't find it particularly funny, even if the main character, what's his name, Ignatius, is pretty endearing nonetheless. But The Neon Bible reminds me a lot. It's like a coming of age story where with a very dysfunctional family in the early 20th century. Reminded me a lot of Brighton Beach Memoirs, that kind of film. Like early 20th century boy trying to figure out the adult world before he really gets to participate in it. And that's the one that showed me just how incredibly talented Toole actually was as a writer. It's incredible. These are definitely not in chronological order. I'm gonna have to move Henry Miller up. Walter Tevis. There you go. Two more where I heard about the author through the movie. The Hustler, a great film with Paul Newman and Jackie Gleason about pool hustling. Incredible book, incredible film. And then I first had Tevis put on my radar by the Netflix series, The Queen's Gambit. I'm a chess player. We'll get to a chess book section later on. So I was very excited to watch that series and then immediately grabbed the novel and ate it up. It's outstanding. There you go. Ugh, okay. So yeah, to continue the theme of this shelf, which is a bit of a revelation for me, just how much of my American reading comes from watching classic movies. The Natural, Bang the Drum Slowly, Rosemary's Baby, Boys from Brazil were all put on my radar by watching the film first and then going and investigating the author. All amazing, amazing books as well. Um, I'm blown away by how faithfully that's usually the word people use, right? How meticulously Roman Polanski adapted that novel. There's not a single change. Everything happens in the exact same order, the exact same way, to where the novel almost starts to feel like what screenwriters will call a treatment, just a prose summary of what's going to happen in the film. It's very, very faithfully adapted. Ira Levin's The Boys from Brazil is a fascinating piece of, I guess you would call it like a scientific thriller or something. It's about the possibilities of recreating a human being from their DNA, while also knowing that you need to factor in a certain amount of environmental similarities as well. If you want to recreate the same exact person, you need to give them a similar family situation, so on and so forth. The only problem is the person who is chosen to be recreated is Adolf Hitler. And this is supposed to be a project that Dr. Mengele tries to enact in Brazil, by essentially growing a bunch of babies and then making sure that their upbringings will mirror Hitler's as much as possible, having a father die at a young age, et cetera, et cetera. And then the story is about the Nazi hunter who stumbles on this plot and ultimately foils it. Fantastic, fantastic read. The next book, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Let's definitely pause here for a second. So, 1963, I guess we could say this, the great American novel, in my opinion. It's the book I've taught more than any other book. I taught that pretty much once a year for 20 years, in one class or another. So, in that regard, I guess it's one of my favorite novels, if not my favorite. And it's also the book, I've just alluded to my novel a couple times along the way. My novel I see as essentially a kind of updating of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And I'll just explain quickly what I mean by that. Cuckoo's Nest is the great expose on the state mental hospital system of the early to mid 20th century, when we had large publicly funded um, mental hospitals that had the power to involuntarily confine you, medicate you as they saw fit, and even treat you with things that we see as abhorrent now, such as anything from lobotomies to electroshock therapy to experimental medications and so on. Cuckoo's Nest was all about state control and rebellion from that, and it's pretty libertarian book, harkening back to our conversation earlier. But what I wanted to do with my book was show how the story continued, because people who participated in the anti-psychiatry movement, such as Ken Kesey or Foucault, you mentioned earlier, they
Thomas
really,
Hobbes.
yeah, Thomas, yeah, a great example. Goffman. These guys were all, I think, justifiably hell-bent on just dismantling the state mental hospital system because it was persecutory. You could get thrown into these places for being gay. What defined you as abnormal or a freak was entirely too broad and culturally subjective, right? So there was everything wrong with that system that needed to be corrected. But the problem is, and this is a pretty long history that I'll just sketch as quickly as I can.
I love
Prob-
this stuff, so feel free to go into some depth.
yeah, sure. The problem is we as a country and, in a large extent as a world, didn't really put enough thought into what should replace it. And I think we just thought that things like antipsychotics and SSRIs and whatnot were going to fill in the blank, but that just doesn't work. And so, we're really right now starting to see the ramifications of that with rampant mental illness in cities, and the homelessness that is so often caused by mental illness, and all of these problems that are really starting to get back on our radar again. Well, the history I wanted to tell is this history kind of tucked between these two moments that I've just mentioned, where the places that
Wait, what are
actually,
the two moments?
the two moments would be the old school state mental hospitals,
Oh, yep.
and this moment we're in now where we're starting to see people in earnest say, hey, bring back state mental hospitals, right? We're starting to really say homelessness, mental illness, some of these problems, untreated schizophrenia. Some of these problems are getting so severe that we might actually need drastic solutions again. Well, what happened between the closure of the mental hospitals and now? Where a lot of the places that ended up filling in the care gap that existed between those two moments were actually assisted living facilities, elder care facilities, so on and so forth. I came to know that when my dad needed to go into assisted living because of his disability from the stroke, and ended up at a place that was essentially a cuckoo's nest without fences, a cuckoo's nest without locked doors, without any kind of rules or regulations. None of the stuff that in Kesey's novel you associate with Nurse Ratched. None of that overseeing, like panopticon style observation and control. It was replaced with, corner cutting, chaos, um, incompetence, and care, with large quotes around it, by people who simply, in their defense, weren't qualified or equipped to handle the kinds of cases that they were getting, the kinds of people that were getting shuffled into these buildings. So, the way I came to know this is when my dad ended up at a very dysfunctional assisted living facility. And we take one look around the yard and we see that he's the oldest person here. He's the only person here that's clearly physically disabled, walking with a cane. And he's in a yard full of 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, when he's almost 70. And everyone in the yard is talking to themselves, and doesn't know it. Um, and the nurses are ranging from incompetent to apathetic. And I immediately tried to talk my dad into. I said, "Look, we were sent to this place. You gotta, you gotta hang tough for the weekend and stay here. But I'll get you somewhere better next week." And his reaction when I came back the next day, and this is verbatim, he said, "I'm not going fucking anywhere. This is the craziest place I've ever seen. Get me a notebook." And he kept a diary for 2 years in this one cuckoo's nest, which was the basis of my novel, in which I wanted to tell my dad's story, but I also wanted to tell this like lesser known history of what happened, like I said, between these two moments when you don't have any state funded solutions anymore, nothing on the scale you had in Kesey's day for dealing with acute mental illness. Um, and so these people had to go somewhere. And where they ended up all too often was in facilities that weren't really equipped to handle them. And so, I was given this wonderful opportunity, um, in a sense, that I really didn't want to take for granted. That's why I had to finish this novel. It took me much longer than it should have, but it was really important to me because I could just walk the halls in this place as though I worked there. The nurses all knew who I was. They knew I was Mr. Eagle's son. They didn't care. They were happy to have me around. And so I got to spend time and get to know all these different people who had, fallen through the cracks and ended up in this place, and try to investigate, like, why did you end up here? Why do you stay? Those were always the two nagging questions for me, because you could come and go. You weren't under any kind of confinement. There was no curfew. The door was open 24 hours a day. You just needed a key to get in the building. Um, and that kind of freedom, it sounds on paper preferable to involuntary confinement and electroshock therapy, of course, but it comes with a different set of problems that were largely being ignored. This was in the 90s that I'm talking about. And so, yeah, I mean, that's really what I meant at the outset of this digression when I said we just never gave any thought to what we needed to do about this problem. And I think we're really just at a point now where we're at least starting to ask the question again. It's not compassionate to just give total freedom to people who aren't maybe equipped at a certain moment in their lives to handle it. It's not, it seems more compassionate than locking them up, of course, and it is, but, you know, one needs to find some way to strike a better balance between care and um, control, if that makes sense. Mm. Yeah. All right, so should we keep moving on? Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, the great novel about Ken Kesey. So here we're into like your beatniks and your pre-beatniks. This is stuff that, God, these three novels here, On the Road, Naked Lunch, and Acid Test, like meant the world to me when I was 19. I should go back and reread them and see how I relate to them now, but those were three big influences on me in my 20s for sure. Then we have a whole lot of Philip Roth coming up. Probably the best book in here is The Human Stain. Yeah. I mean, these are all cool in their different ways. You have your alternate history in Plot Against America, a novel that imagines what would have happened if Hitler won World War II. Great American Novel is a baseball story. But I think the best book in here, probably, I'll talk about two. I mean, I'll talk about Human Stain and American Pastoral, if that's all right. Human Stain is actually a great portrait of academic cancel culture. And it's incredible how early he wrote it, considering, I mean, one would have so much more material and real life examples to draw on nowadays if one were writing such a novel. But he just gets so many things right in this. As someone who's been in academia for 20 plus years, I know where so many bodies are buried. I've seen so many stories like this one. It's about a professor who just slips up, says something unintentionally racist, but ultimately harmful that he just couldn't have possibly realized would come off that way in class, is asked to apologize and simply refuses on principle, and then decides therefore to walk away from his career teaching classics. Actually, I think he teaches. I think he teaches Latin. I forget. It's been a while, but and so, it's just a wonderful resistance story, about a character who sticks to stubborn principles, and has a couple good twists that I won't spoil. American Pastoral, probably, I think he won a Pulitzer for that one, probably his most famous novel after his early one. This one also gets a chapter in my book on speech disorders because it features a really fascinating character who stutters. What is her name? Mary Lvov, I believe, is the character's name. And her father is an industrialist in New Jersey, like so many of Roth's characters are. And he's a kind of all-American former athlete, local hero who has managed to assimilate and kind of, avoid the restrictions that would come with being Jewish during his time, just by being so popular and charismatic. And him and his wife, kind of beauty queen wife, they give birth to this angry, miserable teenage daughter who turns to extremism during the Vietnam War, due to her outrage at the war. And she's another classic character. You see a lot of these in American fiction who, again, because they can't get their words out, she has an extremely strong stutter in the novel. She'll repeat the onset syllable of a word 20 times sometimes to where it fills a whole line. And because she can't get her words out, so the logic of stuttering in fiction goes almost every time, she ends up blowing up a post office, which was a kind of common thing to do during the Vietnam War. There were quite a lot of those terrorist acts by, what do you call it, domestic terrorists as a way of fighting against the Vietnam War. And, the rest of the novel becomes about this father character, Swede, he's known in the novel, just trying to figure out what went wrong and how to have any kind of relationship with his daughter while she's in hiding because of this crime she committed. And it's quite a beautiful book. Highly recommend.
I was just looking up this Human Stain on Wikipedia, and it says that Roth described in a 2012 piece for The New Yorker, how his novel was inspired by an event in the life of his friend Melvin Tooman, a professor of sociology at Princeton for some 30 years, for a very similar situation.
I'll look into that. I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised. Okay, well, here we are in the DeLillo section. So everybody knows White Noise and Underworld. They're both masterpieces. I love both of them, though. My favorite part of Underworld, is the preface. I think nobody writes prologue, I should say. Nobody writes fictional prologues better than Don DeLillo. The prologue of Underworld is where he stages that famous shot heard round the world, this famous home run in baseball history. I forget the year exactly, but it's probably the most famous home run in baseball history, and it's incredible. Have you read it before? He goes basically around the stadium. He uses the announcer as narration during the game. So he manages to narrate the game, what's going on in the stands, and then this fight that happens over the baseball that this kid catches, and a couple grown men try to take it from him. And then it's about the fallout of the kid running away from these men and trying to keep this souvenir. It's incredible. It's published separately sometimes as a short fiction piece called Pathgo at the Wall. So if you it's hard to find nowadays, but if you don't want to read the entire Underworld novel, you can just read that short story. But I actually, of all of these, White Noise, another fantastic campus novel, hilarious. But my favorite DeLillo is that one in the middle, End Zone. Also set in the sports world. It's about a small college football campus in Texas, or kind of the equivalent of a Division 2 team is, playing, getting their ass kicked in like thankless football games for a small college in Texas. And it's set during the height of the Cold War, and has a character who is obsessed with nuclear war, as many people became in the 60s, during the height of the fear of nuclear holocaust. And so this guy's constantly studying and finding everything he can out about what nuclear war would be like if, God forbid, it ever happened, while he's playing football games. I have a scene in my novel where I staged an Eagles game, where all the characters are huddled in a rec room around a TV watching a game. And I'll just say I studied the descriptions of live football in DeLillo's End Zone meticulously before I tried to write my scene. I think it's pretty hard to narrate live sports well, without being like, you have to figure out how much detail to include, when to move on. It's very tricky in terms of pacing. And so I've learned a lot about sports writing from that book in particular.
There's a scene in the Dark Knight Rises where the stadium is blown up by Bane.
Yeah.
And I think the Super Bowl a couple years ago, the lights turned off for like 30 minutes.
And there's what is it called? There's a film that stages a terror attack at the Super Bowl too, back in the day, but I forget what it's called. Okay, where are we here? Robert Stone, Vietnam era writer. He was also put on my radar. Dog Soldiers was adapted into a pretty good film starring Nick Nolte called Who Will Stop the Rain, the old Creedence Clearwater lyric. And that's about like a drug deal from some Vietnam vets going wrong. Outer Birch Reach is pretty wonderful too. I could go on about each and every one of these, but I'm going to try to resist and just pick the highlights. Paul Theroux's Mosquito Coast, yet another movie that I went and found the book. I have read that one at least 4 times. It's absolutely flawless. cannot recommend it highly enough. Say American Psycho. I mean, that's another one. We've been talking about this from time to time throughout here. American Psycho is another book that would never have a snowball's chance in hell of being published today. Um, and for me, that's the kind of the tragedy of the state of publishing nowadays, is that very few publishers are willing to go out on a limb for something this volatile and controversial. The business is taking over a little bit too much. But both of those by him, Less Than Zero. I haven't read the last two, Informers or Rules of Attraction, yet, but the other two are tour de force. McInerney is one of those guys who tried to write in second person. I believe the entire book is you did this, you did that. I liked it, but I didn't love it. Virgin Suicides, there we go. That's a masterpiece. I hear this a lot. I talk to either friends who write or just friends who read a lot of contemporary fiction, and we keep going to this conversation. We're starting to get to the part of the collection where that'll become an issue. We start to say, in the age of the internet, in the age of social media, in the age of constant presence of screens and distraction, like how possible is it still to write great fiction, truly great novels? And so that always ends up turning into some conversation on whether, which it'll come up soon for sure, like whether Jonathan Franzen's The Corrections is the last great American novel, and everything else is kind of lukewarm ever since. And my go-to is always Virgin Suicides for this. I think that's probably the best American novel in the last 20 years. And I know it's 20 years old because I think that's the 20th anniversary edition, but that I got a few years ago. But I think it is really a concern as writers' attention spans get spread more and more thin, because even if we're diehard readers, we're still creatures of this current world, the world described by Nordau a while ago as, full of too many distractions and pressures and too much input. And so I do wonder a lot whether, we're starting to get into the 90s, into the early 2000s, and whether this was the peak, and it's going to be hard for literature to stay at this level going into the future. Sorry if that sounds too pessimistic, but
I'm curious what you thought made the Virgin Suicides sort of at that level.
its style is like pitch perfect. I mean, usually when I say something like that, I mean that the ideas stay as clever as they've always have, and characters can be as well rounded as they've always been. But I think the mark for me is when I can read a book and feel like, it passes the Flaubert test, by which I mean every single sentence in it is perfectly crafted. Over the course of a novel, that's extremely hard to do. Um, and I think Eugenides really pulled that off in that book. Every adjective is perfectly chosen. Every sentence, it's just front to back, perfect.
Wow.
Yeah. Written in first person plural too, and that's probably formally its most unusual aspect. So it's told from the perspective of a group of boys who kept an eye on this group of girls who lived across town, and so it's we all the way through. I can only think of a couple examples of that in fiction. There's the Faulkner story I mentioned earlier, A Rose from Emily, is told we, the people of this town. I really like that move, and so in a short story I wrote a few years ago, I tried it too, where it's a group of people, and not surprisingly, knowing my interests in background, it's a group of people in a hospital ward, and it's we all the way through, how they're reacting to being in this ward. It's tricky to pull off, but I've found it really fun as an experiment. Tom Perrotta, another author. I saw the film Little Children, loved it, got curious. Election as well is another great film. Little Children is, we'll definitely talk about Madame Bovary a lot. It's probably my favorite novel period when we get to European literature. And Little Children is a modern day retelling of the Emma Bovary story in suburban America. And the Kate Winslet character in it is a uh, housewife who, is dissatisfied with her husband and ends up in an affair with a man she meets in town. And like the Emma Bovary story by Flaubert, she ends up struggling, trying to break out of her humdrum existence and leave town with this guy, and then doesn't quite pull it off. Um, his Wishbones that's a book I need to reread. I'm gonna add that to my reread list. That's a great novel about a wedding type band that can't just bring themselves to give up and finally call it a career. Um, The Leftovers, HBO adaptation, pretty good. This is around, I think, when Perrotta started. I mean, he became quite in vogue for a while and started churning out novels a little bit quicker, and I don't think some of his newer ones are as good as those early few.
Hmm.
The Corrections is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I gave a lecture on it once at that conference I mentioned where I met Raymond Tallis, the philosopher. What I found really interesting about this book is the way it, let me say, interrogates the certain popular discourses that I was talking about with Raymond Tallis. So the way our culture right now sends us a message that our moods are primarily and for the most part a byproduct of our body chemistry, our neurochemistry. There's a character in there that really stands out to me. It's been a minute since I've read it, so I'm blanking on his name, but um, he's the brother of the main character, and he's constantly obsessed with tracking his serotonin levels and, wondering what number they would be at any given time and taking medication to regulate them. And, meanwhile, his life is on fire all around him, and yet he's really primarily focused on how his brain is doing at any given moment. Franzen's just great at exploring. I used to have, I don't know what happened to the other copies of his books I used to have, but he's really good at exploring the way these popular discourses become, to use the line from George Lakoff that we were discussing earlier, the way these become metaphors we live by, the way social messaging just gives us a filter through which we understand our own existence. Um, let's see, maybe skip the next couple. Mario Puzo's Fortunate Pilgrim. Um, this blew me away. I always thought, because obviously I heard about him through a little known movie called The Godfather as well, but I always thought he was just popular genre fiction writer, and so I never bothered to check him out. And then I had a buddy of mine who's a novelist here in Delaware County, PA as well, insist that I give him a try, and I did, and I was really blown away. He's incredibly talented. This Fortunate Pilgrim is, an Italian-American story set in New York about the early immigrant experience in the tenements in New York City, about 100 years ago now, and it's just beautifully written. That and The Godfather, actually, which we'll probably come across in a later shelf, so much more stylistically polished than I would have ever expected, based on their popularity. Um, Russell Branks, I won't say too much about him. I like his writing a lot, and I love that Trailer Park book. I'll just mention that one briefly. That's another good example of a unity of place novel. I'm sure you can guess where it's set based on the title, and it's just a bunch of funny episodes, also sort of teeters on the fine line between linked short stories and actual novel. But just a bunch of funny episodes set in a trailer park. It's a fun read. And what do we have in our last shelf here? Shipping News I haven't gotten around to yet. I've been meaning to read that one forever. Gilead's a quite beautiful novel by Marilyn Robinson, about a pastor in a small town, I believe in Iowa it's set. It's just dealing with various ethical dilemmas and crises of faith. She's also a very beautiful stylist. They're out of order a little bit here, but I liked Housekeeping by her even more. Um, do you know Mark Lehner, that Et Tu Babe? You ever heard of him? He's hilarious. He was a popular writer in the 90s. Very postmodern, over the top comedy writing. And that copy's actually autographed. I met him at a book signing in Philadelphia back in like 95 or so. Chabon, I like the novels. I don't love them. Um, so we can probably breeze through these a little bit. I mean, they're super popular, but don't get me wrong. There's a couple in here from when I was reading, like Atmospheric Disturbance, Lowboy, um, Motherless Brooklyn. I'll say more about that one in a second, but there's a couple here that I was reading as examples of what are called neurofiction. So, I was talking about neuroreductionism earlier on, but there's been a movement in contemporary fiction, to switch the traditional categories which we use to understand literary characters from psychological to neurological. So like I was saying about that character in The Corrections whose experience is explained in terms of his serotonin level, a lot of these novels have tried to do similar things. I'm blanking on the name of the author, but this might be worth a quick Google. There's a guy who wrote a really brilliant study of these, called The Neuro Novel, I think is the name of his essay, where he looks at a lot of these different novels and tries to think about what this means for the future of fiction. If we were to live in a world where the master discourse for understanding human behavior is neuroscience rather than like classic Freudian psychology or something. I think the guy's name was Marco, something like that.
Marco Roth.
Bingo, bingo. I don't know if you got a quick AI summary of that article, but it was absolutely brilliant, and it connected a lot of these novels together. And when I was writing that paper on the corrections, so I took a little bit of a look at a bunch of these to see if I wanted to maybe even write a book on it, but I decided not to.
Yeah, so the little summary here is the neuro novel refers to contemporary fiction that centers on protagonists with brain disorders or cognitive differences caused by biochemistry rather than psychology. These novels blend neuroscience with storytelling, exploring concepts like consciousness, identity, and plasticity of the brain, often featuring characters with neurological conditions or researchers studying them. Core themes are biological selfhood. These stories move beyond traditional psychology to explore brainhood, where the self is defined directly by neural processes. Focus on disorders. Characters often exhibit syndromes of disorders, like those in Motherless Brooklyn, Tourette's, or the Echo Maker, Capgras Gras syndrome. And then narrative structure. Neuronovels often act as meta-novels, interrogating the limits of scientific knowledge and the role of storytelling in understanding human experience.
Mhm. It's always, I don't use AI that much, but it's always encouraging when I summarize something and then the AI verifies it. Another example that it didn't list was Saturday by Ian McEwan, and also Enduring Love by him, are two other interesting neuro novels that are about abnormalities and how they affect the character. Um, Motherless Brooklyn, since that one came up, is like the great Tourette's novel. And I have a chapter in my speech disorder book on Motherless Brooklyn as well. I did a pretty close read of it about 10, 15 years ago when I wrote that book. It's set in New York City. It's on the surface, it's a crime fiction novel about a guy who falls in with the mafia and ends up a kind of low-level assistant to some mafioso type, but it's really at its heart about the way this character copes with Tourette's and the way it causes him to react to the world around him. So it's not just about holding in tics, though that's obviously a big part of it, but it's also about the way someone with Tourette's relates to a world that's full of linguistic signs everywhere they go. So it's almost like the world is set up to force them to have tics because there's constant signage and verbiage everywhere he looks that he has to react to and can't resist. It's a really fun read.
I
Uh,
think I read this Low Boy one in school.
sure.
Uh, I think at the time it was considered kind of a break from what would normally be read in school, or maybe it was somebody recommended to me. But I was just thinking, I think it's more people than ever are taking medications, and maybe the last two or three generations, especially Gen X, Millennial, Gen Z, Gen Alpha,
Mhm.
um, sort of grew up on Ritalin
Yeah.
and other stuff and sort of the new normal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can as a professor, during that span of time, I can vouch for that, and it was always awkward as a professor because I wanted to hold, conversations that were critical of big pharma. Again, I'm thinking ahead to when we'll talk more about medical humanities later, but, um it was always a very fine line to tread. I found that nothing could make my students, get more vexed with me than to even raise the question of whether pharmaceuticals are really a necessity or not. That's probably the hardest question in a health class to hold right now. I mean, even more than issues of gender or race or anything, that always struck me as like the ultimate taboo subject to walk very, very delicately on. But I'll say more about that later. Still, though, relatedly, semi-relatedly, let's go back a couple books to The Dreamers by Karen Thompson Walker. I read that, no, it was on the screen, there you go, it's in the middle, it's that peach one, there you go. I read that fall of 2020, I wanna say. It's a novel about a mysterious and very suddenly eruptive pandemic, and I had it recommended to me, I ordered a copy, and I, just kept closing the book because we were in the height of the pandemic. I was completely quarantining from the entire world, and it just I've never been more um uncomfortable reading a book than I was reading that book because it was so describing my immediate situation. I liked it so much that I made a point of reaching out to the author, and I even interviewed her on YouTube. Actually, I have a tiny YouTube channel compared to yours. I think it has about 6 followers that I just used when I was doing interviews that I would teach in my classes, um, and had a really productive and interesting conversation with Karen about how she got everything so right. I mean, I think that novel came out around 2015, I wanna say, 2016, and it just predicts every step as to how, American society came to a crashing halt, in March 2020, in really uncanny ways. It's a beautiful, beautiful book. It's about, to just say the condition, it's about a condition that causes people, and of course, they can't quite figure out how it's contagious at the outset, but it causes people to fall into this kind of state somewhere between coma and lucid dreaming, where they're catatonic, they can't move or speak or anything, but they're just lying there dreaming the whole time. All right, where should we move next? Silver Linings Playbook. I'm not a huge fan of the novel or anything, but, the movie is also set here in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. I drive by the diner where there's a famous diner scene in that, and I drive by that diner all the time. Um, John Sayles, I think that's actually short stories that should probably be filed in the other bookcase. But John Sayles is one of my favorite film directors. He also dabbled in fiction writing, wrote a few books over the years. But first and foremost, a film director, made, in my opinion, some of the best American movies in the last 20, 30 years. Um, he's highly, highly worth checking out.
What would be like the two or three favorites?
Um, Mate One for sure. It's probably his best film, Matewan, and it's about the Pinkertons breaking of a famous coal mining strike in I think 1930s, I believe. Beautiful film starring Chris Cooper, James Earl Jones. He also did the biopic about the Black Sox baseball scandal. That one's called Eight Men Out, where the guys on the Chicago White Sox threw the World Series. That's a great movie. And I would also say, what is it called? Lone Star. Lone Star, a kind of murder mystery set in Texas at the border with a great twist at the end. The miracle of that film is that he was the first director to prove that Matthew McConaughey could actually act. That was the first movie where I was like, this guy isn't just a hunk, pretty face that they put on screen for no other reason. It's a pretty good performance by McConaughey in that movie, and I think that was the one that kind of parlayed him into more serious roles from there. Let's see, what else in here is worth a mention. Um, Philadelphia Fire, the only novel I'm aware of about the move scandal in Philadelphia. That's probably the darkest chapter in Philadelphia history. There was a communalist movement in North Philadelphia. I'm not super well versed on their motives, but I think they were somewhat akin to the Black Panthers. They were like a black power movement, I think, originally, and they set up a commune in the city and isolated themselves. And they had some confrontations with the police that escalated into a Waco-style confrontation where the mayor of Philadelphia actually allowed the police to drop a bomb on the building. So as far as I know, it's the only time in American history where American authorities had bombed their own people. Of course, that would happen in Philadelphia.
They
But
have robots now that they'll put explosives on and sometimes send those in.
oh yeah, yeah.
But that's still not the same.
Yeah, right, right. This was dropped from a helicopter, and I think they thought it was gonna help them to break into the building and storm the building, but it just caused a several blocks long fire that, like I said, exactly like Waco, led to lots of deaths, unnecessary deaths. So it's a big scandal in the history of Philadelphia, and that's a beautiful novel about that. Um, I don't know. We can kind of breeze through some of these. I don't think anyone needs me to summarize Fight Club for them.
Well, I mean, it does have a bit of talking about neuro and like
Sure. Yeah.
alternate stages of consciousness.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. And Choke does too. That has, I think, some kind of mental condition angle to it. I forget which now. Um, Last one here I'll comment on. None of these are super important to me, but Labor Day by Joyce Maynard's pretty interesting. Another one that I discovered through the movie, also oddly starring Kate Winslet. She has pretty good taste, I have to admit. Joyce Maynard famously was one of J.D. Salinger's companions. I'm not sure what to call them, who lived in his compound with him for many years. And so she wrote a biography of her time with J.D. Salinger that I keep meaning to check out, but haven't gotten around to yet. But that's a great kind of neo-noir novel about a woman held hostage in her own house by a man on the run who they eventually kind of fall for each other, Stockholm style. And a pretty good book, yeah. So all right, I think that completes the next bookcase.
All right, so we're back now for session 2, and we're gonna get started with this bookcase here. Do you want to say a little bit about the flag here?
Yeah, sure. So this is the second bookcase of American fiction. I think probably the more interesting of the two, actually. So I'm really looking forward to describing all of these in some depth. The flag on the top is, there's this custom whenever a veteran passes away that you get a flag. It's not just if you've been in combat or died in combat or something like that. And this was a flag that was given to me when my father passed away. He was a veteran of Korea, though. He did his deployment in Germany, Munich, Germany, for a couple of years back in the 1950s, a long time ago. Okay, so shelf one. I'll do my best to sort of group them when I can and just highlight some of the more interesting novels that your viewers may not be as aware of. Got a couple Gertrude Steins. I talked about her with the prior bookcase, so I won't say too much here. Um, The Awakening Bell Jar, Horatio Alger, Ragged Dick is one of these early 20th century stories that gave birth to the term Horatio Alger myth. So he wrote a lot of novels that were very optimistic about upward mobility in America, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps and that sort of thing. And I believe this character, Ragged Dick, was a recurring character for him in his novels. Um, the next two are a little more interesting, actually. Ragtime is a novel by E.L. Doctorow, a really great period piece set, obviously, as the title implies, in the Roaring Twenties. That's just about old New York life at that time. And what I like about it, I don't read a ton of historical fiction, but I thought Doctorow did a really wonderful job in that novel of depicting a mix of fictional characters and real life personages. So Harry Houdini is a character in that one, Henry Ford, J.P. Morgan. And it just gives you this wonderful portrait of like early 20th century life, and I believe in the teens and 20s. The next one by Dalton Trumbo is a book I've taught many times. Um, I know I talked about war fiction a bit in the prior bookcase, but this I would actually say, in my opinion, is the greatest anti-war novel ever written. 1950s, no, sorry, 1930s it came out, very early. And it's about a guy who suffers what's called locked-in syndrome. He is horribly disfigured in World War I due to a shell explosion. And it's about the grimmest novel you could ever hear about, described. The man loses his arms, his legs, his face is disfigured so that he's blind and I believe deaf as well. So he's essentially just sitting there almost like some Cartesian consciousness in bed. He can't move, he can't speak. And gradually over the course of the novel, he does learn to communicate. There's this big epiphany moment where he learns how to communicate with Morse code. I think by like the way he moves in the bed or something like that, and sort of have a almost Helen Keller breakthrough moment where he's able to finally communicate with someone in the outside world, again, outside of his own mind. But how Trumbo fills all the space in a novel like that is incredible. Memories from the guy's childhood, a series of almost like polemical speeches about the evil that is warfare. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful book by a really impressive person, Dalton Trumbo, most known for his involvement in, I think they were called the Hollywood 12. He was one of these famously blacklisted writers who, after the blacklist, was unable to make a living in Hollywood after he got blacklisted for many, many years. And he even went to jail for a time for refusing to name names in the McCarthy hearings for the HUAC committee. Um, so, one of these writers that, we've talked a bit about writers who are good people, writers who are bad people, and, I'll read either if they write interesting books. But Dalton Trumbo is one of these people that is a really admirable human being for the way he stood up for injustice. Great film adaptation about his life, biopic, starring Bryan Cranston. It's a wonderful film. Let's see. What are some other highlights here? So we've got a couple Salingers. Don't think your viewers need me to do a recap of To Kill a Mockingbird. Why don't we keep scrolling a little bit? These seem all out of order. The shelves that are coming up are better organized than this one. Faulkner, all the main Faulkners. Um, let's go to Canterbury Row. I think that's probably it's my favorite Steinbeck novel. It's would probably make my top 10 of American fiction, honestly. And it's another of those novels that was probably one of the two or three most influential in me writing my own novel. We talked a bit earlier about how much priority I put on unity of place in fiction, and Cannery Row is a master class in how to pull that off. It's set in the Monterey area of California, on the coast. It's a novel about that covers geographically just a couple square blocks of a neighborhood by the old cannery factories in Monterey, and it's got a very similar cast of characters to the ones I depicted in my book. Drifters, alcoholics, ne'er-do-wells, small-time criminals, just sort of coping together with life and, trying to have as much, fit as much joy in as they can. It's a really, really funny book. I can't recommend that one highly enough. Let's see, what else do we have here? I mean, these are all great. I could say something about all of them, but trying to be selective. Save the Tiger is a really interesting one that a kind of hidden gem that I don't think many people would know about. I keep beating this drum, so I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record to mix metaphors there, but this is another one that I discovered through the film adaptation. There's an amazing movie by starring Jack Lemmon in the main role, and this is a story about American industry sort of in decline after the war. It's about a World War II veteran who's coping with flashbacks throughout the film, and he throughout the book as well, and he runs a garment factory, I believe in New York City. The film's set in Los Angeles, but I want to say the book is not. I forget. Um, and he decides because his business is struggling to pull an arson job and have the building burnt down so that he can get out of the debt that he's in his company. And so it's one of these wonderfully dramatic ethical dilemma novels where the guy knows he's doing the wrong thing but feels cornered and has to then question his sense of self. Um, let's see. So we're now next after that, we have the Bukowski novels. A couple times I've brought up thinking a writer is a better short story writer than a novel writer. Here I would say Bukowski, in my opinion, is a great novelist who should have stuck to novels. I've never been a fan of his poetry. I've tried it many, many times, and it's just never done anything for me. But these three novels here in particular are fantastic. You have a kind of post-Hemingway, really gruff, spare kind of narration that's super funny. The first one is one we'll probably see a lot of books like this actually on this shelf. The first one's what I would call a kind of twisted version of the Bildungsroman. That might be a term that's worth spelling out. Bildungsroman, Bildungsroman. It's a German term that you hear in literary criticism a lot that just means a novel of cultivation or education or development. So any sort of coming of age story where usually a young man traditionally, but it's not meant to exclude female protagonists, the term, but traditionally, usually a young man kind of growing up in the world. The book I alluded to earlier, Ragged Dick, would be another classic Bildungsroman. Any novel where a character is growing up and learning what the world is as he tries to find his place in it would qualify. And Hamon Rye is just a wonderfully dark and twisted example of that kind of form. It's largely autobiographical. All three of these novels are part of his what are they called? Henry Chinaski series. That was the name of the character that he used as his alter ego in these novels. And they depict him as a poet, as a career poet. They depict him, as you could see, working in the post office and all the absurdities that would come with that. But the first one, in my opinion, is the best in the Chinaski series. It shows his, abusive childhood with German immigrant parents, and all the ways he was picked on in post World War II America because of the anti-German sentiment after the war. Just a really touching book, despite his kind of gruff exterior as a writer and the character as well. You sounded like you might want to interject there.
No, it's it looks like they were maybe sold as a set, or they have a similar design.
Oh,
Three of them.
I think so. Um, there are 5 of them. They're all here somewhere. I don't know where the other 2
No.
are at the moment, but we'll probably come across them. But I believe he wrote 5 Chinaski novels, and I wanna say there's some history, it might be worth a quick AI search,
Yeah.
where a very small independent press, like, took a chance on these novels and published them for many, many years, and actually, from what I understand, made a killing because they all became cult classics, but I'm blanking on the name of the press offhand. Is
It
that
might take me a little bit to
no problem?
find that.
So, we have a couple that I haven't gotten to after that yet, Cockfighter.
The Black Sparrow Press.
Yeah, that's the one, thank you. Yeah, yeah, so, let's keep scrolling. World According to Garp, another great film that turned me on to the book. I think that'll be again, just a recurring theme in this shelf, sorry. Um, The Stray, Philip Roth over here. Bunch of stuff I haven't gotten to yet. J.F. Powers, we talked about his short stories earlier. Let's see. Well, why don't we stop on The Godfather? That was the one I read for the first time just a few years ago. I'm Italian American, grandson of first generation immigrants. Feel like the area that I'm from here, Delco, Pennsylvania, is heavily, heavily Italian, as is Philadelphia. And I guess therefore, for that reason, I'd always kind of avoided this book because I assumed it would just bask in Italian stereotypes. But then a buddy of mine, a man named Bob King, a fellow professor, whose opinion I respect very much, just stuck this copy in my hand and insisted that I try it, and said, "No, this guy's the real deal. It's not just popular genre fiction. This guy can really write," and he turned out to be absolutely on the money. We brought up his other book, Pilgrim, earlier in the other bookcase. This is another book, actually, that you could characterize as another twisted take on the Bildungsroman. Michael Corleone, young man with a very famous, very infamous father, I guess I should say, who's trying to figure out his place in the world, stays away from the family as long as he can, gradually, like, Luke Skywalker or something, gets sucked back in and has to take on the reins of the family, all the pressures that come with running the Corleone crime family. And, the novel's just outstandingly written. Like I said, I always just assumed it was mere genre fiction and the style wasn't really going to be a selling point. But Puzo was a really, really talented writer, in my opinion. Um, and it works like any classic 19th century Bildungsroman, where you get the full trajectory of Michael's life from young boy up to running the family. So yeah, that's one of these books that I, had written off for so long and then was very, very pleasantly surprised. Why don't we keep scrolling? So we saw that copy of Walden, the very first book I ever bought for myself. I want to say the second book I ever bought for myself was Marine Sniper, oddly. That's a book I've had since I was a kid. It's an autobiography of a very famous Marine sniper with, I suppose, a ghostwriter there in the title. I won't say too much about it, but it's a pretty chilling military history that it's been on probably almost 40 years since I've read, and yet I remember episodes in it all too clearly. So if someone's interested in military nonfiction who's watching, they might want to check this book out. It would remind you a little bit of the mythology of the sniper around what's the movie called, American Sniper with Bradley Cooper. This is about a real sniper from Vietnam who had X number of confirmed kills, and so was always a legend in the area of in that area of military expertise. But just seeing, I think even as a child, I mean, I guess I read this when I was 14, 13 or 14 or something, maybe as a teenager. I was struck by this is going to sound weird and probably a terrible thing to say, but I was struck by the patience that's required of a sniper. Waiting in your disguise for literally days on end for your target and things like that. And I think as a rambunctious kid, this book in some weird way inspired me in ways that I would need to become a scholar later on, because it really taught me the value of just, you know, sitting still, enduring discomfort and boredom to achieve a goal. That again probably sounds very strange to say, but take that for what it's worth. Do you want to hop down to the next shelf, maybe?
Yeah.
So here we'll spend some quality time on this one. This is all Southern literature. The entire shelf. Not counting the Faulkner that I breezed past a little bit earlier. But these are some of my favorite Southern writers. I've always been drawn to Southern fiction because I enjoy the not just the wordplay that you get with writers like Faulkner and what's his name that we'll get to in a second, William Styron and Cormac McCarthy, who is practically the second half of this entire shelf. But I love the grittiness of Southern writing. I love how Southern writing deals with poverty constantly. I mean, that's a big theme in my writing, and so I've always admired that about Southern fiction. Let me start going author by author here a little bit, taking them as a unit. James Agee, Tennessee writer from Knoxville, Tennessee originally, wrote in the early 20th century, and he's fascinating. And during his lifetime, he was known most as a film critic. I forget who he wrote for exactly, but he wrote a ton of really influential movie reviews and film criticism in the, I want to say, 30s and 40s mainly. Yeah, that's him. And if you can zoom out a little bit, you'll see that volume that you just highlighted and the one two over are the same book, A Death in the Family. There's a really interesting editorial history there. So the Penguin, the black spine there, the Penguin Classic Edition, that's that's the version of the novel that was published shortly after he died. This book came out posthumously. It is a breathtakingly beautiful portrait of how a family, especially the children, cope with the sudden unexpected death of their father in a car accident. Really, really beautiful book. And Aggie, from what I recall, he used the term one time. He described his style as like amphibious, something like that was the term he used, and by which he meant he wanted it at one and the same time to be a stark realist writer, in the Hemingway tradition, and on the other hand, he wanted to be a kind of a lyrical poet, and so he blends those two modes really, really well throughout his writing, but especially in A Death in the Family. Um, the editor whose name I'm blanking on, David something, the editor of that book, um, maybe you could Google that if you don't mind. The editor of that book, who I believe was a family friend, he dramatically reordered the book. He made it rely heavily on a flashback structure. And I read that version first and absolutely loved it. I mean, I think it's a near perfect book. This critical edition that you're seeing on the left is Aggie's original vision, his original intention. And um, again, I have to say, it'll probably sound slightly scandalous, but I think the editor's version is much better. The Aggie version plods a little bit because it's told basically in order. And so much of the mystery and effectiveness of the narration comes from the fact of the flashback structure that just works extremely well.
David McDowell.
Oh, thank you, David McDowell. Um, let's look at his Let Us Now Praise Famous Men as well. This is a famous Depression era project. that it's Aggie and Walker. Can you just scroll down slightly so I can see the photographer's name? I'm blanking on his name. Walker Evans, thank you. So Walker Evans is a pretty famous American photographer. I'm no expert on the history of American photography, but I believe he was mainly known for projects like this, where he photographed, did portraits of the poor, and did a lot of portraiture in rural areas. And this, I assume, is his most famous project. Him and Aggie were hired to travel the country and do reports on how people were suffering under the Great Depression, all the fallout for it, especially in areas, the parts of the rural South that had been so reliant on sharecropping, after the Civil War. And it's such a strange, fascinating, beautiful book. Again, it has that amphibious style that tries to combine like poetic lyricism with really harsh realism, and it works well, but it's a very strange book where you're reading, it's almost like if one of the ancient poets, Homer or somebody, were to travel the US and visit its most poorest places and describe the life of the people. There are lots of poetic epithets, and these people are described in really poetic terms throughout. And I suppose Aggie's intention was to thereby ennoble them, ennoble these small lives. And I think it, for the most part, works, but it makes for a very strange reading experience where it's almost like reading a prose poem about incredibly destitute lives. So yeah, if you're into, um, socioeconomically informed nonfiction, but you also like a great prose stylist, I would highly recommend that book. Next up is Erskine Caldwell. Again, another writer that I had never heard of until one night, 2 o'clock in the morning or something. I can't sleep, and I have Turner Classic Movies on, and on pops God's Little Acre. And love the film so much, I bought the book, that copy, the very next day, and read it. And this is another one that, as you can see, one, two, three, four, five, six. There's a couple more spread throughout the house. Led to a long fascination, a kind of deep dive into Erskine Caldwell's life and career. He is best known for God's Little Acre and Tobacco Road. He is a Georgia writer. He grew up, I believe, dirt poor himself, in a small little house that you could still visit, maybe about an hour outside of Atlanta, Georgia. So when I was teaching at Emory University, I did a little pilgrimage to his house. It's a museum that you can visit, but the town is so informal, and Erskine Caldwell is so little known these days that to even get into the museum, there was a sign on the door, and it was like, "Go knock at the mayor's house. He'll let you in." It was very informal. But despite that, it was actually pretty well curated museum. The house turned into a museum with lots of posters explaining his life and career. It's strange that he's fallen into such obscurity, because he was, let's say, John Steinbeck before Steinbeck. He was wildly popular. His books sold like as many copies as the Bible. I mean, tens of millions of copies in his day. So, he may have grown up poor, but he certainly didn't die poor. And they just really struck a chord for like the consciousness and the the awareness he raised, again, about poverty in the South, especially. God's Little Acre is the one I know the best, and it's about a man who owns a farm, and he's so desperate to make it rich, and he's struggling so badly as a farmer that he decides to try to strike gold on his farm. And so he just goes around destroying his own farm by digging these giant holes everywhere and hoping he'll finally strike gold. And the novel ends on this very dramatic Union strike at the end. That's extremely climactic and just incredibly well written. Funny dialogue, a bit bawdy at times. Erskine Caldwell I think he got censored. A couple of his books got censored at different points. And, of course, being a Southern writer of conscience, a lot of his books have to do with race relations. In Search of Biscoe, for instance, is more of a memoir where he traces his attempt to re-find this childhood friend who was black that when he grew up he was allowed to play with, but once he got to a certain age he was no longer allowed to be in contact with, and so he just thinks about the two very different paths that their lives have taken, and spends the entire book wondering what happened to Bisco and trying to re-find him. Why don't we move on a little bit if that's all right?
And this is University of Georgia Press.
It sure is. Yeah, yeah. And I bought those, as I said, I bought the first one, through Amazon or what have you. I just wanted to get it as soon as possible. But those other five, I bought at his house in the little gift shop there. They practically had dust on them. I mean, it's really a shame that he isn't better known and read today. He's just so talented and funny.
It's kind of an interesting subset of fiction for me, is fiction that gets published by university presses.
Yeah. I looked into it a bit when my novel was anything but an easy sell. It's set in a nursing home. It's a subject people want to avoid for the most part. And so, if memory serves, University of Georgia showed a little bit of interest, but I ended up going with somebody else. But they're very good for, you know, um, reviving classics like Caldwell, and I think they have a pretty good new acquisition list as well, from what I recall.
Yeah, I was just looking at their website and it says they publish 70 new titles per year.
Oh wow, that many! I didn't realize.
Yeah.
I would have guessed 5 to 10. That's incredible. Yeah. But yeah, they do very good stuff for sure. Next up, we have Flannery again. I've already raved a bit about her short stories, and she's probably my favorite short story writer. I know I spoke earlier about her lectures and speeches on the art of writing. And if someone wants to find a lesser known, more personal writer's guide, a how-to, if you will, I think you couldn't do worse than Mystery and Manners by her. It's a collection of speeches she gave, some at Emory University, some, just around New York City, I think, where she was briefly a student before her lupus symptoms caused her to have to move home. And then the other two are the two novels she wrote, two masterpieces of the Southern Gothic genre. Violent Bear It Away is about, God, I don't remember the plot of that one as well as I should. It's been a long time since I've read it, but a family who has a relative died and they're dealing with the corpse. And Wise Blood I remember better. It's about a man who decides to become a street preacher, and founds what I believe he calls the church without Christ. So I know you have a strong interest in theology. There's all kinds of little theological nuances, most of which probably escape me in that novel, but I bet you would get a lot out of that. What else can we say here? Wow. Yeah, here we're in a section. This is all, again, and again, I'm sorry I keep repeating myself on this, but Deliverance. Love the movie. I mean, not the kind of movie one wants to watch many times, especially as a man who enjoys the outdoors, but um, love the movie, tried the book. Sophie's Choice, the same thing. Power of the Dog, Midnight Cowboy, Cool Hand Luke. All of these were movies I had loved as a teenager. All the King's Men as well. All great films that I went and found the book. Why don't we stop there for a second? Um, Cool Hand Luke is another great. Do you know the Paul Newman classic film? Very funny, about a man who ends up in prison for cutting down, what do you call them? The things where you put money to pay for parking meters. Sorry.
Yeah.
Um, Cuts down some parking meters because he just finds them basically un-American, and that they violate our freedom. Ends up doing hard labor in a southern prison, and it's just about all the travails that him and the other prisoners go through. And it's one of these novels, almost like in a tradition that goes back to Herman Melville's Bartleby. You see this a lot. characters who are just stubbornly free and resistant and like rebellious to convention or law or conformity. And Cool Hand Luke is one of our greatest, I guess, characters in that vein. But again, best part of that novel for me was all the lessons one could learn about how to set a novel in a confined space. I got a lot out of it in that regard. Oh wow. Okay. Harry Crews. Let's stop here. If you could scroll just a couple more, there's a few more Harry Crews novels. Scroll a little bit further. Boom. Okay, and we could stop right there. That's perfect. So as you see, I've read it pretty exhaustively in this guy as well. Wow, how do you summarize Harry Crews? F- Um, he's the ultimate Florida man, if you know that expression and all that it connotes. He was a wild drinker, used drugs pretty liberally, as I recall as well. He was prone to getting into fights. He was an ex-Marine. He loved a good bar fight. So he's like a cranked up, tattooed Hemingway who also happened to be, for most of his life, a creative writing teacher at, I forget which university in Florida, one of the state schools, I believe. So I've always, I read his biography. I'm sure we'll come across that in one of these shelves eventually. Just a fascinating, larger than life figure. He wrote amazing editorials for magazines like Playboy back in the day.
University of Florida.
University of Florida, thank you. Does it say which branch?
Um, Says taught in the creative writing program.
Yeah, but I mean,
Which
which city?
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
No worries. I was just curious, but um, larger than life figure. I mean, fantasy of mine would have been to have taken a writing class with Harry Crews. I just can't even imagine what a wild ride that would have been. All of his novels have some element of freakishness in them. Scar lovers, the bodies set in the bodybuilding world. Knockout Artist is set in the boxing world. Scar Lover is about a guy who has some a weird, kind of amputation and scarification fetish. He's got crazy preachers in The Gospel Singer. Wrote an incredible autobiography that's included in that classic Cruise, which talks about his upbringing and his absolutely insane childhood. But I would say unquestionably his masterpiece is A Feast of Snakes. That would make my top 10 American novels period list, no question. And it's about an annual festival in a small town in Florida, where people go around snake hunting. It has uh, various wild characters, including strippers, over the hill, washed up high school football players who are just trying to find some meaning in their lives now that their, role as like the local football hero is gone. And it has a shocking, shocking ending, which of course I won't spoil. But yes, absolutely top 10 American novels for me, and not as anywhere near well known as it should be. Why don't we slide along now into the
Yeah.
McCarp section, if that's all right? Unless you had any questions there.
Well, I was going to say the AI said that it's he taught at the main Gainesville
Gainesville.
campus.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Also, I don't know if you wanted to say anything about your father's service and maybe what branch he served in and what he did.
I can. Yeah, I can. And I'll tell the story related to the novel about it as well. My dad had a very cushy deployment. He was a machinist in the 1940s. He graduated in 1949, probably, from high school. Went directly into a machinist apprenticeship, and then Korea broke out. 1950, I guess, was when we started drafting. And as he put it, Truman made a deal with us machinists. He always used to say, you could stay in your apprenticeship program, but you would get drafted immediately upon completion. And so I know a lot of guys at that time, made sure to take their sweet time in finishing their program because they didn't want to get deployed to combat roles. And so I think a lot of them were hoping that they would be too old because we have this bizarre custom in the history of our draft. I mean, I know the backstory and the psychology behind it, but we have very young cutoff ages for combat. You would think we would want someone to have reached a certain level of experience and maturity to have to go into combat, but the U.S. military actually rigs it the other way. They don't want you to have a fully formed frontal cortex. I think you're better suited to the kinds of impulsiveness that are required for combat if you're younger and don't fully realize what you're facing. So anyway, that's a bit of a digression. Sorry, but he finished his apprenticeship. He got drafted. He went to basic training in a little town in central PA called Indiantown Gap, and then he was sent to Munich, Germany. I believe the camp was called Henry Kasern, something like that. And he worked in a tank division. I'm blanking on the number right now of the division, but the way he always described it to me is, uh, just it's post World War II. You're in Germany. You're essentially just the occupying army keeping the peace, and it was really just a lot of washing jeeps and tanks and to fill time. Like he always described it as nothing but boredom and then the occasional day pass to go chase Frauleins in downtown Munich, basically. Um, so yeah, there's no conquering hero story there by any means. Can I ask why you were curious about that? Was it in relation to something I just said, or?
Well, I was thinking about the sniper novel that we on the previous shelf, and just like the Marine sniper, and there are kind of different subcultures and different services. So um, I thought maybe there was something there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, mostly comic stories more than anything. And of course I'm happy that it worked out that way, or I might not be here.
Mhm.
All right, so settle in, folks. We've hit the Cormac McCarthy section of the bookcase. If you can scroll a little bit further, there's a few more. There you go, all the way to the end, actually.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. The very first one, what is that? Everyman Library, that cover. That's the Border trilogy. So you can actually scroll past that if you don't mind,
Oh
because
yeah. Okay.
it's repeated later. Why don't you start with the Orchard Keeper to the end of the shelf? Bingo. Bingo. That's perfect. Um, so McCarthy's an author I've written about, taught, and been obsessed with for, I don't know, going on almost 20 years now, I guess. Maybe 15 years ago, I discovered him. Long after my PhD, he was recommended to me by a friend, and I was told that the gateway drug for reading McCarthy was Blood Meridian. I started there. Was so blown away by the unusual style that I just started knocking them down one by one, reading them. Um, where can I begin here? So, why do let me just start with why I love McCarthy's writing so much. I don't write anything like him whatsoever. I wouldn't say he's an influence of mine, but I find him to be probably the most brilliant and talented stylist of late 20th century American fiction or into 21st century American fiction. Just died a couple years ago in his 90s. He began with The Orchard Keeper, and if it's all right, I'll do a kind of exhaustive inventory here, and then we can get into some themes, and I'll talk about what it was like to teach him. He began in the 60s as a extremely poor Tennessee kid as well, like James Agee, who just mailed off a manuscript to, I believe it was Random House, to a very famous editor by the name of Albert Erskine. He sent The Orchard Keeper. It's a novel. It's not his best work. It's still very raw, and I think he's still trying to figure out the a very unusual, unique voice that he would develop over his career. But it definitely shows promise. And back when publishing still had a lot more courage to take chances on writers and try to nurture them over the course of a whole career. Albert Erskine bought the book and edited it heavily and really taught McCarthy a lot about what made for good writing, and that turned into a decades-long relationship between the two of them. Orchard Keeper is very Southern Gothic, lots of lush descriptions of vegetation, and all of your Gothic cliches are present, ruined old decrepit houses falling apart in the middle of the woods, that sort of thing, and lots of dark, noirish plots. My favorites of his would probably be, so if someone's never read McCarthy before and is trying to figure out where to even get started, Blood Meridian, Outer Dark, Suttree, Child of God, The Road, and No Country for Old Men. And that's no slight against the other 3 or 4 that you're seeing there, but I think Outer Dark is possibly his single most perfect book. It's a beautiful story of, well, this is going to sound weird. It's a beautiful story about incest. A brother and a sister in the woods. They have a child. The son, the brother, excuse me, takes the child and basically in antiquarian fashion goes and leaves it out in the woods to die of exposure, because he wants to hide the shame of them having a child together from whatever little community there is in this very wooded area of Tennessee where they live. A traveling salesman finds the child, takes the child with him, and when the sister comes to realize that that the child didn't die, wasn't a stillborn, but was actually taken, she goes on the road and tries to spend the rest of the novel finding her child. And so it's a really beautiful wandering story with parallel plot lines where the brother and the sister can't quite catch up to one another as they're roaming around, very mysterious, dreamlike version of Tennessee, trying to find this young boy. Child of God is a story about a serial killer. I believe it's based on a real serial killer. And the title's an interesting choice. I mean, it's McCarthy's way of implying that there's nobody, even a serial killer, who isn't at the end of the day ultimately a child of God, a human soul that deserves some understanding and sympathy. And he used it to get out some of his, I think, horror interest. I know he was a big film buff and a big fan of the movie Psycho, and I heard that was a bit of an influence on this book. Is it all right if I just keep going one by one like this? All right, so Suttree is his longest novel, I believe. Even longer than The Crossing, even though that one looks even more gigantic. Suttree is essentially his rewriting of James Joyce's Ulysses. It's a novel set entirely in Knoxville. I believe in the 50s is around when it's set. I mean, he's always a little loose and fast with chronology, but it's about a young man who leaves his family, doesn't want anything to do with them, leaves his past, and just moves into a houseboat on the river of Knoxville. I'm blanking on the name of the river. I don't know if it's the Knoxville River, but lives right there on the water, fishes to make a little bit of money, sells the fish. So there are overtones of a simple Christ-like life. He's also a drunkard, and he goes bar to bar and meets all of the various tramps and transvestites and down and outers who are known to hang around the bars of Tennessee at that time. There are a couple characters I won't even begin to summarize because I, again, wouldn't want to spoil the humor for people, but it's a deeply, deeply funny book written in a fairly dense, again, overtly Joycean style. He's clearly paying homage to the way, the project Joyce had when he said, when I wrote Ulysses, my goal was that if Dublin was ever destroyed, that you could build the city back up brick by brick using my novel. And I think McCarthy set his sights on the same goal for Suttree with Knoxville. It's a really wonderful it's got a really wonderful attention to locality, place. Every street is described accurately. Every bar on every street is described accurately. Every place that he ever visited. And, I think at the end of the day, from what I've heard, McCarthy very seldomly gave interviews, but it was, it was a very cathartic novel for him to write. It's by far his most autobiographical book, and he was a very heavy drinker when he was younger, and it was sort of his way of, I think, sobering himself up and getting away from all of that. Then we have Blood Meridian. I'm telling them in the order in which they were written so far.
Did you teach them in order also? I mean, if there's anything in terms of weaving in how you taught these.
Oh, I'm going to, don't worry. I just thought I'd kind of save that for the end, if that's all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Um, Blood Meridian is a novel about the scalp hunting trade in 19th century Texas, and it's about a real life gang of scalp hunters who were hired as mercenaries to go kill as many Apaches as possible to try to restore order in certain parts of Texas that were becoming too chaotic for people to settle, as part of the Western expansion. And so that gang is called the Glanton Gang, and McCarthy spent years doing a lot of really meticulous historical research to make this novel as accurate as possible. Um, I'll just interrupt myself a minute for a second there and say, when I taught McCarthy, I taught Outer Dark, I taught Blood Meridian, and I taught The Road. And I'll show some teaching materials in a minute related to that and talk about how I did that. Now these first five that I've summarized, most McCarthy critics and readers and fans will refer to these as his early period. And the writing style in these novels is extremely um, Faulknerian, full of lots of Latinate words, lots of silver dollar words. I mean, I guarantee you nobody's full copy of the OED was better read than McCarthy's. And so he's incredible at finding rare, obscure words and managing to work them in quite naturally. Could we detour for a second into the miscellaneous photos, and I'll show a couple things to illustrate those points.
Um,
So if you go one more.
More.
So there's two features, and this is a practice of mine, and these are materials I would use in my classes when I was teaching him to show my students what real close reading looks like when you delve into a writer's style to an extent that you get a sense of um, a writer's style almost as a signature, that you could pick out. Is this really sound like him, or does this not sound like him? Does this sound like it must have been written by him, or does it sound off key? And so, getting into some of the nitty gritty of like formal features of what makes the writer's writing style unique. So, two things I'll show here briefly that get at McCarthy's early style for me. He loves his what shall I call them? Supernatural, speculative, strange similes. And so I started tracking across his corpus when I was researching him heavily and then went to teach him. I started tracking all of these similes that run throughout his books that have either some sort of divine element or that are often usually characterized by this unique use of the word some. So instead of saying X is like AY, he will say X is like some Y, to add just a little bit more of a tone of mystery to the similes as he describes them. Why don't I read a few out? Um, I'm a little bit far removed from this stuff, so I may not even, thank you, I may not even remember who he's referring to in each of these quotes, but just you'll get a sense of the way McCarthy plays with language really well from a list like this. Like a raggedy man wandering from some garden where he'd used to frighten birds. Little desert nighthawks like fugitives from some great fire at the earth's end. So you often see these having a kind of apocalyptic or theogonic dimension to them. Into the river like some holy wretched baptismal candidate. Like a land of some other order out there whose true geology was not stone but fear, like some demon kingdom summoned up or changeling land. What are some other good ones here? Stained and stinking, this is after a big fight with the Indians, stained and stinking like some reeking issue of the incarnate dam of war herself. Um, One gets the idea here. Itinerant degenerates bleeding westward like some heliotropic plague. So, it's a way for McCarthy to show off his vocabulary for sure, to add a kind of mythic or again theogonic dimension to his writing, which he loved to do, especially in these early books. He was someone who, though he was a novelist, was, I think, quite consciously trying to revive a sense of the novel in line with the classical epics of Homer and Virgil and others. And so his novels, especially Blood Meridian, well, another thing they have in common, it's that they're very unconcerned with internal consciousness. The characters, we almost never in a McCarthy novel get access to a character's thoughts. Everything in that regard is what we call external omniscience, where the narrator will know exactly where the character is, where all characters are, what they are doing, but they won't dip into the character's head and think along with them. So there's almost never any stream of consciousness. It's more about actions, deeds, heroic or otherwise, that he was concerned with in all of these earlier books for sure. Can we go one photo forward, please?
I just wanted to ask you to say maybe a few words about theogonic.
Um, I'm just thinking of Hesiod's Theogony when I say that. I'm sure that must have an adjectival usage somewhere. I don't think I just coined it, but all I had in mind was the sense of a tale of the agon of the gods, like the struggle and strife of larger than life figures. That was all I really meant by that.
Okay.
Um, so another feature of McCarthy's style that this I think he gets, probably a little bit from Faulkner, but especially from Joyce, is the creating of neologisms by taking the hyphen out and putting two words together into what's called a compound epithet. This Joyce got from Homer as well. I'm sure there are lots of other writers in between that 2,000 years that this applies to, but it is another staple of the epic, poetic epic genre that you coin epithets to describe your characters or situations. So, the two most famous would be Homer's description of the Aegean as the wine dark sea, combining a noun and an adjective. What does he call Odysseus at the very beginning? The ever resourceful Odysseus. Um, there's gray-eyed Athena, all of these like leitmotifs that epic poets repeat throughout their works, almost like a musical leitmotif, like when, Darth Vader enters a room and you hear that same little phrase of music each time. So it's a way of signaling the character's nature while also in a repetitive way that kind of reminds the listener of what defines that character or that image or situation. Um, so I tend to, when I study an author, I really get invested in an author. I tend to go overboard, in case you couldn't tell from these couple photos. And this is a separate project I did where I tracked every single compound epithet that McCarthy created across his corpus. Nowadays, you could probably perform the grunt work of this in about 2 seconds flat with AI or a good search engine. But I went through and typed these up myself because I was thinking at the time that I did this, would have been about 10, 12 years ago. I was thinking about writing a book on McCarthy that I ultimately decided not to bother with. I wanted to get to writing fiction as soon as possible. But
What was the book going to be about?
about his use of language and what he's trying to accomplish with it. And so I was just fascinated in what does a writer think they're doing when they pull a move like this, where you essentially are creating neologisms, cross river, country people, copper backed, flood stained, forge fire, frame strap, teetering almost on the the level of neologism that you see in Finnegan's Wake. Again, this is very, very Joycean, what McCarthy's playing with here. And I just was wondering, like, what does a writer like him, as brilliant as he is, think he's accomplishing? Is it a way of making the style, the reading experience, I should say, be defamiliarized? That a reader's forced to pause at each and every one of these because it's familiar words combined in an unfamiliar way, if that makes sense. And so, one has to stop and stare at the word for a second, and so it gives you a little bit of a richer experience, like the materiality of language, that you have to pause and attend to this new word. Something even as simple as one stringed, probably referring to a guitar or something. I don't remember offhand, but um, simply taking out, that's an unusual joining of words to begin with, but even taking out the hyphen makes it almost look like some entirely different word altogether that one has never seen before. Um, so yeah, I mean, these were some of the things I was getting up to when I was studying McCarthy. I did end up editing a collection of essays on him. That ended up being my kind of compromise, where I brought a bunch of philosophers together who were interested in the way he wrote. He's very much a philosopher's writer in that regard, I found, and was even around the time I was doing this, I think was even on the radar of philosophy professors more than your average English professor. I mean, he's now fully canonized, if you will, and super famous, of course, thanks for the most part to the adaptation of No Country for Old Men. But at the time, he was still relatively not well known. And so, for that reason, I was really excited. If we could go maybe one photo forward, I was really excited when I was at DePaul University in Chicago. Here's some more compound epithets. Um, one photo more, if you will.
Oh.
I was really excited. When I was at DePaul University, I got an opportunity to do two things. I got an opportunity to visit McCarthy's archives. I spent a month there. I'll say more about that in a second. And I got to teach what was probably one of the first seminars exclusively on McCarthy. I know there are a few McCarthy scholars who'd been doing that already for some time, who were on to him as early as the 80s. And but overall, he hasn't been taught all that much in American universities yet. I think that's probably starting to change finally now, but it was a really lucky opportunity. So his archives are in oh God, where are they? They're near Austin in, I'm blanking on the university that holds them. Texas State San Marcos, I believe, is where they are. Probably if we squint enough, we could see it on this page, because that's their watermark in the background. Um, so they have an outstanding Southern writers collection. They have the papers of Larry McMurtry. They have the papers of Sam Shepard, and they have the 100 or so large boxes of a lifetime of writing that McCarthy held on to. And I went through them page by page by page. It took me an entire month. But it was it was a fascinating glimpse into a writer's life. And, this was around the time when I was starting to veer away from academic writing and wanted to move into fiction writing. And so, I'll admit my motives were starting to lean more writerly than scholarly as I was investigating these manuscripts. But I ended up, what you're looking at here is a packet I put together for my students when I was teaching McCarthy at DePaul, where in this example, I found a single really unusual sentence in Blood Meridian, and I found something like 20 different versions of it in McCarthy's manuscripts, where he'd kept typing it, retyping it, typing it over and over and over again until he'd got it to what he felt was right. If it's okay with you, I'll read the actual sentence right now in its finished form. So this is a moment later in the book when the Glanton gang, it's 1849, and the Glanton gang are traveling across Texas near El Paso, again on the hunt for Native Americans that they can execute with the permission of the state, with the blessing of of government officials, and with the promise that for every scalp they brought back, they would be paid X amount of money. And so what ended up happening, some of the ugly history of the scalping trade, is that these gangs quickly realized that any dark scalp would do. And so they killed whites, they killed Mexicans, they killed anyone that they thought whose scalp would, bring a profit. And this is all historically accurate, sadly. But these men are traveling the land, and this is how McCarthy describes it. They wandered the borderland for weeks, seeking some sign of the Apache. Deployed upon that plain, they moved in a constant elision, ordained agents of the actual, dividing out the world which they encountered, and leaving what had been and what would never be alike extinguished on the ground behind them. Spectre horsemen, pale with dust, anonymous in the crenellated heat. Above all else, they appeared wholly adventure, primal, provisional, devoid of order, like beings provoked out of the absolute rock and set nameless and at no remove from their own loomings to wander ravenous and doomed and mute as gorgons, shambling the brutal wastes of Gondwana land in a time before nomenclature was, and each was all. Very beautiful, highly poetic, and utterly different from the version we're looking at on the screen here, which maybe if we have time, I'll read this as well, just so you can see how much change and revision McCarthy's works underwent. Here he says, deployed upon the plain they moved in that tangential moment that holds worlds in elision like the thread of a fate. Hold on, now these are to read. There's my coffee in my hand. Yeah, this is easier. Thread of fate itself, phantom shapes at issue between becoming and done, moving protean and anonymous in the crenellated heat, like things so charged with meaning that their forms were dimmed. Pale with dust, spectre horsemen in a floating void like primal life forms, provisional and devoid of order, primordial beings decocted from the maze, provoked out of the absolute rock, and set nameless and at no remove from their very loomings to wander, doomed and mute like megatheriums, shambling over upon on the brutal wastes of Gondwana land in a time before nomenclature was, and each was all. I don't know what a megatherium is. I assume it's some kind of dinosaur. But it's funny to me how sometimes his writing almost borders on Dungeons and Dragons, where you're like expecting a beholder to come out from behind a rock or something and attack the Glanton gang. He loves this sort of, I guess the best word for it is right there on the page, primordial language. And it's a style that I think I understandably leaves a lot of readers cold. Some people either really take to it or find it, I don't want to say pretentious, but pompous for sure, and don't like McCarthy's writing at all. But I've just always been fascinated by it, and what I'm holding here are all the different versions of these sentences that he went through, one after another, after another, after another. And it was a really fun exercise in my class with my students to we spent an entire class one day, 90 minutes or so, just reading each and every version of this sentence. And a lot of the students in that class were English majors, but with a creative writing bent. And so I wanted to use this to teach them the importance of revision, and the little, wonderful accidents that can happen, not to sound like Bob Ross for a second, but all the wonderful accidents that can happen when you just keep playing at a sentence until you finally realize, no, this is perfect. This is what I meant to say.
I just looked up megatherium, and it's a giant ground sloth, reach up to 20 feet long.
So Dungeons and Dragons, did you find that in the monster manual or what?
It's just the AI. It's about as tall as a person, a little bit taller, maybe 7 feet tall, but 20 feet long. And Looks like a giant, like, beaver almost.
Okay. Um, so that's a perfect word to illustrate the point. There's a McCarthy critic named what's his first name? John Sepich, who did a complete concordance of McCarthy's works. And for anyone who's not familiar with concordances, that's essentially a dictionary of all the words a certain writer has used, alphabetized so that you can find where they use them and how often they use them. And the big revelation of that research was that McCarthy had used over the course of his career, maybe we could go back to the bookshelf now.
Yeah.
Over the course of his career, about a dozen books, 50-year, 60-year writing career almost. I mean, those last two that I'll talk about in a second, only came out a few years ago. Um, he had used something in the neighborhood of 30,000 unique words over the course of his career. Now, historically, we know that that means that he had a vocabulary on par with Shakespeare. Shakespeare ends up around that number as well. Joyce's number is pretty insane too, but that's because Joyce wrote Finnegan's Wake, in which he probably created 10,000 new words all by himself in that one alone. But this is just to say the concordance revealed that McCarthy is a giant among only a couple other giants when it comes to his working vocabulary. Not just the words he knows, but the words that he managed at some point in his career to use. Really one of the probably four or five most well-informed authors on the capabilities of the English language. Now, you don't see words like megatherium in the second half of his corpus. The crossing, well, these aren't in quite perfect order. All the pretty horses, the crossing. There's another one that's only enclosed in the trilogy below called Cities of the Plain. Those three go together. Those are his three Western novels where, he gradually shifted from writing Southern Gothic fiction to more Western-focused fiction as he moved himself from Tennessee to El Paso, Texas to Santa Fe, where he spent most of his later years. And these books are the trilogy are much more accessible, I suppose one could say. They're a little more romantic. All the Pretty Horses just works as a classic romantic Western love story. It's, for him, it's almost sentimental. And I mean, that's not very sentimental at all. It's a dark book. All of his books are, but at least it has a love story in it, which is not something you see very often in his books. I always forget which came first, No Country for Old Men or The Road chronologically. But No Country for Old Men, many viewers, I'm sure, will know the film. It's what we call a neo-noir, a kind of dark plotted crime novel with various twists and almost never a single fully sympathetic character in it. I mean, I would say that's what characterizes it as a noir, where even the main character isn't fully sympathetic. And then The Road, of course, is his great post-apocalyptic novel, where two characters known simply as the man and the boy, after some Earth extinction event that's never really specified, just kind of travel the land trying their best to survive, to not get murdered and cannibalized, and just on this epic quest to get to the coast where they hope there'll be a little bit more safety and a little bit more ability to survive.
So No Country is 2005 and The Road is 2006.
Gotcha. Thank you. And The Road, I wouldn't say McCarthy ever sold out. He was a deeply principled writer, and he used to tell a story about how he would turn down all speaking engagements. He wanted to stay pure, and he didn't want to be beholden to anybody in his writing. And to the point that, his first wife left him because they were constantly poor and couldn't even afford toothpaste. He tells this story one time that they were out of toothpaste and he had been offered a couple $100 to go give a lecture at a university. And while he was making up his mind, he went out to the mailbox and found a toothpaste sample in the mailbox. They used to send samples like that out to people to promote products. And he took it as a sign that he shouldn't do the lecture. He should stick to his principles. And so they, just ate beans and used toothpaste samples for a little while longer. Um, but the Road is the book that finally brought him a lot of popular acclaim because Oprah Winfrey chose it for his book club. In one of these big first interviews that he did, oddly, was with Oprah Winfrey of all people. It's not a terrible interview, and it was cool to finally see him emerge a little bit from obscurity. But um, it was a strange choice. She must have just made him an offer he couldn't refuse, as Michael Corleone would say.
I'm looking at the Encyclopedia Britannica to get the dates,
Yeah.
and it says in 2007 McCarthy consented to an interview with Oprah Winfrey, who had selected The Road as her book club.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I imagine his agent must have finally said, "Look, I've played ball with you for decades. This one you need to do." No, I'm sure she paid him a boatload of money to talk him into it. And at that point in his life, I can't blame him. He must have been in his 70s by then. He had a much younger son from a second marriage or third marriage, I forget. Um, and so I think he was starting to think about, what he could leave to his family and that sort of thing. Now he went kind of dormant for a while. He went underground, and didn't publish anything for many years until this duology you see at the end here, The Passenger and Stella Maris came out, and they are now his final works. They are a weird detour in his career in a lot of ways. I know he was working on The Passenger for decades, going back to the Suttree days. Um, and it reflects a very different set of interests for McCarthy that he always had. When he moved to Santa Fe, he joined a group called the Santa Fe Institute. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they're
Yeah.
like a research circle, very prestigious, very exclusive, for the most part, full of mathematicians, astronomers, chemists, economists, that sort of thing. And I don't know, somehow he wormed his way in there. And because he had always been an amateur scientist and had a lot of interest in fields like chaos theory, all of this stuff is way out of my wheelhouse, but string theory, things like that. And so I know he got a lot of joy out of being a member and just a fly on the wall and picking these scientists' brains. There's a funny story that he secretly edited a biography. I want to say it was of the physicist Richard Feynman for a colleague there who was a friend. He just kind of did it as a favor. So there's this scientific biography that he secretly edited. Um, so he was a very active part of the Santa Fe Institute, and these two books reflect that. The Passenger is about a guy who's trying to, well, it's a very hard book to summarize, so I won't even try actually, because it's a cryptic plot. It leaves you wondering if you're just reading a dream the entire time. But it's about a brother and a sister, and someone trying to understand a kind of genius scientist and what role they played in the other person's life and after their suicide. Stella Maris is a weird companion book to it, which is written as almost like a platonic dialogue between a psychotherapist and this woman scientist. And I can't say that I found it great reading. It's a little bit like it reads a little bit like two graduate students geeking out on particle physics and all kinds of discussions about the history of science. So it's certainly a weird end to what is an absolutely incredible career. But um, I was super excited when this finally came out. I don't usually pre-order books because as by this point anyone who's watching knows, I don't read a lot of living authors. But this was a book that I had pre-ordered from the very first second that I could get my hands on it, so it was exciting to dip into it, and I need to read it again. It's the only McCarthy here that I've only read once. All of the others I've read about 3 times a piece for sure. So do you have any questions? I know that was a long, I mean, that must have been a half an hour. That was a long elaboration of Cormac's career and what it's like to teach him. Did I leave anything out that you'd be curious about?
Um, I mean, maybe we'll get to it in some of your later shelves in terms of, theory of stylistics and forensic linguistics and that kind of stuff.
No worries. Okay,
And
so
yeah.
why don't we let me take a deep breath after that long soliloquy, and why don't we move on to the next shelf? Yeah, great. So I know you get a kick out of my kitchen and decor. That was one of the Lewis chessmen on the other side. I guess we'll get to him in a second, but a famous chess set that you can see in the British Museum in London. So here we have, yeah, great. Here we have again, in case you couldn't tell, I'm a pretty avid movie watcher, and we have a bunch of books again that I was tipped off to by watching their adaptations: Winter's Bone, Woe to Live On, World Made Straight, Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, Joe, which I think has Nick Cage in the adaptation. Paper Moon, a famous film from the 60s. Can we scroll up just a teensy bit?
Yeah.
Art is a Lonely Hunter. Yeah, great. Okay, so let's stay in this area. Um, these are all slightly more modern, let's say like neo Southern Gothic writers whose books are always marked again by themes of poverty, alcohol and drug abuse, addiction, broken families, down and outers, homelessness, con artists. There's so many great stories in here. And all of these writers, I would say, in different ways, are writing under the influence of the people we just looked at in the shelf before. I mean, most of these are more contemporary. Daniel Woodrell writing in the 2000s, same with Ron Rash. And writing usually kind of what I would call, and I haven't coined this term. This term has been used by others, but country noir. So at some point, I think in the very next shelf, we'll start to get into my crime fiction stuff, and I'll talk about. It was another area that I used to teach. Um, Noir crime fiction, American crime fiction. That's primarily an urban genre, from the early to mid 20th century, set in American cities such as New York and Los Angeles and San Francisco, especially. But you see those same dark themes of criminality and evil and sinisterness taken to the country in good country noir fiction like that written by Woodrell and Ron Rash and Larry Brown, especially. Um, some argue, and I think they have a point, that in that regard, we should really tell the story in the opposite order, and that what guys like Rash and Woodrell are doing are just embodying the Southern Gothic tradition or the American Gothic tradition, which goes back to writers like Nathaniel Hawthorne, right? And so that what we think of today as dark noirish crime fiction actually derives from rural stories originally, and there's probably a point there, but that's maybe a little bit of a nitpick of literary history that won't be that interesting to your viewers. Um,
What about colonial times?
what about colonial times? What do you mean?
Um, I guess just like pre-industrialization and like most people being farmers
Hmm.
versus, I don't know, the city versus country dichotomy
Mm.
seems a little bit different in colonial times versus uh maybe in like post Civil War.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean that probably plays a role. Where pre-industrialization, some of these stories couldn't possibly be written. I've got a shelf in the last room, 2 rooms from now, so a ways to go, where I've collected, a lot of American fiction from that period that I haven't actually gotten to yet. So I'm probably not the best person to answer that question, but
Antebellum? Is that what
uh,
you call it?
yeah, yeah. Well, antebellum, anything pre-Civil War, but I'm talking even going back to the 18th century to 1780s, 1790s. Um, and I think there you do get a mixture of um, crime fiction even back then that can be rural or urban, whatever urban means in the late 1700s for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking with Nathaniel Hawthorne, like what is he? I just put into AI and it says American Renaissance.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think he traditionally, I know I have quite an American collection here, but I've never been trained as an Americanist in school. So some of these categories for me, I use them a little loosely. I assume Hawthorne is usually lumped together with the other American transcendentalists and American romanticists. Um, and so he would be definitely more in the country sense of the Gothic than the city sense for sure.
I just finished a bookshelf tour with Dr. Zuba, who's a YouTuber, and American literature, teaches, I think I don't want to say the wrong school, but we were discussing a little bit, and I've always found it kind of interesting that
Mm.
the earliest days of America don't seem to get talked about as much in terms of the American novel or sort of the prehistory
Yeah.
of the American novel. And I've been looking for a good resource on that. We came across a few things there on his bookshelf, but that's been kind of an interest of mine is getting into like the very earliest days and even colonial days, like what kind of
Yeah.
because there is, again, sort of a religious history there of the
Yeah.
kind of religious stories that um that were popular at that time.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not very well versed on that though, so I'm sorry I won't be very helpful. So why don't we scroll on? I think
Yep.
I see Steinbeck coming up next. We can spend a little time with him. Yeah, great.
Is there a particular point in history where your interest in American um novels starts? And like
Mm.
how did you decide that?
I have a very simple answer, to that one. Um, where it starts is a harder question. Your second question's easier, so let me start with that one. There was a moment around the end of my PhD. Okay, my dissertation was about done, and I took a first stab at what eventually became my novel, Dwell Here and Prosper. And at the time, I was reading more what we'll be talking about in another bookcase or two from now, European literature, modernists like James Joyce, Marcel Proust, and others, Loeb. And I'm definitely someone that I soak up other writing that I'm reading like a sponge, and so it's very often the case. And I don't feel any of what Bloom would call an anxiety of influence over this. I really enjoy it, but if I'm reading a lot of someone and then I sit down to the keyboard to start to write, some of that always comes through in whatever I'm writing on any given day. And I took a first stab at my novel. This was probably 2008, long time ago. I was doing a Fulbright in Belgium. It was the last year of my PhD, and I was doing research on Heidegger that year. And by day, and then chipping away at my novel by night. And I was looking at these drafts, and I was like, "My God, this just sounds like third-rate Marcel Proust." And I don't want my novel set in gritty Delaware County, Pennsylvania, to sound like a French novel. And it was kind of a light bulb moment for me where I realized, I've always used literature as, I guess, a little bit of a form of escapism in the sense that I wanted it to expose me to other countries, other languages, other areas of the world. I didn't want to read about where I was from, or it just didn't interest me as much at that point in my life in my 20s. And And I just, like I said, I had this light bulb moment where I realized, like, son of a bitch, I don't know American literature at all. I don't know my own country's style of writing. I did a couple classes in high school. I don't think I took a single American literature class in college. I didn't take very many at Berkeley either. And so these two bookcases that we've now gone through in quite a lot of depth for the last couple hours were essentially my response to that problem. I just started building my collection, author by author by author, and trying to flush out all of the European influence, I guess, that was coming through much too much in my writing. Um, as far as your first question, I don't know. I mean, I obviously lean 20th century with American, whereas I would say I lean much more 19th century with European literature.
Hmm.
Um, so I think the majority of my interest is 20s to 90s American fiction. I'm pretty wide swath there, but I don't read a lot. If I end up writing this historical novel eventually that I alluded to earlier, then I'm gonna do a deep dive into, guys like Edgar Huntley and, that's actually the name of the book. I forget the author's name, but some of these writers who were, in the time of Ben Franklin and, do a lot of exploring of early American writing. But for the most part, at this point in my life, I'm still primarily, when it comes to American stuff, a 20th century devotee. Um, so should I move on to Steinbeck?
No.
So, needs no introduction. Um, one of these writers who's always associated with the Hemingway-esque, what do they always call it? Masculinist, muscular prose tradition of American writing. I think my copy of Canterbury Row we passed and I talked about earlier, so I won't belabor that one again. I'll just highlight a couple of my favorites. Everybody knows about Grapes of Wrath and was subjected to it in high school. Everybody will know what a masterpiece East of Eden is, and I love them both. But a couple favorites for me would maybe be slightly lesser known. Indubious Battle, which is a quote from Paradise Lost, is a novel that's similar to Grapes of Wrath in that it deals with labor in California, especially to do with fruit picking. And it's about an attempt by a couple of young men to form a union of fruit pickers. And I don't know if it's his first novel. It's definitely early. But I think it's an incredible story, beautifully written, like all of his stuff is. And so if someone's looking to branch out a little bit with Steinbeck, I would highly recommend that. The three that are in the old school Penguin green covers, The Wayward Bus, The Winter of Our Discontent, and The Pastures of Heaven, are also three beautiful books from the middle of his career. I actually think Winter is his last book. I'll just highlight Wayward Bus, if I may. Another book, again, I know I'm repeating myself a bit, but another book that has incredible unity of place. It's about a group of people traveling cross country on a bus that keeps breaking down. And so the most they really leave the bus is to get off and try to fix a tire on it or to hit a diner at a way stop along the way. And it's got this great, wonderful cross section of like American types. I think there's like a prostitute or a stripper. There's a gambler. It's just full of a motley crew of characters, and it's just funny and wonderful in its way. Um, maybe I'll just leave off there with Steinbeck if that's all right.
I always compare Grapes of Wrath with A Raisin in the Sun.
Is that the Langston Hughes poem? What's the raisin in the sun?
Um, Let me just refresh my memory, but it's got a similar. It's it's got a similar plot, and
Problem.
It's a 1959 stage play by Lorraine Hansberry,
Okay.
and it portrays an African-American family struggle for dignity, identity, and better life on Chicago's segregated South Side. And it's sort of each character represents a different approach or way through life. So um, Walter Lee Younger. So each family member has competing dreams for the money that
Mm,
they get from a life insurance check, $10,000. Walter Lee Younger hopes to invest in a liquor store to achieve financial independence and dignity. His mother, Lena, wants to buy a house to provide stability and fulfill a long-deferred dream. Beneath, Walter's sister aspires to become a doctor and explore cultural identity. So they each have kind of a different path they want to take, and it's sort of allegorical.
mm, okay. I'll check that out for sure. So, the next writer we have up here, Wallace Stegner, um, professor of creative writing at Stanford. He was Ken Kesey's teacher when Kesey was starting to work on One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I think alongside Kesey, almost everybody would seem a little more traditional and conservative. And so he's always come off that way in descriptions of him, what he was like as a teacher. And I think you see that reflected in his writing a little bit too. He has, unlike McCarthy, unlike a lot of American writers who tend to be critical of westward expansion and manifest destiny, as it was called. I think Stegner saw it in a slightly more positive light. I don't want to call him an apologist for it, but he saw some of the nobility in American explorers and didn't want to just ignore that and only focus on the criticisms. And so that's really well reflected in his masterpiece there in the middle, Angle of Repose, and his nonfiction as well, like Beyond the 100th Meridian, where he does writes a biography of John Wesley Powell and his explorations of the Grand Canyon. But I know Angle of Repose a lot better, and this would also for sure make my top 10 American fiction all-time list. It's an utterly incredible novel about a man who's doing research into his grandmother, who was an artist and an explorer alongside her fictional husband, as they traveled around the West as part of what was called the USGS, the U.S. Geological Survey. It was a government institution that mapped, um, I think, on the surface and in depth too, the layout of the western part of the United States. And so this guy's going back. He's old now. It's in the 1960s, and he's old himself, and he's reminiscing about his grandmother through the reading of her love letters with her husband back in the 1800s when they were traveling together for times, separated for times, as he was doing his projects, scientific projects, and his grandmother was doing her more artistic projects. I've been dipping back into this one recently because at this very moment I'm working on a short story that's based on my grandmother's letters from the 50s and 60s, and so I just think of this. I don't read a lot of epistolary fiction, and and this is probably the one and only time I would ever try to write any myself. But I don't think you could find a better book to learn how to incorporate letters into a narrative better than Stegner did in Angle of Repose. It's also just a kind of beautiful novel about disability as well. The main character is kind of falling apart physically, dealing with mild paralysis and other problems. And um, he's an older man, again, right? Like thinking and being from a position of appreciation of America, and he has this son and I think daughter-in-law who are meant to represent the counterculture of the 1960s, and he just finds them incredibly like smug in almost in a woke way. If we could use that analogy, I think it's actually pretty apt. So it's definitely at its core, I think, a kind of conservative book that thinks of the American project in a positive light, and just has a beautifully written style to it. Top 10 for sure. Let's keep scrolling. Again, River runs through it, Found through a film. True Grit, the same. Cold Mountain, the same. I don't have a lot to say about any of these. They're all wonderful books, but um, let's keep going. Here we have early American, 20th century. These are all great. Main Street, Babbitt are all great portraits of small town American life. Then, of course, we have, I don't know if there's a term for this, there must be, but that Upton Sinclair tradition of expose literature. The Jungle is his book about the meatpacking industry that a good friend of mine, a guy named Kevin Costello, told me one time that he stopped eating meat after he read this book, and I think he's a vegetarian to this day. It was totally off-putting. Oil is, as you can see from the spine, the basis for the film There Will Be Blood by P.T. Anderson. That's an exploration of what's called wildcatting, or was called wildcatting back in the day. These guys who would basically run startup tiny oil companies. There was a time when you could have a startup oil company and just go around and persuade people, give them a sales pitch to buy the oil rights off of their land. You give them a cut, of course, and so it's about these guys who just travel the country trying to one up each other who can get to the land with the good oil leads first. Sherwood Anderson, I've talked about him already in another context, so let's keep moving. And then a couple random knockoffs.
You want to say something about the chess?
Chessman, yeah.
Chess.
He stares at me all the time. He's usually up here. I don't know why he's down there at the moment, but he stares at me while I write. I forget what era the Lewis chessmen. This would definitely be worth a quick AI search, but what era the Lewis chessmen were made? But they're, I think, the earliest known chess set, maybe, at least in such pristine shape. And I think they were from Scotland. And this was just a little souvenir I bought when I visited the British Museum, or as the British love to call it, the non-British Museum, because it's mostly full of antiquities that they acquired or stole, I guess you should say, from around the world during the colonial era.
AI is saying 1150 to 1200.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of regret not buying the whole set, if I'm being honest. They're pretty cool.
Likely Norwegian origin.
Okay. All right, so let me get Rob another sip of tea here. One more shelf to go. Mainly African American fiction. So yeah, could you get push onto the screen? It's the red one, just one above. Two above. Sorry, there you go. Boom. That's perfect. Okay, so what do we have here? Just looking at these is making me want to reminisce for a second about another teacher, probably the most formative teacher of all for me, which was my 12th grade English teacher, a woman named Marianne Black, who, I talked about another professor much earlier who was a kind of father figure to me, and this teacher was a kind of mother figure to me. We became very close after I graduated high school and stayed friends for many years until she passed. And she was, I would say, the best teacher I've ever had. 12th grade English, and the kind of teacher that anyone who's going to go on to write or be a professor or live an intellectual life, like we all have one of these, and she was mine, ran an incredible, ambitious 12th grade AP English class with us, and was constantly preaching to me that I should read Toni Morrison. And there's the proof that I listened. She was a very big lover of Toni Morrison, thought she was the greatest American writer of all. I don't know that I would go that far, but I got a lot of influence from her and recommendations like this over the years. So one by one, I went through these, mostly during college. I would talk more about The ones towards the top and the bottom. The two in this pile that I have taught myself are Zora Neale Hurston's "Their Eyes Were Watching God" and "Push" by Sapphire, which is a pen name. I forget her real name, but Push. If you know the film from, I believe, the early 2000s called Precious, which is about a young African American woman who's undergone a lot of childhood trauma, grew up functionally illiterate, and is gets transferred to a better school that finally allows her to kind of unlock her talent and her joy in life, essentially. And I've taught those two books both in a class. So, I will get into my work in speech disorders more later, but when I was researching for that book, I started looking into anything related to non-standard language, what in sociolinguistics is called low prestige dialects. So things like African American vernacular English, slang. I was just trying to explore the margins of traditional authorized speech, if that makes any sense. And that led me to books like Zora Neale Hurston's, which is just a wonderful has a wonderful use of African American vernacular English in it, as does Push by Sapphire. This Push would make my top 10 all-time American fiction list as well. And I know earlier we were talking about to what extent like truly great fiction is still going to be possible as we move into the future here, where everybody's attention spans are corrupted by AI and whatnot. And this book is about 30 years old now, but for me, it's one of those books I think back to as the kind of book that I don't know if we're going to keep seeing fiction that's this raw, this in your face, this powerful. The confrontation with trauma, especially in it, the child sexual abuse, the themes it gets into are incredibly tough sells in the contemporary like publishing market. So I worry that we're not going to have our doors blown off by books like this anymore going forward. I taught it a few times, and it was the kind of book. I taught it in my trauma class as well, and it was the kind of book where we literally had to have a box of Kleenex on the table. Produced really strong, visceral, live, raw reactions from my students, and it got to a point where it was almost too tough to teach. So I eventually phased it out for my own sanity, but cannot recommend that book highly enough. Um, Anything else you'd like me to say about this section, or we can move on?
Yeah, we can move on.
All right. So maybe zoom out a little bit because we've got quite a long stretch of crime fiction. And keep going, keep going, keep going until you see In Cold Blood, that black spine towards the top. Yeah. So all of that there we're looking at is my crime fiction collection. It leans on the highbrow side. You're not going to see a lot of like Bosch or contemporary popular crime fiction, that sort of thing. This is all classic crime fiction stuff that we're looking at here. Um, I again came to this genre not as some lifelong crime fiction reader by any means, but as a lover of classic film noir, American crime films from the 40s and 50s primarily, and just got curious about all of these novels that had been adapted into so many of the greatest American noir films like Double Indemnity, Postman Always Rings Twice, Mildred Pierce, um, of course, The Big Sleep, The Long Goodbye, Laura. Very many of the books that you're seeing in this pile here are also incredible films, and that interest got obsessive enough for me that at a certain point I developed a class on noir fiction and film. When we get down to the later rooms, we'll see a collection of film criticism that is related to this as well. I'll just highlight a few of the books in here if that's all right. So we have the collected Raymond Chandler there in the 2-volume Library of American series. He's someone what I love about Chandler, thank you, is that he's someone who prioritizes mood over plot. His novels are super well paced, and they have lots of twists and turns to them, and murders and solving of cases, of course. But at the end of the day, these aren't really true detective novels. They're not in the classic whodunit tradition where they're trying to keep you puzzled and until the very end and give you some big reveal. I mean, they're much more about setting an almost like existentialist mood about the meaningless of life in Los Angeles in the early 20th century for the main character Philip Marlowe. And the proof of this, I think, is that one time when The Big Sleep was being adapted, I wanna say by Howard Hawks, um, he called Chandler to ask him to explain, who had killed whom in a certain scene, in The Big Sleep because the director and his staff had been reading this novel, and they couldn't figure it out, and they needed to fix some point in the screenplay with this, and they called Chandler, who was probably drunk as usual, and, so the story goes, he said, "How the hell would I know who killed him?" and just hung up the phone. I think that's pretty definitive proof that crime fiction for, Raymond Chandler was much more about setting that noirish mood than it was about, you know teasing your reader with a great mystery story. Um, he he's someone who learned how to write. I believe he was an insurance man or an oil man, I think actually, and he came to writing late in life. And I'll say as someone who also came to fiction writing fairly late in life, I took a lot of heart from hearing him talk about what it was like to become a writer in your 40s and he took those classic correspondence schools initially, and I remember one line that's always stuck with me about writing, a piece of wisdom. He said, "The hardest thing when he first became a writer was simply how to get his characters in and out of rooms." And that's something I think beginning writers often trip over is they think that they need to narrate anything and everything. And what he meant with that simple saying of his was essentially that writers should use teleport machines and skip the unimportant stuff and just, move your character forward to wherever they need to go with quick cuts to keep the pacing really effective. Um, there's a theme that runs, that's always fascinated me, that runs through a lot of these books, a kind of common trope, if you will, through American crime fiction of suspicion towards overly artistic ways of life. Let's put it that way. So, The Big Sleep is a good example of this. Chandler's last Marlowe novel, The Long Goodbye, is a good example of this. The one next to it, if we could zoom out for a second, Laura by Vera Kaspari is a good example of this. Some of James Cain's fiction as well. You see lots and lots of noir fiction and film that'll feature a villain, a murderer, who is either an artist or an art critic or a writer. It's incredibly common in film noir, and I've always taken that to be some reflection, going back to guys like Henry James and others, some kind of reflection on seeing artistic ways of life as decadent, leading to immorality. So that there's a kind of American, I don't want to say Puritanism, but a kind of American conservatism at the heart of this genre, where the way the story will very often play out is that a woman is seduced by a very artistic man who ends up being a double crosser or a murderer or something and has to be saved by the much more like bread and butter, traditional baseball loving, everyday, like everyman American man, masculine male. So there's also a kind of, I guess, gender role component to it as well, where noir is very often affirming like traditional forms of American masculinity. Um,
Would that also be
yeah.
sort of class position and
Yes, absolutely.
conservative versus, most writers, you don't really
Yeah.
think of them as conservative.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think there's a kind of, I don't want to say that noir is like the writing of the proletariat exactly, but there is definitely an element of class anxiety as well. The best example of that would be Mildred Pierce by James Cain. That's a novel in which a female protagonist makes her own business, rises up the social ranks, has her own Horatio Alger lift herself up by her bootstraps story, and builds this very successful restaurant business. And now she's come from the lower classes to the middle class. She's a successful entrepreneur, and she looks around, and what does she need? She needs a husband that can bring her social status, like a husband who essentially, she doesn't care if he's rich or poor, but he should bring some nobility to the table, that classic final step to graduate into the aristocracy. Um, and he ends up, of course, being, one of the big villains of the story, and she ends up falling back on a much more traditional working class, man, her original husband in the story that she had left early on. So that's a perfect example of that. Let me pause here with James Cain for a second and just say that of all of these crime writers, again, I started reading these guys because I wanted to develop, more of that muscular, for lack of a better word, tone to my own writing, and get some of that like gruff bluntness that you get with so much great noir fiction. And for me, James Cain is the best example of this. I would put him, in a handful of 4 or 5 writers who have influenced my own writing the most. I think there's just like he has a wonderful cadence to his writing. It's not Hemingway spare, it can be close to that at some points. It's got a little more meat on its bones than like your average Hemingway short story or something, but it's definitely in that same tradition. And he has a wonderful line. He said, this will probably come up at a couple more points as we proceed through the rest of my literature collection. He said his goal in writing, if I'm getting this quote right, was to recreate the logos of the American countryside. Um, Now this is a theme that runs through a lot of American literature, less so European literature, and but some British literature, including the poet Wordsworth, that I'll certainly talk about when we get to British literature. This theme of the superiority of everyday speech, incorporating everyday ways of talking, for their vitality, for their directness, their clarity, as opposed to writing in a more artificially, like, traditional poetic style. And I don't think anybody pulls that off better than James Cain. I mean, his writing is utterly gorgeous, but you can rip through his books in a couple hours sometimes because they're so taut and they're so like talky speech. Speakerly is the term I'm looking for. Um, and so that was his main goal, was to have his literature, have his writing be as close to like lived speech as he could possibly get it, you know. So let's keep scrolling through here. There's his 2 masterpieces, Double Indemnity and The Postman. And we have a couple random crime novels from the library series. I forget what's even in that collection. And then boom, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's stop there for a second. We have 4 books. We haven't talked about this yet, but I have quite a few around the house. I'm sure you know the New York Review of Books series. I'm a huge fan. I don't know if you read a lot of these, and I don't. Forgive me, but I don't know the history behind the publication of them very much. But I will just say, whoever runs that thing, or ran that thing back in the day, had exquisite taste, because I've never, in all my buying of all these NYRB books over the years, I've never gotten a single dud. They're, for me, kind of in my head, I would think of them as like the equivalent of the Criterion Collection in cinema or something. They revive old books that deserve, more prominence in modern literature. And they do a lot of, a range of stuff, from great crime fiction like this to more literary fiction. So yeah, I at some point this might be a thing where I have to get a whole set, although I assume there's thousands of them, so that's probably not realistic.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I'm just looking at the Wikipedia page, and it's
Mhm.
uh says it grew out of another enterprise called the Reader's Catalog with the subtitle "The 40,000 Best Books in Print or
Wow.
Sold Books Through Catalog."
Mm. Yeah. I mean, each and every one of these right here is fantastic. Then of course we have Capote's great example of what is the term? Um, the nonfiction novel, I think is what they call that. So Capote,
Narrative
I don't feel like,
nonfiction.
yeah, I don't know that he's the first to do this. I'm not sure, but he's certainly one of the best, where he fictionalizes a nonfiction story about a real murder that led to a death sentence for the two murderers involved. And this is just an incredible portrait of small town life, as well as um, a great polemic about the ethics of the death penalty. It's a beautiful book. Let's see what else we have here. I might I might tap out there if that's all right. I don't have anything too interesting to say about these. Not the biggest Algren fan, though he's interesting. Another Bukowski, I've said enough about him. Berger is a great comic writer from the 70s, 80s. The Feud is quite funny if someone's looking for a good recommendation for a comic novel.
All right, so we're now back in session 3, and we're in room 3. So, Chris, maybe you could say a little bit about what we're looking at here and your office.
Yeah, so this is my writing room, upstairs in the house, tucked in the back. I've only been in this house for a little over a year, so we're still getting things arranged in a lot of ways. But this is where I'm currently working on my new book, it's a collection of short stories set in Delco, Pennsylvania. So that is the bookcase we'll do last in this session. Atop the bookcase are my father's ashes, actually, between two chess pieces that a friend gave me as a gift. He passed 20 years ago now, yeah, 2005. And they're just, a nice reminder to have around while I'm writing, and why I write and why I do everything I do. That bookcase, when we get to it, will be a lot of miscellany, poetry, plays, biographies, theology for the most part. I have a leather chair there to the left of the desk. I am blessed with the greatest editor any writer could ask for. My wife, who's a literary agent, has a lot of experience in editing manuscripts, and so I can't think of that chair without thinking of her sitting there, like you know, taking words out of my manuscript anytime she sees one that doesn't work. She has an incredible ear. On the desk itself, this is slightly staged, of course, just to give a sense of what I usually get up to. There's a stack of Latin books because that's the big project I'm working on outside of writing at the moment. Finally trying to master Latin so that I can read some of my favorite authors in the original. Instead of a picture of my wife at my desk, I have a picture of my writing idol, Gustave Flaubert, staring at me. He's here right now, staring at me at all times while I write.
Switch over there.
Yeah. um, Giving me a dirty look at all times to remind me that one needs to strive to be a perfectionist when it comes to style. There's a lot of Flaubert books in this room, so I'll talk more about him when we get to it. If you want to hop back to that photo, I can say more. Above the that photo there on the wall, that's a picture of my father in the middle, the one in the black suit. He was a machinist originally, after his time in Korea, and then he slowly worked his way up through GE till where he was working on the space program in the early days, the 50s and 60s, in the early days of NASA and for General Electric. And what the three men there are looking at, I've never been able to pinpoint who the other two are, but what they're looking at is the first satellite ever recovered from space. My dad worked on that project along with a project that he was on for many years called the Manned Orbiting Laboratory. It was an attempt to send astronauts into low Earth orbit, I believe is the correct term, to do various scientific experiments. I think a lot of the stuff's been declassified now, so that was always the sales pitch at the time. But it was also, of course, to do reconnaissance during the Cold War on Russia. These guys would. The project never actually took off, and eventually Nixon canceled it, and then they went with the space program that's a lot more famous, of course. But um, he was, integral in some of these projects to do with satellite recovery from space, which requires all kinds of stuff that's over my head to do with parachutes deploying at the right time and that sort of thing. And they would drop these actual, this is pre-digital, so they would drop these actual film canisters down that had to be recovered, developed, and so on, for reconnaissance missions. So yeah, just a cool photo. What else do we have here? So, my writing idol on the one side, on the other hand, the god of writing, that little statue there is of Thoth, the Egyptian god of writing. He comes up in Plato. He comes up. Derrida writes a lot about Thoth. He has a couple other associations as well that I'm forgetting, but he's known as the god who threatens. You hear this all the time with writing, that writing was threatening to memory because it allows us to write things down and therefore not have to recall things. So this is a little kitschy statue I picked up in an occult shop in New Hope, Pennsylvania, many, many, many years ago. So there you go, essential Latin grammar. I've been working through all these literally as we speak, each and every day. I'm chipping away slowly but surely. And then the last item, I have a notebook. I'm always using um, these old school notebooks ever since Catholic school. So I always have one of these around with me. This thing's just a mess of notes and ideas. But this isn't where I keep my main ideas. If you want to zoom back out again, we could show this box in the background. So that box contains all the postcards that I use when I'm writing. I have this weird custom I developed many, many years ago where, because I was traveling so much in my 20s and taking notes, so I would use these as bookmarks in which whoever I was reading, any idea I got from, a word a writer used, an image, well, whatever things were conjured up during the reading process, I would scribble onto these postcards and take notes that way. And so that box that you're zooming around in there, that's a portrait of Marcel Proust. That box, in essence, contains my novel all out of order. Stray thoughts, passages. Sometimes it's not, I wouldn't say I write a whole page on any of these postcards, of course, but a paragraph here, a paragraph there, a sentence or two. And as I either use them or decide against using them, you see I cross them out. I see I see the middle right, on the right-hand side in the middle, a reference to Virgil that I did actually end up sneaking into my novel. One of my favorite lines from Virgil. Yeah, so to look at these cards would essentially be to do a brain scan of my mind for all those years when I was working on that novel. It's just a really fun object that um, I'm doing again now. There's a second box in development from the book I'm working on at the moment. This modus operandi, I guess you would call it, for writing for me is probably never going to change. It's just, I guess, a good way for me to collect my scattered thoughts. I'm someone who feels like I'm writing even when I'm not writing, if that makes sense. It's not just sit down for the 3 hours or the 5 hours or however long I can stand to go, but then it's go for a walk, have lunch, decompress a little bit, and then all of a sudden, um, what I was working on earlier that day starts coming back to mind, especially when I'm reading. And there's a nice serendipity sometimes with this sort of thing, I think, where I'll oftentimes just be reading an author and I was stuck on a passage, or even sometimes earlier the same day, and you see an author use a word and you say, wait a minute, that's the what Flaubert would call le mot juste, the right word. And that will come to me like in a flash, like I know exactly where that word needs to go. So yeah, it's just the method I've developed over many years of struggling to write. This box was a gift from a pair of friends who are very dear to me, Greg and Robin Fiorini. They bought this for me when I was complaining that I had nowhere to put all my postcards when we were in Key West, Florida together on vacation. They snuck off and found this in a gift shop.
It's really nice.
Yeah, it's cute. It's cute. It does the job, most importantly. Oh, and I'd be remiss if I didn't at least mention the Philadelphia. I'm a huge sports fan in general, a diehard Philadelphia Eagles fan. So, no writer is a writer without a good pen cup. And that's the only one I will ever need.
Seems like most of these pens are like a push. What's that called?
What are they? Papermate. I use a lot of these. Papermate Inkjoy Gel. Uh, I like the variety of colors that comes in handy and on the postcards because I want to cross out in a different color than the ink itself. And then I'm always using tons of these blue ones, of course.
Looks like you're using colored highlighters.
Sometimes, yeah, yeah.
So, do you want to go to full screen and
Yeah. You want me to do a pan of the room, you said?
yeah.
Okay. So, s- so here's what we're looking at.
Is that the first shelf we're going to look at today?
First shelf, that's world literature. Heavy on the French. Then we have a couple pieces of art over here. That top portrait is of Albert Camus. I'll speak about him and the professor who gave me that portrait in a little bit. A old propaganda poster. Can you see that clearly?
Bottom right.
Yeah. Is your washroom breeding Bolsheviks?
Mm.
Uh, that's an old propaganda, anti-communist propaganda poster for the Scott Paper Towel Company based right here in Delco, Pennsylvania. Just some colorful thing I picked up in a antique shop. And then over here we have a set of, what are those called? Petrushkas, or I forget what those little dolls are called. But these were a gift from a friend who wanted to thank me for watching his cat for a month while he was away. So that's Brodsky, Gogol, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, and Pushkin. I hope you can see them all right. A baseball from the one and only Little League championship that I ever enjoyed. So that baseball is from when I'm like 11 years old, I think.
What
But
position did you play?
I was a pitcher. I'm a
Oh, wow.
hander. I'm a left-hander, and that's the only sport I'll ever say I was very good at. I was a good pitcher.
Southpaw.
Yeah, southpaw, exactly. So that has the autographs of my dad, who was my Little League coach, and all the players on the team. It's a great little memento.
That helps if you want to be a pitcher.
Exactly, yeah. So then this will be the British literature shelf, which we'll do second, British and Irish. The desk, which is a little messy at the moment because I've got all these notes and other items for our discussion. Can you see the postcards?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm still at it. New set of postcards, the chair, and then this last bookcase of, again, miscellany, poetry, etc. And then my view outside. So let me turn this back around.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll now head over to the first bookcase here.
So we've got a lot of interesting stuff in this room. I'm looking forward to talking about it with you. No. So, no medical humanist professor like myself's home is complete without a phrenology head, of course. Um, that was a gift, but I forget how long ago I got that. Um, and whenever we get around to my book, I'll show you. I have a phrenology head on the cover of my academic book as well. Over the years, we talked about Cratylism earlier, all these projects to invent perfect languages. Phrenology is another good example. I have a soft spot for crackpot theories and in intellectual history, ones that are clearly implausible and scientifically naive, but fascinating in some way. Phrenology is another good example of that.
It's interesting that criticism is right here where the third eye goes.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that before. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Souvenir of a gargoyle from Notre Dame in Paris that I bought when I was um, on my second visit to Paris. I think this shelf here is good for reminiscing a little bit, if I may, about the time I've spent in France, the time I've spent learning the French language, and just my engagement with French book culture and French literature in general, if that's all right. So, um, I'll just sketch very quickly, if I may, how I came to learn French and how it's informed my reading habits, etc. So I was lucky enough to go study abroad in a small town in France at the age of 16. My father was very supportive of this and found me a host family that was willing to take me in for a year for what ended up being like a crash course in French literature, French language and French literature. Because, I went with a couple years of high school French and it's very much being thrown into the deep end with a host family, the Menard family. Who were absolutely wonderful and patient with me learning the language. And they didn't speak a word of English. They would know the occasional vocabulary word, but I was immediately thrown into the deep end and only spoke French with them that year. France is one of the great reading countries around the world, undeniably. And there's so many great things about French book culture that I want to rave about. What you're looking at here are folio editions of French books, some Flammarions as well. These One thing I love about France is how accessible it makes books for the general public. So these are the kinds of things that would be €5 or €6, very affordable paperback editions of, in this case, French theory and philosophy. If you keep scrolling, we can look at all the great editions of literature that they come up with. And I used to go buy these books in particular at the Gilbert Jeune bookstore in Saint Michel. It's like a five-story bookstore that was utterly incredible. I went back to France in college for a summer. I was an assistant on a summer abroad trip. With a professor that I studied Albert Camus with. I'll talk about him when we go back in the other direction in a second. And then I did 2 years after that in Paris as a graduate student as well. I was on a fellowship called the Chateaubriand Fellowship, where I was able to study for a year at the École Normale. It was a fantastic opportunity. So these books that you're scrolling through here are representative of 30 years. I mean, it's not every French book I've ever owned. I've jettisoned a lot of them over the years, but 30 years of trying to learn French, finally feeling like I had become fluent. Okay, now it's time to read the harder literature. You're not just reading Le Petit Prince anymore, simple stuff. You're graduating to harder writers. I will say of all the French I've read over the years, Flaubert for me is the hardest because, like Cormac McCarthy that we were talking about before, he has an incredibly rich vocabulary. So many obscure words for little tools, things like this that you don't tend to pick up in learning French conversation. Yeah, this is this is a wonderful tour down memory lane here, just scrolling through these. Another thing, there's a couple books I want to highlight, but another thing that's great about book buying in Paris is that they have what are called the les bouquinistes. They're called. I'm not sure exactly how to translate that in a word, so I'll just describe it. Along the banks of the Seine in Paris, there are these um, metal cages affixed to the sides of the walls on the river. And I guess booksellers rent them. I'm not sure exactly how it works logistically, but booksellers rent them and then fill them with books, used books that they want to sell. So up and down the Seine, anytime the weather's nice, even into the winter, as long as isn't raining, you will see all of these padlocked bookstalls flipped open. They're these green metal everywhere along the river. Anyone who's been to Paris will know what I mean. Where you can buy antique books, everything from antique books, antique comic books, antique magazines, postcards, stuff like that. Um, for very, very cheap, usually a couple euros a piece. And unless you're buying something a little more rarefied. Um, so let me, if you want to hop out of the screen for a second, let me show two examples of my favorite books that I've bought from Les Bouquinistes. This is a copy of Huysmans' Là-bas. It's a novel that I'll talk about in a minute when I guess we get to it chronologically. One of my all-time favorite novels, one of my all-time favorite writers. This one depicts Satanism and cults in 19th century France. It's a long story. And that one cost me a whopping €4 back in the day. And was
Could you
pretty,
hold that one up again? Because it didn't show the whole bottom of it. If you could pull it back a little towards you.
there we go.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect.
The back cover is even cooler now that I'm
Yeah, it's a really cool cover.
check this out. So some kind of witch's coven holding a ritual. Very cool edition. This is what was called the Livre de Poche series, which literally means book of the pocket, you know, pocket back or whatever you call it. And then this I bought for myself on that very first trip to France in 1993. This is the quintessential poète maudit, they call him, the maudlin or emo or dark poet of France, Baudelaire. This is a
Could you
wonderful.
pull it back towards you a little? It wasn't fully showing. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get it. There you go. And this one, is proof of how long ago I bought this. This one cost me not euros, but francs. This is from before the days of the euro. I paid 20 francs for this. I don't know if you can see it, but um, the ultimate French poet. He's there, kind of Byron or Keats or all rolled into one.
Is that the same image on the front and the back of that one?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Very, very cool book. All right, so if we want to hop into the shelves, maybe I was working through some of these titles.
And we should note that for the most part, the books in French have their text oriented in the opposite way. So it's
You know,
sort of,
the French love to be different, and that's one more way they figured out how to do it. Yeah, so everything's flipped. They also have, I think, in my opinion, an even more annoying habit. I've been raving about their book culture, but if there's one thing I would change, it's this strange French custom of putting the table of contents in the back of a book. They all do that. Isn't that
so
great?
yeah. One other thought I had is
Mhm.
if we, instead of rotating the image a lot, if we looked at all the spines that were sort of oriented in this way
Mhm.
first, and then we can go back through and look at any that are in the opposite direction. Does it
Yeah, I'm
make
happy to
sense?
do it that way.
Okay.
Do you want me to comment on them now as we go or what?
Yeah. Yeah. I'd love to. And
Okay.
especially it looks like there's a few series or just common
Mm.
publishers. If you had any thoughts on those, that'd be, and if you could, I think a lot of people just want to hear you properly pronounce the French. And so that would be great if you could just sort of
Sure.
pronounce what's on each. And it'll be a way for, I think, a lot of people, including myself, who studied French for maybe a few years back in school, but we can't remember anything and we can't
Sure.
even pronounce things properly anymore. We'll learn. This will be a little mini tutorial.
Of course. I mean, I'm a bit rusty. I don't use my French like I used to, but
Okay.
I will say I was always proud that French people would acknowledge that for an American, they would begrudgingly acknowledge that I did have a pretty good accent at one time. So we have Huysmans, which is technically a Dutch name, his novel Là-bas, which means down there. André Gide's Les Moralistes, and his La Symphonie Pastorale, two books that I read around in college when my French wasn't quite good enough to fully know what was going on. So it's funny, sometimes you get some very hazy memories of how a book worked when you read it, when you weren't quite ready for it.
How
Um,
do you say the JK part?
his first name is Joris Karl, Joriskarl.
But I mean in French, when you see a JK, how do you pronounce that?
Well, there's a hard J and a soft J in French. So if you're saying like je, like I, um, then you would say it that way. But there are sometimes no examples are coming to mind offhand, but there are sometimes where you can say a soft J as well, like a ya sound.
Mm.
I think that would be more in the middle of a word that would pop up.
Could you also say the publisher here or whatever is
Yeah.
a series?
Yeah, it's Livre de Poche. This edition that you're looking at right there is from, well, it says 1908, but I don't think this copy's that old. So it's probably a reproduction.
Is that one you already showed, or we can
Yeah,
show that?
yeah, it's the
Okay.
same one. Yeah.
Okay.
Um, and so those were early popular paperbacks. And the great thing about France is they make sure again that these it's not just the latest Stephen King or something that's available, but they have a really good strong tradition of publishing and making widely available the history of French literature. I think they're wonderful with that. Whereas to do that in America, you're usually collecting the Library of America series or something that's a lot more expensive. Whereas in France, I think they really see it as an egalitarian thing that they want young people reading these classics. They want poor people reading these classics. They want them to be accessible. So you have all of these great, very affordable paperback editions. Then we move into above those, we have some of the big French poets. So Mallarmé, I showed his Pléiade editions in the very first room, in the very first shelf. They're downstairs. That's just a nice working copy of Mallarmé. Then we have Rimbaud, Arthur Rimbaud. He's like one of the great James Dean types in literary history. Died, fairly young in his 40s, but just exploded onto the scene as a poetic prodigy. I think as early as 18 years old, was writing these like really amazing kind of visionary poems. A lot of them very absinthe induced. I mean, this was the heyday of drinking absinthe when it still had that strong, like, psychotropic kick to it, from how the recipe was made with a lot of extra wormwood in those days. So, he's almost, I guess a better comparison would be Jim Morrison. He's a kind of visionary, um, drug-induced poet. His mentor was the poet above him, Paul Verlaine, also a very beautiful poet, a little bit more musical and lyrical, Paul Verlaine's poetry, also very heavily absinthe-induced. Then we have Les Paradis Artificiels and Le Spleen de Paris by Baudelaire. Those are two very innovative works of prose poetry. I don't know the full history offhand of prose poetry, like who would be considered the first, but these two works are very often, I know, considered two of the most important works for making prose poetry be taken seriously. The Spleen de Paris is a lot of fun. Baudelaire, and I'll probably be saying this about a lot of these French writers, was very cynical and bitter and not snobby per se, but someone who was very happy to condemn aspects of society that he disliked, especially of bourgeois society. And so spleen, do you know the history of spleen as like a medical metaphor? There were all these theories.
Vent your spleen and the four humors.
Yeah, exactly. It's related to humoral theory. And so to vent your spleen, that expression, which we've inherited, I assume from the French, um, presupposes that all of our anger and frustration kind of gets accumulated in the spleen. So anything that frustrates us or annoys us about everyday life is something that we need to vent from from our spleens. And so these poems tend to have a kind of ranty quality about things he didn't like about modern life in Paris.
It'd also be great if, as we go through, you could also say their first name, just so we have
Sure.
both of them.
That's Charles Baudelaire. I'll talk about him too when I get to my academic book because He had a very interesting stroke at the end of his life that's very sadly took away his speech, and so I mentioned that in the preface to my book. It's a kind of starting point for understanding what happens to someone who's lived a life of words and then suddenly has all their words taken away from them. Then we have a few works.
Could he write, or was it just
Uh, he was, I think so, yeah, yeah. But the thing with, there's all kinds of versions of what's called aphasia, and I don't want to get into that too much right now, but I believe, sometimes you can have someone who retains the ability to speak but loses the ability to write, or vice versa, or retains the ability to write but loses the ability to read, or vice versa. There's all kinds of variations of the condition depending on how how the one's speech is impacted, but I know he could at least write a little because he had to write a brief letter to his mother to explain what had happened to him. But he was, one of the great storytellers and poets of his day, and was suddenly brought to where he could only, say simple sentences like, pass me the mustard. This is a famous letter that describes the couple phrases he had said that day, and that was one of them. Um, Okay, so after that, we have just a handful of random works of philosophy and theory. Um, Roland Barthes, we talked about him already. So that's my French copy of Mythologies. We talked about that book already downstairs. Uh, Camus, yeah, let's sit with Camus for a second. We're doing these backwards chronologically, but who cares? That's great. So these three books were from a college course I took with a professor named Jan Rigaud, who ended up becoming one of my closest friends. He just passed away last year, so it's nice to see these books. He was a great Camus scholar at Villanova University, and a real, what in French they call a bon vivant, like a sort of hedonist who lived, a very lively, enthusiastic lifestyle. He was so much fun to know as a professor, and as a friend for many, many years after, and a big influence on my reading habits, especially in French literature. And so those are three books we read in his French class, which was conducted entirely in French. So it was a great way to practice French conversation as well. I'm sure many of your viewers will know The Stranger. That's what that first one, Albert Camus' L'étranger, The Stranger. I'm sure everyone will know that book. And I believe there's a new film adaptation coming out of that soon that I'm looking forward to seeing. The second one is Le Mythe de Sisyphe. Hold on. I'm a little rusty, like I said. Le Mythe de Sisyphe. That's his philosophical essay about, how to summarize it. So it's a book that opens by saying the fundamental question of philosophy is whether or not life is worth living and whether or not we should just commit suicide. And then he, in very existentialist terms, lays out the case for um, overcoming what he calls the absurdity of existence. This was part of one of the main works of what was called absurdist philosophy, that saw human life as like fundamentally nonsensical and pointless, and then said, okay, but now it's the point of this philosophy is to say, well, what can we do in the face of that realization? How can we find purpose and meaning in life for ourselves? So a lot of this stuff comes obviously out of Nietzsche's famous proclamation that God is dead. I mean, that's meant to be a statement that the old values that held up our lives for us, that gave us a sort of sense of our place in the universe and the purpose of our existence, had been crumbling for centuries, and now they have fully toppled. This is obviously a very post-World War II, post-Holocaust philosophy as well in that regard, that people are looking around and saying, my God, human beings are capable of terrible atrocities. Life seems utterly meaningless and pointless. What can we recover? What can we hold on to? And then the last one there, La Peste, is his novel about a plague. I believe that's set in Africa. I forget. It's been a long, long time since I read that one. But if anyone's looking for some COVID style reading, that's a great book about a city that's laid waste by a plague. I'll save comments on Proust till we get to the English copies of his books, but I just have a couple copies here of Proust's, the first volume of his main novel, Du Côté de chez Swann, a few of his random essays and articles, and then some early essays he wrote, I guess you would call these Juvenalia, Les Plaisirs et les Jours. All right, let's keep moving.
Could you translate those two titles?
The pleasures and days, that means les plaisirs et les jours. And the second one means by the way of Swan's house, basically on the side of Swan's house. Here we have some of Huysmans' novellas, Auré which I'll wait till we get to the English translations of those to talk about it. But Auré is one of my all-time favorite novels. Um, and then here we move into the Zola section.
I just wanted to ask if you had any thoughts on like folio here. We've seen a lot of those, and there's a bunch of these GF ones.
Yeah, the GFs are, I don't know if they're produced by rival publishers or what, but they're both outstanding. What differentiates them for the most part is the folios tend to just be the primary text, um, and nothing but. You might get a preface and you might get some endnotes, but not much. Whereas the GFs, I forget what the G stands for, but the F stands for Flammarion. And they're slightly more academic editions. They will have more of a critical apparatus on them. They might have some essays appended to the back. They might have some like a discussion questions for study page, and they'll always have a much longer scholarly preface written by some expert on the author and or that particular work. So it's always been my understanding that the GFs, the Flammarion editions, are used more by teachers. And they're great. The prefaces are always extremely well done. Um, so here we have Zola. I'll wait till we get to his English translations below as well to talk about him, but that one is called L'Assommoir and La Bête Humaine. And there's his first novel, Thérèse Raquin. I have a lot to say about that in a moment. Here's the Flaubert section. Bouvard et Pécuchet, Trois Contes. That means three tales. Sentimental Education, aka L'Éducation Sentimentale, his masterpiece, Madame Bovary. And then there is his selected correspondence, his selected letters. I will have a lot to say about his letters as well. They've been a huge influence on my writing. Here we have Stendhal's Le Rouge et le Noir. That's one of the great Bildungsromans in French literature. This next one might interest you. That's Ernest Renan's Vie de Jesus, The Life of Jesus. That's an attempt. It's been a long time since I looked at that, but it's primarily an attempt to treat Jesus as a purely historical figure, except that he had faults, that he was a human being, and obviously led a highly influential life, but to not, if memory serves, the main thesis of that book is that he was not a divine being, but a human being who led an exemplary life. And so he tries to write a human biography of Jesus. I hope I don't have that completely wrong, but I think I'm right there. Then we have the Balzac section here, Le Père Goriot, another great Bildungsroman, Physiologie du Mariage. That's a kind of funny, ironic treatise he wrote on the institution of marriage. Eugenie Grandet, I don't remember that one at all. I may have not actually gotten to that one yet. And then Illusion Perdue. Goriot and Perdue are two of his best Bildungsromans. That term's come up a couple times already. So novels, coming of age stories, usually about young men. I'll highlight some female Bildungsromans along the way here today as well. But those two are fantastic, about a character named Lucien, and I think the other one is Eugene de Rastignac. And they're two young, poor men from the provinces, both of whom move to Paris and try to climb the ladder socially, and just end up being ruined by the cruelty and backbiting of like French elite society, especially in Paris. That's an extremely common theme across lots and lots of French literature. Um, the young boy from the provinces who tries to make it in the big city. So, the French, guess the French and the Germans sort of share the history of writing Bildungsromans, but even though it has a German term and a German origin, it's really the quintessentially French genre for sure.
I think Dickens has a book like that.
Oh,
Don't
for
remember.
sure. I mean, Oliver Twist is an example. Great Expectations is another great example. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you could say that ultimately is what the novel is. You know, a coming of age story. It's the most essential form of the novel, I think. We can keep scrolling. We have this one has a beautiful title by Rousseau, Reverie du promeneur solitaire, the reveries of a solitary walker. And then here we have the R-rated stuff, Marquis de Sade, La philosophie dans le boudoir, so philosophy of the boudoir, and his notorious Les 120 Journées de Sodome, the 120 Days of Sodom. I have an English copy of that below, so I'll talk about that in a second. And then Diderot, 18th century French Enlightenment thinker, lettres sur les aveugles, lettres sur les sourds et muets. I butchered that a little bit, but Letter on the Blind and Letter on the Deaf and Mute. Those are two essays he wrote when he was studying disability. I haven't read that one in a long time, so I don't remember it very well, but it's an early attempt to be scientific about um, certain disability conditions. All right, very cool. So what do you want to skip down to the second shelf, and now we will transport back in time, and we'll go through my world literature collection, going back obviously to Homer. Where else could one start? And we'll cycle back when we hit the French section, and I'll expand on some of the things I've said about a couple of these French authors, especially Flaubert. So here's the section where I'd have a question for you. I'm still feel like I've never been a lover of the Iliad, I have to confess. But I do love the Odyssey, but I feel like I've never quite found my favorite translation. Are you someone who reads multiple translations of Homer and
I mean,
compare? Sorry, I couldn't hear you there.
I don't have advice on that, unfortunately.
No, that's fine. I'm gonna try the Fagles. I read the Lattimore in college. That was one of those books that got damaged in the great basement flood that I talked about many hours ago. So I decided to replace it with the Fagles and see if I like that better. That Hesiod Theogony I read with my professor Kevin Miles in his ancient philosophy class 30 years ago. Um, I would like to stop at the Theocritus for a little bit and talk about him, if that's all right. Um, so he's, I believe, the founder of the eclogue tradition of poetry, or the idyllic tradition of poetry. Fairly certain he's considered the first writer in this mode that we have. These eclogues, I'll spell the word out. It's Eclogue, and those are pastoral poems that come from Greece and Sicily and Italy. I believe he was a Sicilian writer, writing in Greek. And these poems will always have a rustic setting to them, and they will often be dialogues, and they'll be like two shepherds talking to each other about the shepherding life, that sort of thing, to pass the time. And, the idyllic tradition, or the eclogical, I don't know what how you say that. I guess you could say ecological. But the eclogue tradition of poetry runs all the way to this day. You have writers like Spenser and Milton that both emulated it in the Renaissance. You have, of course, Virgil wrote an eclogues himself, a series of playful dialogues between shepherds and nymphs and that sort of thing. There's a lot of mythical elements in these poems, and as a nature worshiper myself, in many ways, I try to read as much of this stuff as I can and get to know the history of writing about nature. And it sort of all goes back in a sense to Theocritus. Um, yeah, maybe we can move on from there. I don't see my copy of of Virgil's Eclogues must be misplaced. So I have two copies of the Aeneid here. There's a couple more throughout the house. Let me take a second to rave about that fairly bobo-looking Barnes and Noble's classics. There's 100 translations of Virgil, and everybody has their opinion on what their favorite is. I swear by this one. It was written by a guy, translated by a guy named Christopher Cranch in the 1800s, and I think it's utterly gorgeous. It's beautiful iambic pentameter in its own right. It reads really wonderfully. And I'll say, like, I wasn't the biggest Virgil fan, honestly, until I read that version, and that really turned me into someone who loves Virgil enough now that, as I've said many times already, I'm learning Latin specifically to read him in the original. So, the copy's hard to find. You can usually find it on eBay, though, for cheap, and I highly, highly recommend it. I've never understood people who love to have the most modern translation of a work. I actually prefer the translation to be, especially if it's an ancient classic like this, I actually prefer the translation to be a little more antiquarian, feel like it's taking me back in time a little bit. And this one is perfect for that. Not to say I don't love the Robert Fitzgerald version too, but this is absolutely my favorite version of the Aeneid.
So you like a more literal.
Not I well, the literal versus figurative taking liberties debate, I guess, is probably a slightly different problem. But what I don't like at all are translations that anachronize, that modernize. I want if a work is ancient, I want the translation not to be written in Old English or something, but at least to feel old-fashioned enough that I feel like it's transporting me in time a little bit. I don't want it to be a completely contemporary idiom if I'm reading something, written in the first century AD.
I think
Um,
those can also be a good sort of halfway house to reading in Latin because they tended to translate using the cognate
yeah.
Latinate word that may have kind of survived in English, even if it's more archaic.
Do you have a sense from your reading and from your interviews? I know you know some people who know the Loeb library extremely well. Um, does the Loeb have a reputation for being more literalist like that, or?
It's kind of follows the same pattern, but
Mhm.
I wouldn't make overly sweeping generalizations about it. But I know they started in 1912, and I think the year of public domain right now is 1930. So there's a good chunk of the early lobes that are in the public domain, and then they tend to commission a newer translation. So those can be interesting to look at, the older.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I need to start snatching up some old Loebs before they modernize them then.
And the other thing with the lobes is that if your Latin is kind of sketchy, then
Yeah. That's
having a literal translation makes it easier to sort of figure out what word on the right side matches up with what word on the left side.
yeah. There's a copy of the Aeneid that's sitting at the top of my shopping cart right now that I need to buy. It's what they call an interlinear translation, where you have the words literally superimposed as you go, and I find those editions super helpful. Rather than having to look across, just literally look one line down, and you get the gloss if you need it. I love those kinds of editions, especially.
Yeah, those are common in biblical studies
Mm.
where you want to have sometimes even multiple levels of interlinear, like the grammatical information and maybe a transliteration if it's Hebrew.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah. Okay, so let's keep scrolling. Suetonius, the 12 Caesars. I don't read a lot of ancient history, though. If I end up having a lot of success with this Latin project, I guess I will start reading more. In that one, I will just rave about the chapter on Caligula, Gaius. Um, I mean, I don't want to call it funny, but it was incredible how crazy that man was, and reading about it from a near contemporary is really enjoyable. You can tell he's just sort of speechless as he's describing the excesses of Caligula. The chapter on Nero is also good in that regard as well. Then we have Petronius's Satyricon, sometimes referred to as the first novel. It's a long, it's a long narrative prose work, fictional prose work, from I think the first century. I'm not the best when it comes to dates on this sort of thing, but um, enjoyable tales of a bacchanal in ancient Rome. I haven't read that edition of Metamorphoses. That's my wife's copy, but I'm looking forward to reading or Ovid in the original, hopefully soon as well. Okay, now we've jumped forward many, many centuries. Chrétien de Troyes is one of the very first writers of Arthurian romances. As you see there, the romance in French, is an interesting term. It ends up giving us the French word for novel, which is roman, Roman. So any kind of, dramatic and romantic tale was originally how people thought of the novel as. And, Chrétien de Troyes and Sir Thomas Malory, who's just sitting over here to my right, were the two main authors of the King Arthur legends. I believe Chrétien predates Malory by a century or two. And so he usually gets credit for being the first Arthurian writer. But you get all the great tales there that everyone knows about the Round Table and Percival and Lancelot and so on. And they would have all fell under the category of what was called chivalric literature, tales of good deeds and noble behavior and conduct by knights and, you know, um, damsels either in distress or back home maintaining their chastity as a tribute to the knight who's off fighting in their honor. I'm not going to say a word about Erasmus because I watch your channel well enough to know that you have an you've had an expert on Erasmus in the channel who has his complete works, I believe, and it's many, many, many volumes. I'm not an expert on Erasmus whatsoever.
That's Pastor Jason Johnston. I also wanted to add something about the Arthurian romances,
Please, please.
because I think I was gonna. There's a term I was looking for in a previous session, and I just reminded myself of it. It's the matter of Britain, which is the body of medieval literature and legendary material associated with Great Britain and Brittany, and the legendary kings of heroes and associated with it. Um, Particularly King Arthur. That's from Wikipedia. So those story cycles, you have the matter of Rome, the matter of France, the matter of Britain, and Byzantine. But those three of Rome, France, and Britain are key.
And those are titles of particular books?
Those are basically, I think, the more scholarly categories for describing the group of interrelated stories where uh, they're all kind of talking about the same characters and settings.
Hmm.
So medieval and Renaissance literature, it's sort of a subcategory of medieval and Renaissance literature.
That's interesting. I've never heard matter used quite in that way before. Um, Thank you for that. The next one's a lot of fun. The Fablio, 12th century, 1300s maybe in that area. These are a series of extremely raunchy, bawdy folk tales, often involving priests and nuns and merchants and trollops and all kinds of eccentric characters in the medieval period who either get their comeuppance in some funny way or don't, either get away with some sin or don't. I don't know if these were an influence on Chaucer indirectly, but these tales very often get compared to the Canterbury Tales. They're French. This is a facing page edition with the old French and a modern English translation. And the English translations are done to preserve the rhyming couplet form, so the two rhyming lines form that fabliaux were always written in. I can't read Old French, so I'll just kind of look over and glance at it from time to time when I'm reading these and pick up a couple words. But these are a lot of fun for anyone who likes Chaucer and old-fashioned folk tales like his in the Canterbury Tales.
And I'm getting dates for this of around 1100 to 1300.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't recall offhand. I think the authorship of these is entirely unknown. They're just more inherited tales through the tradition that have been preserved over the years. All right, then we have a couple books by Sod. I can't look at that 120 Days of Sodom book without cracking up because I forget if this has come up already, but I know I've alluded to my father when I was in college having a stroke, and then while he was recuperating from that, being forced into early retirement, and all of a sudden having lots of free time on his hands. And this was when I was a freshman, sophomore at Villanova University. And because he, suddenly wasn't able to work anymore and didn't know what to do with himself, I started handing all my books to him as I was reading them for class. Anyone who knows Sod knows it's probably the raunchiest book ever written about extreme forms of sexuality and that sort of thing. And I handed it to my dad one day, who had a great sense of humor and, was no Puritan to say the least. And I said, "Here, give this a try. You'll get a kick out of it." And I came to visit him again like 2 days later, and he had already finished the whole damn thing. It's like 600 pages, but he couldn't put it down. He just found it so outrageous and funny. And his reaction was, "This was pretty good. Did this guy write anything else?" And so I then grabbed him a copy of Juliet, which is another 700-page X-rated book, and gave him the Philosophy in the Boudoir, and he just tore right through them and found them funny as hell. Sod wrote The 120 Days of Sodom while he was imprisoned in the Bastille. So this book has a cool backstory to it where it almost was lost to history. When the French Revolution happened and they liberated the prisoners in the Bastille, I think he had this as the scroll. Stitched he had stitched scroll paper together into a single continuous scroll that he would hide, I think, hid in his cell or something, and he escaped with this manuscript. Otherwise, we would have lost it. Um, yeah, absolutely wild book. Not safe for work, as they say. Um, let's skip past these next couple. I've never been the biggest Rousseau guy. Candide, of course. Yeah, let's go to Balzac. So perfect with Stendhal on the screen as well. Those four, that's perfect. Yeah, stop right there, please. So Balzac and Stendhal are two of the early writers of the French Bildungsroman, and these are four of the coolest examples of the form that you could ever read. So Lost Illusions is one of the coolest examples of an early Bildungsroman. It's about a French poet from the countryside who moves to Paris to try to climb through society and make a name for himself, and just gets eviscerated by French high society. Père Goriot, Old Goriot, there has a similar plot as well. If someone's looking to get into Balzac, you couldn't start anywhere better than those two novels. Um, Stendhal's The Red and the Black has one of the all-time great characters in French literature, a young man by the name of Julien de Sorel. And he is a poor farmer's son who just happens to have some facility for Latin growing up. And there are all these beautiful scenes early in the novel that as a teenager, when I read this for the first time, I really related to, because I did not, as I've said before, come from a family of readers, and then, I would even oftentimes feel discouraged from reading, told to go outside, told to go do something more productive, quote unquote, or at least more energetic. And so I really related to some of these scenes early on in this novel where Julian Sorel will sneak off into the barn or something, so he can try to read a little bit. He's just a very bookish, precocious boy, get caught by his father and beaten in the barn for reading books. And anyway, to get rid of this useless son, the father sends him to be um, the teacher, in a kind of homeschooling fashion, of the mayor of his town. and so he's teaching the mayor's children Latin and other subjects, and ends up falling in love with the mayor's wife, and then in classic French novel fashion, having a torrid affair that ends up bringing them both down in the end. It's just a great romantic novel. And Stendhal, he was a big influence on Nietzsche. He's one of the few novelists Nietzsche raves about, because he just loved Stendhal's very dramatic style of narration.
Why is that a pattern within French novels?
Which part, the affairs or the
There's
sexism? I mean, the only way to answer that would be to stereotype French culture, I guess. But it's a society we're about to reach on Madame Bovary, the classic adultery novel. It's a society that has very different attitudes towards extramarital affairs than ours. There is a sense in French culture that marriage is done more for convenience and accommodation, and then the one's true passion will come through a lover who is not one's spouse. And there's a strong theme, as we switch to Flaubert in a second, that'll certainly come up again of disillusionment with everyday boring life, that adultery seems to be the perfect outlet for in so much of French fiction. Okay, so why don't we arrange this so that we have all the Flaubert on the screen at once, starting with right there, that one. Boom, that'll do. There you go. All right, so settle in, folks, because this is my all-time favorite writer. I want to spend some quality time here for sure. Um, Mid-19th century, Gustave Flaubert. He was the son of a prominent physician in a small city in northern France called Rouen, Rouen. And he was meant to go into some profession as a bourgeois son of a prominent member of their town. He studied law for a while, but then started to develop health problems that seemed to have possibly been epilepsy or asthma. Anyway, he had a couple seizures that eventually forced him to retire from the law. And because he had the means, he was lucky enough to then dedicate himself to his true passion, which was writing. He is your quintessential writer's writer, I want to say, because he's a relentless perfectionist when it comes to style. Um, when we get to Madame Bovary, we'll look at a couple pictures from his manuscripts where you see how much he revised and cut. He wrote one, two, three, four, five, six books in his career, and that was it. And when he started a book, he would usually spend 4 or 5 years on it at minimum, because he wanted to get everything absolutely right. And unlike Balzac, who wrote 100 novels, I mean that literally, in his life, probably a little more, and then not surprisingly died of caffeine poisoning because he was addicted to Turkish coffee, and literally poisoned his blood with it. Flaubert was someone who preferred to take things slow, revise and revise and revise until something felt absolutely perfect. And so the word that always comes up for me when I'm thinking about Flaubert as an inspiration for my own writing is necessity. Every word should be necessary, no word should be extraneous, and every word should be followed by the exact right word that needs to follow it, and every thought and every sentence and so on. His first book, if you can zoom in a little bit there at the bottom, his first book so that they can see the French title. That's actually another.
I might rotate for that one because
Yeah, it's
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 a message.
so it's backwards. That should actually be a shelf above. That edition's in French. His first book, La Tentation de Saint Antoine, The Temptation of Saint Anthony, is what's called a closet drama. Goethe's Faust would be another famous example of this. Closet dramas are plays that are written not intended to be performed, and so they will oftentimes have supernatural elements in them, mythological elements in them. Um, Closet dramas can turn almost into like surreal fever dreams where you have talking clocks and all sorts of hallucinatory stuff that happens in them. So they're structured like a play with speaking parts and occasionally stage directions even, but they're never intended to be performed. They're meant to be read. Flaubert wrote this early book on the temptation of St. Anthony, the story of his monasticism, his hermeticism, and his confrontation with the devil in the desert. And it's, as I've described, utterly surreal. There's some, I think the Buddha visits at one point. There are all of these supernatural things that happen that, of course, couldn't possibly be called realist. Um, he read this work aloud when he finished it to a close group of his dearest writing friends who came to visit him, and he read it aloud to them over a period of 5 days. And at the end of the 5 days, one of his best friends famously said, "Brûlez-le, burn it." They hated it. They thought it was just a giant mistake. It was too romantic. It was too weird. It was way too experimental. And they thought it would ultimately harm what they were hoping would be like a long literary career. He was a bit devastated by this, and so I don't remember the full publication history, if he shelved it or what, but he obviously didn't burn it because we still have it. But the advice that he took away from this was that he should devote himself not to these romantic flights of fancy, but to realism, that was where his talent lies and what he was meant to do. If you want to flip the picture again, we can go back to the English titles. And so that's what gave birth to his second novel, second work, his masterpiece, Madame Bovary. Um, Madame Bovary is the classic story of romantic disillusionment. The title character, Emma Bovary, is a young woman who marries a country doctor. She was an avid reader as a young woman and used to read tales of, like, romance novels and tales of famous female monastics who led extreme lives. And that gave birth to the term Bovaryism, which is the idea that people can conceive of themselves in overly romantic terms based on their reading, and either therefore be dissatisfied with their lives or strive to become some sort of larger than life figure. And that's ultimately what brings Emma's downfall, because the only way for her to break out and achieve freedom and some kind of passion and excitement in her life is to engage in a series of affairs that eventually lead to her downfall. Flaubert spent 5 years working on this novel, notoriously slow, and he had a lot of really interesting ideas. I pulled a couple quotes that have always meant a lot to me over the years from reading about this book. Um, he was determined with this novel, first and foremost, to show that it doesn't matter what you write about. Subject matter isn't important. Setting isn't important. You can write a book about ordinary, everyday, dull, middle class, or AKA bourgeois life, and it can be every bit as riveting as some of these more romantic novels that I've been describing so far. So Flaubert said, in literature, I'm quoting here, "In literature, there are no fine artistic subjects. A little town," I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, "a little town like Yvetot is worth just as much as Constantinople, and consequently one subject is as good as another. It is up to the artist to raise everything." That was his first main point about writing. The second was what he called impersonality. If you go back and look at some of these writers like Balzac and Stendhal and some of these earlier novelists, what you'll see in every case is that they write with a narrator who is very noticeable. The technical term for this is a dramatized narrator, where you get a sense of the witty raconteur who's telling you the story, right? And Flaubert wanted, on the other hand, his writing to be marked by what he called impersonality. He wanted the novelist, or the narrator, if you will, to seem, I'm quoting again, like God in creation, invisible and impotent, not impotent, Freudian slip, invisible and omnipotent. He should be felt everywhere, but not be seen. So, for Flaubert, great writing was impersonal writing, where the author like strived to be scientifically objective, cold, and invisible as a narrator. And that's super important for the development of modern literature after this book. You all of a sudden, I mean, you can't have the like cold photographic style of narration you get in a Hemingway without Flaubert first saying, good literature should never show the author, it should never show their personality. It should instead be, scientifically objective and realist in that regard. Why don't we take a quick look at those miscellaneous photos of his manuscript? So he spent 5 years, as I said, writing this book. I forget what number they are, but there you go. Go back one, please. And these are manuscripts. Next one. There it is. So this is a manuscript page of Madame Bovary, and of course, what's most visible to the eye is that there's more removed than kept. And when you go through Flaubert's manuscripts, which I had a chance to do while I was a grad student in Paris, I mean, not the original copies, but facsimiles like this, what you see and what you learn, especially if someone wants to do creative writing themselves, is that revision is everything, and being willing to cut if something just isn't working is the key to great writing. By comparison, if you were to look at a manuscript by Balzac, it would be constantly adding to what is already there and leaving what is there present. Whereas with Flaubert, it's like just gutting, gutting, gutting. Sometimes as much as 90% of a draft would get cut. And then he would build back around that. You can flip to the next photo or two just to give a little more of a sense of this if you want. Yeah. So he's always cutting and revising, and um, I've done a lot of manuscript study that'll come up at different institutes in Europe, and his handwriting isn't the worst I've ever seen.
Fountain pen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 So, all right, why don't we go back to the bookshelf? So I've talked about Bovaryism and his sense of realism, the depiction of ordinary everyday life. Um, and he was also an incredibly cynical writer in a lot of ways, and that'll come through in the next couple books. So the book he was best known for in his own time was this next one, Sentimental Education. Um, I'm skipping one, but I'll allude to it in a second. Um, this is a kind of anti-Bildungsroman, a parody, an early parody of the Bildungsroman, where the young man at the center of the story, a guy named Frederic Moreau, just like every other one of these examples I've been alluding to so far, moves from the provinces to Paris, tries to make a name for himself, tries to rise up through the ranks, ends up having an affair with a married woman. Um, does the whole social scene in Paris at that time. And but the two things that make this novel so unusual and quietly ironic is that Flaubert makes sure that his main character is actually utterly boring and ordinary and not a very brilliant or interesting person. And secondly, that he doesn't really learn very much by the end of the novel. So Flaubert was someone who was willing to take these sort of risks to not rely on, dramatic climaxes and things like that, or even so much to rely on having a really rich inner life for your character and still be able to show the like manners and morals of his time despite that. So it's a novel that was really appreciated by young French intellectuals at the time it came out. But many critics since have found it disappointing in that regard, where they want to get to know somebody who has a really rich inner life. I know the novelist Henry James hated this book for that reason, and wondered why Flaubert would ever write a book such as this. His next one, if we can keep moving, Salammbô. You see the book below, Flaubert in Egypt. Those are his travel writings from when he was doing the research for Salammbô. I alluded to it before, so I'll be brief, but Salammbô is a historical novel set in Carthage. Flaubert had an antiquarian side to him and always wanted to write something set in antiquity, and so this was his one attempt to write a historical novel, I believe around the time of John the Baptist, I think it is set. Um, then he wrote three tales after that. Those are three just really exquisite, longish short stories, not quite novella length. They are definitely worth reading. And then his final work, very near and dear to my heart, Bouvard and Pécuchet. You got the French and the English editions alongside each other there. This is a novel about two very lovable idiots. The title characters are two men who are copy clerks in Paris in the 19th century, and one of them inherits some money, and so the two of them decide to quit their jobs, move to the country together, and just start studying everything that they've never had a chance to study. They are incredibly incompetent at this, and so it's nothing but one long comedy of errors, one thing after another that goes wrong in their studies. So many mistakes are made. Um, but it's a really beautiful portrait of two wannabe autodidacts who are just trying to learn as much as they can about the history of knowledge from, agriculture to culture. So they go back, they study the sciences, geology, chemistry, they study history, they study literature, everything under the sun. And Flaubert really wore himself out writing this book. It required tons and tons of research. I mean, in a sense, it's slightly unfinished. The final few chapters are only sketched. He didn't get to finish them. And so in a sense, this book literally killed him because I know he was constantly taking the train to Paris and doing these marathon stays at the Bibliothèque Nationale, the National Library in Paris, to research all the obscure knowledge that he wanted to pile into this book. It's again a very funny, endearing portrait of a couple men who are just trying to learn everything they can about the universe, but simply not equipped to do so. And so, in case you couldn't tell, just to wrap up this Flaubert section, one of the main themes in all of his writing is human stupidity. Cynical satirist that he loved to depict characters who were foolish or stubborn or naive in some way. And that pretty much runs through all of the books here that we're looking at. Awesome. All right, Zola next. Zola and Huisman. You can put those two together on the screen. That's perfect. One more down. There you go. Yeah, perfect. All right. So Zola's the great naturalist writer. So you have Flaubert's realism is followed by the school of writing known as naturalism. Zola was someone who believed that we're profoundly determined by our social environments and our physical biology. He was a determinist. He didn't think people had free will. And so he structures his novels accordingly to show how his characters are sort of driven to behaviors that they can't avoid because of their innate temperament. He also was someone in who ascribed to humoral theory as it was being rearticulated in slightly more modern scientific terms in the late 19th century. Um, and, who again thought that someone's social and economic circumstances were crucial to understanding why they do what they do. Um, Zola, by comparison to Flaubert, nowhere near as good of a stylist, closer to Balzac in that regard, in that he wrote many, many novels. I want to say upwards of 20 or 30, and they all fall into this series in which he was trying to portray all of French life. The series is called the Rougon Macquart series, Rougon hyphen Macquart, I think it's spelled. And that's refers to two of the main families that kind of genealogically fill in French society in his portrait of in the entire country. Zola was someone who was a lot more politically committed to certain causes. So you have novels like Germinal that's about labor strikes. He wrote a lot about things like prostitution in the novel Nana. That's a wonderful. I suppose you could call that a good example of a female Bildungsroman where a young woman climbs up the social ranks as a courtesan in Paris. and eventually accumulates more and more power from the men she's able to manipulate throughout her life. He's in a lot of ways a kind of French Dickens too, because he was constantly writing novels that tackled what he saw as big social problems. The Drinking Den is an example of that, in that it studies alcoholism in French society. I actually think his first book is his best. That first one there, Thérèse Raquin. Um, I think he wrote that in around 1861. Maybe way off on that, but that's my best guess. And it was eventually an influence on noir fiction, because it portrays a love triangle in which a woman and her lover kill her husband. And so I think it was a direct influence on James Cain's novels like Double Indemnity and Postman Always Rings Twice. And that's the one where he first developed this theory that characters should be understood, biologically through their nervous systems more than through any kind of like traditional psychological categories.
We talked about that, something kind of like that earlier with the neuro novel.
Yeah, yeah. So I have a chapter in my academic book on Thérèse Raquin, and where I think of it as, I argue that it is the first neuro novel ever written. Thank you for reminding me of that.
And what's the title of your book?
Disfluencies. We'll get to it. It's on the shelf in here, I think, actually. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. All right. Next up, the next two by Huysmans are two of my all-time favorite novels. So I'll summarize them quickly, but I want to be thorough as well. Um, Huysmans was a sort of disciple of Zola, so he wrote slightly after him. Um, And Zola at that point had quite a big reputation for his, not just his writing, but his political opinions. He was very involved in French politics, and so he was quite celebrated at that point. And he had a sort of circle of writers who clung to him in that regard. They eventually had a falling out. I think Huysmans is one of the most interesting novelists of all time. That first book, Against Nature, is a novel with absolutely no plot whatsoever. It's about a aristocrat, a kind of decadent, degenerate aristocrat of an old French family. For that very reason, I believe it gets mentioned in Max Nordau's Degeneration, which we talked about earlier as well. The book that condemned so much modern culture is celebrating degeneracy. This man decides, because of health reasons, that he wants to sort of retire from society, and then he spends the rest of the novel, just cultivating his house, decorating his house, collecting rare editions of things, arranging them perfectly. He gets obsessed with like each and every sensory aspect of his mansion that he lives in. And he leads an incredibly aesthetic, artificial, decadent life within this mansion. And so again, the book almost reads more like some kind of architecture tour than a novel, but it's absolutely riveting at the same time. This novel has a bit of notoriety because if you remember The Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde, there's a book in that novel that is said to poison Dorian Gray, to corrupt him, to influence him to become a similar kind of aesthete. And during Oscar Wilde's criminal trial for homosexuality under oath, he was asked what this book was that he was alluding to. And so I suppose because he was under oath, he had no choice but to answer. And he admitted that it was Huysmans' novel that he had had in mind. So this is a famous novel that is known about more than read, but I think that's a pity because it's beautifully, incredibly written. The second one, là-bas, which again means down there, as I mentioned briefly already, is a novel about. I mean, it's an absolutely genius premise. I don't know why I haven't thought of doing this myself at some point. It's a novel about a man who is writing a book, and so you get a kind of book within a book effect that works really well. um, where a Frenchman is trying to research this real historical figure by the name of Gilles de Rais. He was a medieval figure. His name is Gillesderais. And he is sort of Caligula and Jeffrey Dahmer rolled into one. I mean, he was effectively a serial killer who was burned at the stake in the medieval period. And this guy is researching this book while exploring French subcultures to do with Satanism, and convinces himself in this novel that, half of the French clergy in the Catholic Church are actually engaged in secret Satanistic practices. So, I mean, almost would remind one nowadays of Rosemary's Baby or something like that. Fantastic novel. Strange, gory at times, but really beautifully written. Why don't we scroll down to the next shelf? I'll skip these last two. That's all right.
Just want to show the title of this one because it's can't really read it without zooming in.
Okay. That's Le Livre de Mallarmé. Let me not summarize that one too much. It's a very strange book, but an experimental attempt to combine all books into one. It doesn't work. He abandoned the project, but it was just sort of an interesting thought experiment for Mallarmé.
Actually, did you want to say anything about these?
Yeah, yeah. So, I swear this is the last writer that I'll go into in this much depth in this bookcase, but this is Marcel Proust, who I've written about, researched quite a lot over the years. And so, yeah, another big figure for me. I wouldn't say he's an influence on my writing, but certainly has been on my thinking over the years. This is the 3-volume translation of his masterpiece, which in French is called À la recherche du temps perdu. The more literal translation, which tends to be the more modern one for the title, is In Search of Lost Time. It used to be titled Remembrance of Things Past, which is, I think, a reference from Shakespeare's sonnets. The original translator, Moncrief and Kilmartin, they used a lot of Shakespeare phrases for the titles. I'm not sure exactly why. So this is one of the greatest novels ever written. I mean, it's 9 volumes, I think, broken into several sections, 3,300 pages long. I've read it 3 times, twice in English, once in French. I had a chapter in my dissertation on it at Berkeley. Um, it's best known for its theory of what's called involuntary memory. So Proust believed that we have 2 forms of memory. Voluntary, if I try to recall something like I'm doing right now, I need to talk about Proust, and so I'm remembering things I know about Proust to the best of my ability, versus involuntary memory, which will require some kind of trigger, that happens mostly by chance. And so the most famous passage in this book is a scene fairly early in it where the main character, whose name is also Marcel, is having tea and dips one of those French madeleines, the pastries, in the tea, takes a bite, and something sensory in that triggers an involuntary memory from him of when he was younger. And the gimmick of this book is that then, I mean, that happens on, I don't know, page 100 or something, fairly early on, and the gimmick is that involuntary memory triggers everything that follows the next 3,000 pages of recollections. It's absolutely gorgeous, in English and in French. I think Proust is actually, compared to some, a fairly easily translatable author, because he doesn't have a lot of experimentation in his writing. He just has these long, gorgeous sentences. I think I alluded to this earlier, but he developed his prose style from reading John Ruskin, who came up in an earlier bookcase. He was translating Ruskin into French, And so I always like to think that, Proust owes a debt, therefore, in how he developed his long, winding, beautiful sentences to Ruskin. I was working mainly on Proust's interest in language, as in particular language breakdown. So I also have a chapter in my speech disorder book on the role that aphasia plays in À la recherche du temps perdu. Proust's father, just like Flaubert's, was a prominent doctor. He was one of the first aphasiologists who studied what happens to people after a stroke and how their language breaks down. And Proust famously has one of his main characters, a character by the name of Baron de Charlus, Barondecharlus, the Baron de Charlus, who's like the greatest talker in this novel. He has the Baron have a stroke at the end, and then suddenly he's reduced to just being able to mutter a couple words. Um, the Baron de Charlus, to make one other connection that just comes to mind, is based on probably the most famous aesthete in the history of aesthetes, not Oscar Wilde, but a guy by the name of the Comte de Montesquieu, who is also the basis for Huysmans' novel A Rebours. He was this 19th century dandy, a count, an aristocrat, super wealthy, and notorious for over decorating his house and collecting fine editions of things and collecting art and so on and so forth. And one of the ultimate snobs. So he's a character, a real historical figure who got satirized by multiple novelists over the years. Let me, in the interest of time and of lost time, I guess I should say, move on from Proust there, because to try to summarize Proust is not a possible task. We have, if you zoom in a little bit there, we have a cute little French book right after him, just above on the other side, on the history of Flannery, that book, Physiologie du Flâneur. Um, so there's a tradition in France, especially in Paris, of walking, urban walking that's known as flânerie. If you are an avid urban walker, you're known as a flâneur, that word there. And it has a very specific connotation. I mean, it's certainly not walking for exercise. It's not walking to get to a particular destination. It's walking as wandering. And it's exercised a lot of power over the European imagination from the 19th century into the 20th. The literary theorist Walter Benjamin wrote about it a lot, wrote about some brilliant essays on Flannery and what it meant. And it has this sense of letting the city kind of lead you where it may. You see an interesting thing in a window, you veer towards it. You see a beautiful woman, you turn, you look at her, maybe you even follow her for a block or two, and then you're suddenly interested in this other thing, and that pulls you in another direction. Just sort of walking the city in an exploratory, fascinated fashion, and again, letting it take you wherever it will.
I just read an article this morning about, I guess, a recent mayor of Paris who turned a lot of the streets into walking
Hmm.
areas.
Yeah, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Um, and it's the quintessential Flannery capital of the world in that regard, Paris. There's no, I mean, I know nowadays it's so overcrowded with tourists, unfortunately, but um, there's no better. I lived there for 2 years, and back in the day, at least, there was no better place to just sort of go for a stroll and have no plan on where you're going or how long you're going to walk, and just see where the city leads you. Why don't we zoom out again and move forward? So here we have early 20th century into the um, post-war period. Céline, another of the great French cynical writers, Camus. We've talked about him already. Jean-Paul Sartre's famous novel Nausea, which is like The Stranger. I mean, those two sort of rival each other for being the epitome of the French existentialist novel, both amazing. I haven't gotten to that Bernanos yet, but I'm looking forward to reading it. As I mentioned earlier, I'm writing a short story about a priest, so I've been accumulating as many books as I can on the daily life of priests. Why don't we move into the Italian literature now, if that's all right? I don't have a lot there. Castiglione is interesting. That's what's called a conduct manual. It's a guide, in this case, to how to lead a prudent and successful life in a regal court. But I think that's one of the earliest conduct manuals. It's a whole tradition of novel of not novels, sorry, like more nonfiction advice books that I suppose would probably, in modern terms, culminate with like the literature of self-help. I guess that's a fair analogy. But you had all kinds, especially in the 19th century, they became very popular, all kinds of conduct manuals of how to behave, how to conduct yourself to be successful at different ventures. Yeah. All right. Why don't we keep moving? Alana Ferrante, a more modern Italian novel. Manzoni's The Betrothed. Let's stop at Goethe, that beaten up copy of The Sorrows of Young Werther. That's a book I studied with my professor Walter Brogan at Villanova in his great books class. It's got an interesting history to it. So it's sort of a German Bildungsroman as well. It's heavily, heavily romantic. It's arguably one of the most romantic novels ever written. And I don't mean that in the modern romance sense. I mean that it has an intensely emotional young protagonist by the name of Werther. Werther, I guess is the proper German pronunciation. Um, it's a tale of unrequited love. He falls in love with someone who is, I believe, married already when he meets her to someone else. And he, at the end of the novel, commits suicide because he can't bear to live without her. This produced a weird form of social contagion when the novel became famous in the 19th century, where I think they referred to it as the Werther effect, the Werther effect, where it produced a minor suicide epidemic of copycat people who would carry a book of this novel into a lake with them or something and drown themselves because people became so obsessed with this book. And I know there was a craze of dressing like Werther as well. So he's one of these all-time um, characters that people get obsessed over, almost the way you would see somebody get obsessed over a TV show actor today or a particular character in a series like Twilight or something like that. It produced a social contagion that was heavily, heavily romantic and interesting. We can keep moving. When I was doing my dissertation, there's a couple. I guess the Germans like to flip their editions too. There's a copy of Werther in German. When I was doing my dissertation, I made some headway with learning German. I got to where I could at least read at the level of Goethe and Nietzsche. If you go a couple books down, I tried to read Kafka, and that was a whole other animal. My German never quite got that good. That's Kafka's, how would you pronounce that? Erzählungen, Die Erzählungen. That's his collected tales. We have a couple of his novels there as well. I love The Trial. I taught that many, many years ago in a history of the novel class. Great film adaptation by Orson Welles. Um, but I won't say too much about his novels.
What do you like about the trial?
The surrealism of it, there's it's every bit as effective as the Metamorphosis is in giving you a sense of eerie events that seem to be really happening, but also seem so dreamlike and implausible that you can't quite tell if the main character is just dreaming all of this or it's actually happening to him. And of course, it's probably the most clever piss take ever conducted on fascist or totalitarian societies without due process. So this guy in the novel is informed by two essentially secret police who just show up at the beginning of the novel that he has committed a crime and he needs to appear to answer for it, but he's not told what the crime is. He's not told what the consequences might be. And so he just kind of goes around the city trying to gather information about what he may or may not have done. So I'm blanking right now on which of our amendments. Is it the Fourth Amendment? What's the one on due process? But if you were to say what novel describes why we need that amendment best, it would be Kafka's The Trial.
Due process clauses in the Fifth and 14th Amendments prohibit
14th. Yeah, I knew it had a 4 in it. Thank you.
prohibit the federal and state governments, respectively, from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
Okay. So, yeah, hopefully we'll be able to hold on to that in the years to come. So, Thomas Mann is another unit. Why don't we get all his on the screen at once if we can? There's one more after that. There you go. Boom, the Magic Mountain. You can stop right there. Another of my favorite writers. I promise I won't summarize each and every one of these. German, early to mid 20th century. He was one of the writers, many writers, who fled Germany during the rise of Hitler. Relocated, of all places, I believe, in Los Angeles in the early days of Hollywood, which must have been surreal for some of these artists, directors, writers, and philosophers who all became expats due to their opposition to Hitler. Um, his two masterpieces, in my opinion, are the last two there. Dr. Faustus is a kind of indirect biopic of the probably one of my favorite composers, Arnold Schoenberg. I'm not a big I'm a big music listener, but I'm not formally trained in musicology or anything. But Schoenberg is best known for being an innovator of what's called atonal music. You might want to grab a quick definition of that on AI or something because it would be better than I could give. And he writes the story of this great composer, who of course is never named Schoenberg, but his name is Leverkühn, I believe. Um, as an artist who makes at some point in his life some sort of Faustian bargain, a literal deal with the devil that allows him to go on to have this incredible artistic career and lots of success as a creative musician. And I don't know how much Thomas Mann thought of this as also a bit of an autobiography of himself as well, but it's an incredible, beautifully written book. Some of the best description of music in fiction that I've ever read. I don't know if there's a particular term for that. If you describe a painting in writing, it's called ekphrasis. I don't know if there's an equivalent term in music, but he is incredibly adept at describing like a symphony by using words. It's incredible. Do you have a note on that you want to insert, or should I move on?
Yeah. I was just getting the second one lined up about describing music with words, but um, atonal music is music that lacks a governing tonal center, which is called a key,
Mhm.
and does not organize pitches hierarchically around a tonic dominant system. And Schoenberg's formulation was emancipation of the dissonance.
Mhm. Yeah, dissonant would be the first word I would use to describe listening to him. I mean, it's almost like the classical music version of punk rock or something. I mean, you'll get hit with a note out of left field sometimes that's incredibly jarring, and it's the sort of thing I listen to him a lot. I love him, but it's not the sort of thing I want to listen to if I'm reading or it does not suit as background music because it can really catch you off guard all the time as you're listening.
What emotions does it evoke for you?
Oh God. I don't know that joy would be the first word, but more like passion, fear, like menace. He has other lighter stuff that can be more pleasant. My favorite piece of his is called Verklarte Nacht. Let me just, or if you would rather, but let me just grab a quick Google translation of that slide. Don't get it wrong. Transfigured, that was the word I couldn't think of. Transfigured Night, 1899 tone poem for strings. And about 4 minutes into it, it has this note on a violin that is, I think, one of the most beautiful sounds in musical history. If anybody listens to this and then goes on to listen to Verklarte Nacht, you'll know exactly what I mean when this one note hits and is drawn out for several seconds. It's really beautiful. Um, yeah, I'm a big fan.
So the AI is saying musical ekphrasis.
Oh, there we go. All right. So the next book by Thomas Mann, undoubtedly his masterpiece, and I would put it on the short list of the 3 or 4 books that were most influential for me writing my novel. I actually like to think of my novel as like a lowbrow version of his book, The Magic Mountain. And what I mean by that is that his novel is set at a sanitarium for people recovering from tuberculosis in the mountains of Switzerland. And so, this theme that I keep harping on over and over again, it has incredible unity of place. Characters go up, take a mountain train up to this sanitarium, and it operates in a kind of cult-like fashion. It has a very domineering, charismatic doctor who runs this clinic, and staff also. That everything is geared to make your life as easy and pleasing and comfortable as possible, so that people never want to leave. And you get so many great scenes in dining rooms where lots of people are gathered, or out on the veranda where people are bundled up in their blankets, just lying there convalescing from tuberculosis, and having all kinds of interesting, funny conversations. So, you know, I did the equivalent in Pennsylvania of an underfunded assisted living nursing home of sorts, where, I structured my book much like Thomas Mann's, where it's primarily driven by conversations, banter, people getting frustrated with each other, coping with one another, dealing with nurses and so on, doctors and so on and so forth. I learned a lot about how to execute what I was trying to execute with my novel by studying this book very, very carefully. It's got one last fun fact about it. It's got a character in it named Settembrini, who is based on the German literary critic, or I guess he's not actually German, is he? Is he Hungarian? The literary theorist George Lukács, who was a pretty important figure in 20th century theory. So he has a long cameo in this, and he's one of the most eccentric characters in the novel. All right, why don't we move on? So here we're in my German section. I'm not super well read in German literature, but um, Vicky Baum's Grand Hotel is another Unity of Place novel that's set entirely in a great hotel, I think in Vienna, I forget. But that's a beautiful book and a beautiful film from the 1930s adapting it. We have the World War I novel All Quiet on the Western Front, some Hermann Hesse. I won't summarize each and every one of these. Perfume is, of course, also a great film. Um, Probably the greatest novel about olfactory experience ever written. It's about a perfume maker who has an incredibly rich sense of smell. Austerlitz is a cool book because it mixes novelistic narration with photography. I've never seen any other writer do that before, but it has photographs related to the plot sprinkled throughout it. Now we're starting to reach Russia here. Turgenev, a writer I like quite a lot. Here I'll comment again on translation. That old copy of Fathers and Sons that I picked up not too long ago. I reread that, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 months ago. And I bought that copy at a bookstore that should be on your radar if it isn't already, Timothy. There's a bookstore in the countryside here, about an hour west of me, in the area of Westchester, Pennsylvania. There's a bookstore called Baldwin's Book Barn, where you can always find little gems like this. It is a 5-story barn that has been converted into a bookstore. And, I know that the Strand and other famous bookstores come up on your channel quite a lot. The Baldwin's Book Barn, I believe, has as big, if not a bigger collection, hundreds of thousands of books in that place. It's the kind of bookstore that is perfect to go to if you don't have an agenda. And, if you're trying to find something, good luck. But if you're willing to be a kind of library version of a flaneur and just wander through the aisles, it's a great place to find little gems like this. This is the old Constance Garnett translation of Fathers and Sons. Once we switch into the more famous Russian writers, I'll just say that I prefer Constance Garnett's old early 20th century translations to these new ones. Why don't we go down the next shelf? So there's this family, husband and wife of translators who you're seeing a lot of here, Pavir and Volokonsky. I'm not sure how to pronounce her name. Husband and wife who have been retranslating all of Russian literature for years now. And, I certainly like their versions too. But again, I feel like Constance Garnett's older translations from the early 20th century take me back in time in a way that these don't quite. I believe these two tend to be more literalist, in the literalist camp of translation. But they've redone everything for Penguin Classics. It's incredible that all the Dostoevsky there is by them. So they're amazingly prolific as translators. What can I say here about the Russian section that won't repeat things I've said earlier? Tolstoy's Anna Karenina. I have never read, I'm sure you have lots of authors, readers on your channel who've read War and Peace. I've never tackled it. I prefer Anna Karenina. I tried a War and Peace once and was quite bored, but Anna Karenina is a nice novel comparable to Madame Bovary for being a novel about a young woman who's just struggling. It's a little below where you're at right now. A young woman who's just struggling to um, inject some passion and excitement into her life through an affair, while dealing with a really dull husband. Um, yeah. Dostoevsky, one of these writers who frustrates me so much because I think he like Dickens must have been paid by the word or something. All of his works, classics that they are, feel very underfinished to me. Um, so when I go back and reread these, I mean, these are ones I read, I suppose, in high school and college for the most part, and I've tried to go back and reread them, but I find them, I have to admit, a little sloppy now. Let me keep scrolling. Solzhenitsyn, the famous revolutionary, I guess that's a good word for him, a critic of the Soviet regime. Cancer Ward is another great novel if you want to study unity of place. You can tell where it's set by the title, and it's just one of the bleakest portraits of medicine in a poor totalitarian country you could ever read. And then um, he also, of course, has the Gulag Archipelago, which I don't have a copy of here. So why don't we keep moving on? Master and Margarita is a gift I got for Christmas. I haven't touched it yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Painted Bird is a beautiful novel. Polish writer. I think his first name is Jerzy Kosinski, something like that. And it's got a bit of an interesting controversy surrounding it. He wrote it as a semi-autobiographical novel of his childhood as a Polish Jew hiding from the Nazis, a gypsy Jewish figure, child, right, hiding from the Nazis during World War II. It's incredibly heartbreaking, and what this poor kid suffers. He's treated terribly, not just by Nazis, but by the Polish community around him. So he's just a pariah, 8 ways, the main character in this novel, and mistreated so many ways. The controversy around this one was that I think Kaczynski later admitted that some of the stuff that he had written in there was fabricated. I always find these controversies sort of silly and funny at the same time. Like, why would you fault a novelist for making a couple things up to make a story a little more compelling? But I think sometimes people, when the second they think something is non-fictional, even while being written as fiction, they get very particular about what sort of liberties they think a writer is allowed to take. But yeah, I think this got him in a lot of hot water at the time when he admitted this. Hunger is a great existentialist novel about set in Christiana, the little isolated section of Copenhagen in Denmark. That's a really beautiful place to visit. And it's about a guy who's just scrapping by, trying to be a reporter, I believe. It's a long time since I've read this. But it's a fantastic novel about a starving artist type, if you will. Would remind readers a lot of Dostoevsky's Notes from the Underground. Let's see. These are all great books, but I won't summarize each and every one. Oh, perfect. Why don't we go to, so we're moving here from Eastern Europe, Sweden, Denmark, a couple other things to my Japanese section. I read a lot of Japanese fiction. These are some of my favorite writers here. Yeah, you can pause right there. That was perfect. Um, Kobo Abe is one of my all-time favorite writers, and I'll just I'll highlight the last one there, The Woman in the Dunes. He's a kind of Japanese existentialist, post-war writer. He's very much like Camus and Sartre, where he will create these absurdist plots in his novel to reveal existentialist themes. The Woman in the Dunes is the best example of this. It's about an entomologist who is on a just kind of weekend trip to collect specimens as his hobby. And he gets essentially kidnapped in this coastal town that has a problem with sand dunes constantly filling in around their homes and almost burying them. And so,
Entomologist is somebody that studies insects.
yeah, sorry. And as opposed to an etymologist who studies words like you and me. Um, so an entomologist who gets kidnapped in this community that survives by periodically kidnapping people. And the reason they do it is because they need free labor to help them dig their homes out from the sand that is constantly burying them. Um, and so he's trapped in this gully where this house is. He's essentially assigned a wife. He lives with this woman, and he has to help her keep her house from being buried in the sand. And it ends up being this just brilliant allegory for the like monotony of human existence. So it reminds me a lot in that regard of Camus' myth of Sisyphus. You know, in the myth of Sisyphus, the moral of the story is that Sisyphus has to keep pushing this boulder up the hill as a punishment, and then when he gets to the top of the hill, the boulder rolls down, and he has to go down and start over again. And that's always been understood as a symbol for like how we cope with the tediousness of everyday life and having to get up and do the same damn thing one day after another and still manage to find joy and purpose. And so this guy, by the end of the novel, ends up having to undergo the same thing where he finds joy and purpose in digging himself out and his partner from the sand that's burying them every single day and just having to, get up the next day and do the same exact thing over again. There is a film adaptation of this that is also one of the most beautiful movies I've ever seen. Incredible photography, at least these beautiful shots of like sliding sand coming down the hill at them, things like that. It's absolutely gorgeous. The next writer, Tanizaki, another favorite. Um, is that all of his that I have? I feel like I'm missing one there. Um, Heavily influenced by Oscar Wilde, also early 20th century, but by which I mean his novels always have aesthetic themes in them. Um, Diary of a Mad Old Man is a really funny portrait of a kind of dirty old man who falls in love somewhat with his daughter-in-law, and they develop a relationship that's semi-platonic, but pretty endearing. The Makioka Sisters is like a Japanese Jane Austen novel. It's a beautiful portrait of these four sisters who are getting married off one by one and having, successes and tragedies in their life. It's a really, really beautiful story. I read that up in your neck of the woods, actually. I was on a visit to Harvard for a conference and picked that up at the bookstore, that beautiful bookstore across the street from Harvard University. And I forget the name of it. I think it's affiliated with the campus, is it not? Do you know the one on? Yeah, yeah, thank you. I grabbed that there and I had a couple extra days on my hand and it was cold enough that I didn't want to spend all my time outside and tore through that book. It's really beautiful. Um, yeah, let's keep moving. Endo. Endo's interesting for people with an interest in theology. That novel, I read that in college in a religious studies class on religious themes in fiction, and it has to do with Christian missionaries' attempts to break into Japan and all the kinds of torture that and sacrilege, desecration, I guess is a better word, that they were forced to endure when they were trying to bring Christianity into Japan. It's quite a beautiful book. Next author I love quite a lot, Mishima. I feel like he's come up already. I talked about his short story Patriotism when we were going through my short story collections. Um, Another of my very favorite writers. So let's spend a second here. Sun and Steel is a autobiography of sorts, a sort of short memoir he wrote where he talks about like some of the big main concepts that have been important in his life. Sun in the title in that sense refers largely to nature worship and to the kinds of joys and pleasures that come from being outside. Steel, it has to do with his obsession with bodybuilding, to kind of revive some old samurai ethos from older forms of Japanese culture that he was really preoccupied with. And of course, steel having a kind of military connotation with bullets, swords, so on and so forth. As I mentioned earlier, he eventually committed suicide by seppuku. So there's always this sense with him of, the power of weaponry and, uh, you know, an obsession with like intense forms of experience like that. So yeah, he's just a kind of fascinating figure in his own right, in that regard. The one novel of his that I know the best is Temple of the Golden Pavilion. I have another chapter on that in my book on speech disorders because it's a book about a monk, a Buddhist monk in Kyoto, Japan. It's based on a true story about a monk who, for some reason, went mad and burnt down the Golden Pavilion in Kyoto. And so Mishima took that story and fictionalized it into a story about a shy, very contemplative monk who has a severe stutter, and that's what drew my interest to the book above all, because it's another of these examples of a character. I've mentioned this with Billy Budd so far. A couple other books that are escaping me at the moment, but American Pastoral by Philip Roth. But there are these novels where a character, because they cannot get out their words, ends up lashing out with some sort of violence or terrorism, destruction. So again, this novel kind of plays into that trope that if someone is verbally repressed, that's almost like a kind of steam pressure that builds up and then eventually explodes either through violence or destruction in some way.
So when you were starting this project of like incorporating or looking for examples of uh, linguistic pathology and
Yeah.
novels, were there any reference works that helped you do that? I mean, this was pre-AI, so you couldn't just put it into AI and say, "Hey."
Yeah, it's funny. That's a great question. We'll look at a shelf that'll have some of the concrete answers for that, down in the basement in the next room, um, that has some of those. But for now, I'll just say it's funny when you there were the internet wasn't very helpful yet. Googling even wasn't very helpful yet. I think this was still in the days of Yahoo was the go-to search engine when I was doing this project. So yeah, there weren't any shortcuts like that on the one hand, so it was harder. On the other hand, there's this just funny effect that happens when you're working on a research project where the second you declare to yourself, I'm interested in this and I'm looking on the lookout for this, stuff just finds you. I don't know. So it was the kind of thing. I was starting this project when I was at Berkeley, and you know, I'd be having dinner at the International House with other grad students or something, and tell them about my project, and somebody might have said, "Oh, you got to write this novel by Mishima," or one book leads to another in that regard, and so it was hard to do on the one hand, and my book kind of on the literary side founded the field, and I did the best I could to be encyclopedic in that regard and get all the main books that deal with speech pathology in modern literature in them in some way or shape or form.
So you
But
forward a field.
kinda, yeah, yeah. I guess you could say that disfluency studies. I mean, a subfield. I think of it as like an offshoot of disability studies. That's why I would call it a subfield. But yeah, I guess that was my biggest accomplishment as a professor, as a researcher. Um, to say, look, there's this constellation of writers who are concerned with this. Um, and I haven't been mentioning my edited collections much, but in addition to my monograph, which just means an academic book with a single author, I also did a related edited collection. So, and that one's called Talking Normal, Speech Disorders, Literature, and something. I forget what the subtitle is. Anyway, in that one, I collected a bunch of essays by critics that I had noticed, had also noticed this is an important topic. And, they'd written an article here about a play that features a stutter, an article there about a novel that does, that sort of thing. I brought them together and wrote an introduction to that where I um, tried to like codify what I meant by the term disfluency studies and why I thought, yeah, this field needed to be founded for literary criticism because it was a definite gap in our understanding of the way writers relate to language. There's a lot of novelists who stutter, a lot of poets who stutter. I have a list in that book that maybe I can reference when we get to it. All right, so we have a couple Chinese books. To Live, one of my all-time favorite movies, good book. The next one was a gift I haven't read yet. These are all a little bit random. The next couple are gifts. Why don't we scoot up to this would be Latin American fiction here and what Iberian fiction, I suppose you would call it. Yeah, there you go, right there. Book of Disquiet by Pessoa. He's early 20th century surrealist writer. Um, I read that in Portugal. He's from Portugal. I'll do this a lot. I'm sure all of your guests do, where you're going to visit a city, so you bring the perfect book along for the ride. So I was reading that in Lisbon, for the most part, and I would, you would best described as Kafka-esque. It's not very plotty or anything. It's just a lot of lyrical, almost prose poem, musings on different things. The Marquez section here, if you want to scroll a little bit further. Yeah, you could stop right there. Those I similarly picked up and read when I was spending about a month in Bogota, Colombia. So that Spanish copy I have a sentimental attachment to because I bought that in a bookstore in downtown Bogota. I can't really read Spanish, but when I was reading Marquez, I can at least go over and compare. And if I'm curious what a word or a phrase is or something, I can at least fight through it that well. 100 Years of Solitude would obviously also make my, um, let's say, top 50 all-time favorite novels. It's um, a very long saga of a Colombian family living in founding a city and living at first in a kind of pre-civilization and then developing civilization, and It's notorious for being hard to follow, much like a lot of Russian literature, without a family tree, because the characters all have similar sounding names. And so it's one of these books that's very, very easy to get lost in. Let's see. Why don't we keep going? Obscene Bird of Night, another weird Unity of Place novel set, if memory serves, in a convent. War at the End of the World, also, I think, set in a monastery. Those I don't remember as well. This is always the difference between having read something once or twice. Yeah, why don't we go down to the bottom shelf? Okay, so it's a bit of a hodgepodge down here because I have a habit of, if books are very tall, just putting them on the bottom shelf, which is always taller. So we have Gunter Grass's post-war German novel, a copy of Faust. Why don't we go to the Dantes? Spend a minute here. This is a great edition and great translation. Derling Martinez, apparently Oxford Press. These are facing page Italian and English Divine Comedy. I wouldn't use any other Dante. I love these. It's great to have the original language right there. Again, a language that I can pull some words from, but I'm not conversant with. Can I be permitted another personal digression here? Whenever I'm reading this, I always think, so as I've said at some point along the way here, I'm an Italian immigrant, son of Italian immigrants, and my earliest memory in life is being with my great grandmother at some family gathering in South Philadelphia before we moved out here to relocated to Delaware County. And I don't know, I must have been 4 or 5 years old or something. And at that point, I suppose I still would have spoke a little bit of Italian because I was hearing tons of it all the time around my family members. And I distinctly remember my great grandmother correcting a relative and saying, "No, no Italian in front of the bambini. No, don't speak Italian in front of the kids." And mainly meaning me because I'm the oldest grandchild in the family. And that was their way, that generation's way of making sure that we would assimilate as quickly as possible and not come off as, foreigners, immigrants, outsiders, and be stigmatized for that. While I understand and appreciate the sentiment, having gone on to become a linguist, a scholar, a writer. I also want to I also want to strangle my great grandmother for not giving me access to that extra language. So whenever I'm reading Dante, I always think of that first. And anytime I look to the left, I think, damn, I should already be able to read this fluently. And anytime I'm in Italy too, I get this same uncanny effect where I understand a little bit more than I can explain. I can tell a little bit of Italian from speaking French, of course, that helps, but it's funny where there'll be situations where I comprehend more than I can explain, and I think that kind of goes back to that early childhood where a little bit of the language sort of filtered into my brain. Yeah, fantastic translations. One other thing on Dante, if I can, before we move on. Um, I was telling you about this earlier before we got onto the call, but I have a chapter in my novel where my main character walks his way through the 3 stories of the nursing home in which he lives. And just by the way, this screen is laid out. I'm sure listeners can tell already where I'm going with this. A 3-story building. And when I was writing that chapter, it's chapter 9 of my novel, which suddenly I'm blanking on the title of. All the chapters in my novel have a title. Um, oh God. Oh, Mischief Night. It's called Mischief Night. And the main character is walking through the ground floor. And long story short, as he walks through the ground floor, going kind of door to door, room to room, resident to resident that he visits along the way, um, he has one hellish experience after another. And as he's on this walk, he's accompanied by another character in the novel who just gets referred to as Thinker. the big reader in my novel. He's this guy who was a former professor, and now he's just he went mad at some point in his life, and so he ended up in this nursing home, and his room is absolutely full of books, and he guides the main character through the building on this three-story walk. Obviously, the joke here is that that would mean the main character is the Dante, and the other character, the guide, is the Virgil, much like Dante pulls off in the Divine Comedy, having Virgil lead him through the Inferno and the Purgatory, and then leaving Virgil behind to go to the third floor, which is the women's floor in the building, which is the Paradise. When I was writing that chapter, these three books here that you're looking at just sat open the entire time on my desk, and I was constantly working little jokey references in from Dante into my book that I guarantee you are too well buried to where only I usually get the joke. But that's just another association I have with these three books. All right, we have the old verse epic, Orlando.
You ever memorize poetry?
Um, I don't make a point of it. I'll say more about this when we get to the poetry bookcase, but I'm not a big memorizer. I guess I should prioritize that more. But what I am a big proponent of is reading aloud, especially poetry. So I'll save that story for when we get to the poetry bookcase. But as much as possible, when I read poetry, I read it aloud. Ariosto, I've just been starting to dip into recently. I was reading a biography of William Wordsworth, who will come up later on, and I heard that he had brought this. This was the only book he brought with him on this big walking tour that he did through Europe and through the Alps, and I was curious why. So I haven't really dug into that one yet. Ludovico Ariosto, super popular in his day. Last section we have here is the what do they call it? They used to call it the Antipodes, the other side of the world, Australia. So have I mentioned to you before already? I forget that I was a professor in Australia for 3 years.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about
Yeah, I
forget
forgot.
what it's called. Starts with an M.
Yeah, well, I was at Western Sydney University, and down there, I developed a taste for Aussie literature. This is all pretty contemporary stuff. Um, McGann, a great writer. Christopher Conti was a colleague, actually. That book is wonderful. It's probably pretty hard to find in the States. That was a gift from him, but those are a series of very Kafka-esque prose poems that are just funny as hell. Quicksand and the Slap are contemporary Aussie fiction. Let's scroll up a little bit.
Okay.
Two most interesting ones. Yeah, they're perfect. You can stop there. Kenneth Cook's Wake in Fright, one of my all-time favorite movies, and one of my all-time favorite books. It's about a guy, a small town school teacher in Australia who loses his mind, and it's just a great novel for the way, the punishing Aussie sun out in the outback can just drive people mad, and the monotony of this empty town where there's nothing to do but drink or gamble. And so this guy ends up going on this insane alcohol-fueled escapade in this novel that is hard to summarize, but it's an incredible book. Just two above it, Picnic at Hanging Rock is like one of the all-time classics of Aussie fiction, and it's beautiful, also adapted beautifully into a film. But the one above it is another colleague. I really love this book and this person, Gail Jones. She was integral in bringing me to Australia, and the the reason it made such a good fit, and that she helped me get hired there at Western Sydney, is because she had written a beautiful novel about stuttering, and so this novel here, Sorry, also has a protagonist in it who stutters. And I was in the thick of talking and thinking about that book during my interview, so I think she was really excited to bring me down there for that reason and hired me. Um, Her book is about colonialism, the kind of legacy of it, all the discrimination that the Aboriginal community in Australia faces. And so the basic plot of it is that there's a white family, the father, which I believe is a Shakespeare professor. Been a long time since I've read it now, but um, and his daughter witnesses her father's murder and develops what's called a traumatogenic stutter. So, sometimes some people are born with stutters. It is thought to be inherited and have a certain genetic component to it. But other people, like combat veterans or other people who've undergone some kind of trauma, can develop a stutter simply due to the trauma. And so the story is, I guess, somewhat predictably about this young woman finding her voice, right? In a literal sense. And so she undergoes therapy that unlocks certain memories in a very Freudian way. I won't spoil the ending, but there's some plot twists that she, through hypnosis and therapy and other things, eventually unlocks some memories that allow her to kind of finally voice what happens. And all of that gets encapsulated in the word sorry, which is like a big word in Australian society. They have this custom they call the National Sorry Day. It's like some kind of collective ritualized apology on the part of white Australians to Aboriginal Australians for the impact of colonialism on their ways of life. And so that's why Gail picked that title for her book. It's like the one word the girl needs to say in the novel. And so obviously it's in that sense a kind of allegory for Australia itself. All of these are very cool books after Malouf, kind of funny. Disgrace Coetzee, South African writer, Nobel laureate. I won't say much about him, but but Disgrace is a wonderful novel. Julia Lay's The Hunter and Whale Rider are also both great books and great films as well. They've both been adapted, set in Tasmania and in New Zealand, respectively. So yeah, we're literally at the ends of the earth here as we wrap this shelf and this bookcase up. And then after that, we have a couple reference books. I had one of them that I wanted to show you. That one right there. Grab it. So, have you ever used a visual dictionary before, Timothy?
Yeah, but um, I don't know a ton about them.
So again, this probably dates me a little bit, but before everything under the sun was Googleable, if you were a writer and needed to know, like, what's the ordinary term for, you know, the sleeve of a trench coat, there was no way to find out other than to get one of these. A visual dictionary. I own a couple of them on that shelf. Um, and look up the item according to, in this case, menswear, and everything is numbered, as you see. Can you see that all right?
That's great.
And then on the facing page, you get the glossary where everything that's numbered gets explained to you. And as the subtitle describes, this is the Oxford Visual Dictionary of nearly everything. And well, that's pretty true. This book has everything from forestry tools to, wow, there's an incredible page on construction sites, iron foundries, painting, weaves and knits. Oh, that's actually a beautiful page. Have a look at that. Yeah. So this is basically a kind of topical thesaurus: road construction, aircraft, offices, primary schools, department stores, winter sports, musical notation, art, geometry, crystallography, lepidoptera. It's obviously butterflies. Nabokov would love this. Um, and these I used quite a lot back in the day. Edible fungi. It has everything. And I own a couple of them, and sometimes I would use these if I actually just couldn't think of, like, what's the damn word for X. But other times I would just kind of flip through them in more of a Dadaist way, and just see if, like, if I'm stuck on how to begin a story or something, or I'm just playing around, I need an image. I just need my character to look at something, and I just need a pause in a story between dialogue or something. Um, and just kind of almost in the tradition. You're familiar with the term sortes Vergilianae? There's this ancient custom of flipping through books like Virgil's Aeneid and the Bible. This is common for the Bible. Just sort of flipping to any random page and seeing what you find, and taking it almost like as a prophecy. I would use these books for things like that.
Could you spell that out?
Yes, it's Sortes, so sortes, which is a sense of like flipping, sorting, and then it's just Virgil's name, but in the genitive case, I believe. Virgilianae, so it would be Virgilianae, I think.
Hmm.
Um, there's sortes. I don't know what it would be for the Bible, but those are the two main historically that I know of. Just flipping the Bible open to any verse and reading it almost like a fortune cookie, right, as your daily prophecy. Um, and that was done with Virgil as well, and I do it with the Oxford Visual Dictionary. A couple other reference books here. Yeah, those are things I just need around sometimes if I'm need a term or need an image, a couple language companions, and that very well used synonym finder.
What about the Princeton Encyclopedia of Poetry and Poetics?
It's more scholarly, but it's helpful sometimes. Every school of poetry, every poetic technique, every rhetorical technique that gets used in poems finds its way into there. It's a real nice reference guide. That was a gift
Yeah.
from a fellow grad student one year at Berkeley. I think that was a gift from a friend when I finished my qualifying exams at Berkeley, if memory serves.
I seem because I recognize that and I just put into AI. It's widely regarded as the top single volume reference work in poetry and poetics in the Anglophone academic world.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Does it have a date? I forget how far back it goes.
Um, so the fourth edition is 2012, and I'll get. I'm always interested in how certain universities kind of 1965 first published,
Mm.
and looks like 2012 is the latest. But certain universities kind of carve out a niche with sometimes a major encyclopedic or reference book like this, and then they sort of steward that reference work over the like ArchiveX, I think came out of Cornell, and it's separating right now. Like there's just these interesting little projects that certain, and it's usually a single professor or a
Mm.
single person who decides like, hey, this is really important, and and then and it becomes sort of the standard reference work for the entire sort of academic world.
Hmm. I don't know ArchiveX. I'll look that up. Thank you.
It's big for like, I think there's one for computer science, and uh it's like a preprint um thing, but yeah, there's another one I think for medical or something.
Mm.
Um, so that wraps up this bookcase here.